The President. Government's Bill. This Council resumes the second reading debate on the Appropriation Bill 2023. This meeting is the second budget meeting. Members have been informed that only members may speak in the second reading debate conducted today and tomorrow. In the third budget meeting next Wednesday, that is on the 3rd of May, the second reading debate on the bill will continue, but only public officers will speak to reply to members' views. If the motion on the second reading is passed, this Council will become the committee of the whole Council to consider the bill. I remind members that in accordance with the House rules, each member may speak once for up to 10 minutes. The speaking order of members will be based on the order by which members press the Request to Speak button. Members who would like to speak today, please press the Request to Speak button to indicate their wish. Mr. Jimmy Ng. Thank you, President. Now, this budget is the first budget of the new term of the government. It is also the first budget after the full resumption of cross-boundary travel and our return to normalcy. Now, the theme is to achieve high-quality developments with a steady pace, and there is a series of short, medium, and long-term measures. These are effective response to people's need. We are focusing on the future, and we are working towards high-quality development. I state my support to the Financial Secretary for his work. Over the past few years, we were hard hit by the epidemic and the economic downturn. Our public finance is under tremendous pressure. However, we still have a series of measures to support the public, including exemptions of government rent and also subsidies for water and electricity tariffs, as well as the third round of consumption voucher scheme. This is testament of how the government is returning wealth to the public and also how proactive the government is. Now, industries are struggling to recover. The government is adopting anti-cyclical measures to enhance support for the public and business. This will consolidate the foundation of our recovery. And also, the government has launched the Hello Hong Kong campaign, which focuses on enticing visitors. And also, the Happy Hong Kong campaign also boosts local consumption. Together with the consumption voucher schemes effect, I believe this can unleash the consumption potential in society. I thank the government for accepting the trade's view and enhance the Bud Fund in a short period of time, and also injecting $500 million into the Bud Fund and streamline the application procedures to support the trade. And also, we applaud the government for removing the geographical restrictions of the scheme and extend the application for businesses which aim to expand their reach to Belt and Road markets. I also support the government for dedicating resources to formulate the re-industrialization blueprints to state the direction for our industry's transformation and help steer our developments towards high-quality direction. Now, in I&T, the government has launched the $10 billion Raise Plus scheme to support at least 100 commercialization projects. This will help the setup of advanced I&T in businesses in Hong Kong. Now, the government has injected $130 billion into I&T developments. However, the government must be sure that all the KPIs are met. Now, recently, local R&D and GDP ratio has been criticized by many. According to the CNSD, in year 2021, local R&D expenditure has increased moderately to $27.27 billion. However, the ratio in GDP only accounted for 0.97% compared with 2020, which was 9%. The ratio has decreased. This is because of the epidemic and also the economic downturn, which drives a wedge between R&D expenditure and our GDP. I understand that, but this gives a poor optics that the government is slacking in terms of injecting or promoting R&D growth. Now, the government has been making a lot of proposal to create more posts to take forward different policies. Now, I have heard members saying that as long as the government has a plan, we are willing to approve fundings so that more posts can be created and the projects can be taken forward. However, as a responsible government, I think the government must be prudent in terms of applying for funding applications. That they must adhere to the value for money principle. Now, I refer to Mr. Abraham Shek. He was the PAC chairman when he was in the Legislative Council. Now, last year, he wrote an article about the $100 billion public reserve deficit. Now, he said that the government must treat the PAC recommendations with seriousness, and also those recommendations which are yet to be implemented must be followed up on. And also there must be KPIs on how these recommendations are implemented. Now, in society, there are lots of worries about the sustainability of our public finance. We are worried that the situation, our nightmare, may come true. Now, last year, our GDP has dropped by 3.5%. Compared with other competitors in the Asian Pacific region, they have seen growth. Singapore has seen GDP growth of 3.8% in year 2022. Now, a negative growth will definitely affect our fiscal robustness. The government must make expenditures carefully. The government must drive demand and also make sure that expenditure are effective. The basic law states that we must spend within our means. Now, the expenditure estimates is subject to the scrutiny of the Legislative Council. Now, there are two conventional wisdoms. We have to try our best to create revenue stream and limit spending. Now, let me quote the names of two streets in Hong Kong. Now, this is what I want to say to the Financial Secretary. First one, Lee Chit Street. Now, in Cantonese, the surname Lee can also mean financial wisdom. Now, Hoi Yun Road. Now, in Cantonese, Hoi Yun means creating revenue streams. Now, this street situates in Kwun Tong. Now, the government must not be complacent. The government must create more revenue streams and spend wisely. We cannot sit on our hands. Now, let's work together and make sure that Hong Kong can thrive. Thank you. Mr. Gary Chen. Thank you, President. Since the lifting of social distancing measures, we have entered a phase of recovery, and there are encouraging signs. Now we have a huge fiscal deficit. However, the financial secretary is still able to fine-tune the budget to suit our needs. Now, the new round of consumption voucher has further injected impetus into our recovery efforts. True, there are some reduction in certain measures. However, it shows that the government is trying its best to cater for the people's need. And also the government has allocated resources to consolidate the stock of our economy and also to diverse our economy to attract talents and businesses to Hong Kong. All in all, the DAB considers this budget to be a robust and prudent budget. It has a lot of thoughts for boosting our economy and consolidating our recovery. It is truly a budget which will help us to leap forward steadily and bolster prosperity. Now, there are lots of uncertainties. We have inflation, weakened external demand, and tense geopolitical situation, plus the shortage in manpower. These are all the challenges we face during recovery. And also, the recovery trend in the mainland is more rapid. They are moving towards high-quality development. Now, emerging economies in the Asian Pacific region have recorded rapid economic growth. Now, these are good opportunities for us to find new growth points to expand our economic capacity. Now, many officials have proactively paid visits to overseas countries. They are doing their best to attract foreign talents and strategic enterprises to Hong Kong. It shows that the government is very proactive and responsible. If we can sustain the trend of integrating into the national development and also integrating our financial services system into our country's national development, we can surely achieve full recovery. Now, to help to steer our economy to move towards high-quality development, we have to make sure that we have national security. As mentioned by Mr. Xia Baolong, without security and stability, nothing can be built on this. So without a robust legal system and without an awareness to uphold national security, how can we realize all the economic opportunities we have around us? Now, we cannot forget history. We cannot allow history to repeat itself. We had the Color Revolution in Hong Kong back in year 2019. That would always be a smudge on our history. Now we have recovered, but we can't forget the lesson learned. We have to be always vigilant against the resurgence of black-clad violence. We have to safeguard against dissemination of false information and hatred by anti-China destabilizing forces. And we have to be aware of foreign agents. Now, we still see a lot of anti-China destabilizing elements lurking in society. Some people who have fled overseas still receive funding through crowdfunding platforms. Now, soft resistance is still very common. Now, recently in Kowloon City, we saw people spraying water at police during the Songkran festival. They deliberately insult police officers and incite others to attack police officers. They are challenging our law. We have to work together to uphold national security. We have to always be vigilant and play our parts. Hong Kong people must be aware of our responsibility to uphold national security. Schools must foster national security awareness of students, and the Hong Kong SAR government must legislate for Article 23 as soon as possible, and we have to regulate online crowdfunding activities and ensure national security in the financial service system. Only by fully embracing national security and establishing a robust national security mechanism can we have stability. And then we can talk about all the grand plans to achieve economic recovery. Now, I am always concerned about environmental issues, and I found two highlights in this budget, which caused me to think Mr. Paul Chan, someone who care about Hong Kong's air quality. Now, in the budget, $300 million would be allocated to implement the trial scheme of e-ferries and also to help the taxi trade to transition or switch to e-taxis. It shows that the FS is aware of the air quality problem in Hong Kong. Now, the University of Hong Kong has conducted a survey or a study concerning the economic loss caused by air pollution. It would be $41.9 billion, and also some 30,000 people would die prematurely because of poor air quality. Now, this budget will help to improve roadside air quality. I support that. But I think it is not enough to limit the scope to e-ferries and e-taxis. Now, last week in the council, I said that 47% of our nitrogen dioxide were from public transport, and also 41% of our carbon monoxide was from public transport. So for public transport, besides ferries and taxis, there are also buses and public light buses. To improve our air quality, besides the two trial schemes proposed by the Financial Secretary, we have to think comprehensively on a overall switch to new energy transport. Now, we have paid a visit to the BYD manufactured EVs. In Shenzhen, there is a full switch to e-public light buses and e-buses. Now, in Hong Kong, we are lagging behind by a decade. Now, there are different schemes under the New Energy Transport Fund for buses and public light buses companies, operators to conduct trial scheme. However, the scope is simply too limited. Now, besides financial incentives, we have to use legal means to, say, for example, require public transport services operators to adopt e or new energy transport by a certain percentage when they apply for renewal of the license. This will help the transition towards new energy transport. Now, by investing in green transport, in the long run, we can create a lot of economic benefits for our society. And also more new industries in relation to new energy transport would be created, thus contributing back to economy. So this is really something that is worth investing in. Now, if we can see the government's resolve in investing in new energy transport in the budget, this will send a clear message to society and encourage a more expeditious move towards the carbon reduction goal. Thank you.
Mr. Junho, President, after 3 years of COVID, Hong Kong is on the road to normality. I'm sure that the members of the public and the business community would very much hope that Hong Kong will be back on the right track and we can make a good living. And the pandemic affected the business activities. Some activities have ground to a halt. The administration has rolled out a whole raft of relief measures, and the government should increase revenue in order to minimize the financial burden. Taxation is one of the means to raise revenue, but in Hong Kong, we have been practicing a low tax regime, and some taxes have come down in the light of the circumstances. So we have to have a thorough discussion regarding the idea of expanding the tax base. So we have to have thorough consideration before we consider new taxes. The increase in revenue through taxation means doesn't offer much of an immediate solution. Hong Kong is back to normal. We have to activate the development of many different sectors. And there are many different companies and business sectors that need to have more cash to develop their business. But we have to face and deal with the financial burden. In order to raise revenue during the budget consultation prior to the delivery of the budget, we have suggested the increase in the betting duty for the Jockey Club. We're glad that the FS has accepted our proposal. And in the coming 5 years, so $12 billion in betting duty will be collected. I hope the administration will spend the money on the members of the public. Soccer betting is very much in demand. In the off-course betting centers, I mean, they have been closed during COVID, but in 2021-22, the Jockey Club registered a betting turnover of $290 billion. And for soccer betting, it registered $140 billion. It is a new high. And it is a rare occurrence for such an increase despite COVID. So this betting duty increase is subject to a ceiling where people can contribute. They should be made to contribute, and the money will be going to the government, and the resources will be redistributed to the members of the public. At the time of economic recovery, they are making a significant contribution. The Jockey Club gets the authority to run soccer and horse racing business, and they're doing a monopolistic business. There is a guarantee of revenue, and I'm sure that going forward, the Jockey Club should review their operational model. They should have regular review to make sure that they can maintain competitive edge and enhance their businesses. There should be more transparency of information. The Jockey Club has made a lot of contribution. According to the annual report in 2022, they have made a charity donation of $6.6 billion. And the Jockey Club has been disclosing the charitable donation on an annual basis, but there is no details regarding the distribution of this amount of money, and there is a lack of transparency there. And I hope that the Jockey Club will make improvement in this area. They should enhance the transparency as far as the information is concerned, so that the public would have access to the details of the exact expenditure and areas that the Jockey Club is rendering assistance. Other than the extra betting duty, the Jockey Club does have room to enhance the competitive edge, like the enhancement of the betting services and the payouts. There should also be betting items, betting possibilities for other sports that would prevent the money flowing into the illegal activities, and that would make the pie that much bigger, and there would be more revenue for the government. And this will not affect the charitable activities on the part of the Jockey Club. As to the overall policy of the budget, the FS has put forward some measures regarding the future, like the capital investment entrance scheme. This would also introduce more capital to Hong Kong that can be plowed into the consumption market. And also, with the change in the domicile scheme, the companies domiciled overseas can be redomiciled in Hong Kong. I hope that the administration will liaise with overseas enterprises and make adjustment to the taxation regime and attract more companies to redomicile back in Hong Kong. And also $100 million will be set aside for the Invest Hong Kong to attract family offices to Hong Kong. As to the attraction of enterprises to Hong Kong, we are doing a lot of that. Whether it is family offices and overseas enterprises, I'm sure that they will be able to create more business opportunities and job opportunities for Hong Kong, and there will be great economic benefits. I'm glad to hear that the Hong Kong Exchange will come up with reform proposals regarding the GEM board. I hope that the government will amend or will take forward the reform in this regard. In terms of cross-boundary transport, the application for cross-boundary permit should be relaxed, and the Transport Department doesn't have to work hard on this area. And with the resumption of cross-boundary travel, there will be more vehicular traffic and pedestrian traffic across the boundary. There should be more resources devoted to follow up on the work. Otherwise, there will be a build-up of the backlog. Thank you. Mr. Lam Kwong, President, with COVID behind us, Hong Kong is back to normal. It will take a bit of time for Hong Kong to be fully back to normal. The budget is a good enough budget. Despite the financial deficit, the government has rolled out the relief measures like the 5,000 CVS, the electricity tariff relief, transport subsidy, and also tax concessions. And there is also the Hello Hong Kong, Happy Hong Kong campaigns to be launched. This will foster the development of tourism and the F&B business and inject impetus in Hong Kong's economy. Hong Kong will be able to forge ahead despite the difficulties and create more opportunities for Hong Kong. Under Happy Hong Kong, there will be the gourmet marketplaces, but these are one-offs. We have to consider this sustainability. The chief executive led a delegation to the GBA in Dongguan. The cultural park left a very good impression on us. That's used to be an industrial area. They are revamping and repurposing the buildings and inject the artistic and cultural elements into this area, and this has become very much a must-see place for the young people to tie in with the new development. And there are also the car boot sales that are gaining traction in the mainland, and there are many artifacts. Last year, the HAYB has organized a number of bazaars selling the handicraft, jewelry, and handbags and so on. This has met with overwhelming response. These kind of bazaars will certainly galvanize the development of the areas. When we think of the bazaars, we think of the Temple Street and the Women Street. The Hong Kong bazaars are composed of different stores. Unlike the mainland, Taiwan, and Thailand, the bazaars are selling garments and items that are closely related to people's daily lives. And they also are selling delicacies there. The Women's Street, Temple Street, the promenade, they do have the condition to become the attractions in Hong Kong. And we can also organize certain bazaars in the housing estate squares to revitalize the local economy. The government can impose certain conditions like the heating level of food to make this idea possible, and there will be a platform for young people and women to unleash their creative potential and attract tourists from Hong Kong and overseas. Faced with the soaring prices, the transportation costs, and high cost of living, people are under a lot of pressure. In the budget, the child allowance will be increased from 120,000 to 130,000. This has been endorsed by LegCo. This will lighten the burden of raising children. Hong Kong has hit rock bottom in terms of birth rate. While we help people raise their family, we should create the right condition for people to plan to have their families. And they are spending an awful lot on this. And all the tutorial classes, interest classes, tuition fees, they cost a lot of money. The DAB is of the view that there should be allowance, tax allowance for education expenses. There can be reimbursable items for the expenditure incurred for raising the children. That would incentivize more childbirth. President will urge the administration to allow tax concession offsetting the payment for foreign domestic helpers. This kind of allowance would allow an added option. There are many working couples who hire foreign domestic helpers so that they can hold down the job. There are also elderly family members and members with special needs that need foreign domestic helpers. If we allow tax concession in this area, we will lessen the burden, and we will also be able to unleash more people into the workforce. The government is going to build 360,000 public rental housing units to meet the demand for the coming 10 years, and there will also be light public housing to supplement the gaps. I am glad to see that for the coming 10 years, the government is having these short, medium, and long-term plans. But how can we make sure that the light public housing, and particularly the NT, sufficiently attractive? We have to use the resources properly. The government should review the allocation policy. We can split up the NT zones, and we can also incorporate more data so that the applicants would be able to anticipate their future prospect. In order to lighten the burden, the government has reduced the ad valorem stamp duty to encourage more to get on the housing ladder. There are so many second-hand or the white form second-hand market applicants that are moving into the HOS market. And I think we should allow higher mortgage level. The government should activate the white form SMS market. As the buildings are getting older, the mortgage level will be lower, and I suggest that the guarantee period should be made longer so that people can get more favorable mortgage deals to encourage the turnover of these properties. There are concerns on the part of the owners that if they sell, they will not be able to trade up. And for those who have been living in the HOS for 10 years, they should be allowed to sell their flats to the green form applicants, and they will be able to trade up depending on the circumstances so as to activate the white form market. The government should be receptive to some of the ideas that have not been adopted, like the dental care. There should be more resources devoted to the dental care for the elderly. There should be oral health education. There should also be mobile dental care vehicles. And we should also review the CCF subsidy level for dental care. And there should also be fee guidelines for the fees to be charged by the dentists. I hope that the administration should consider the medical health care voucher scheme for children. From the PA to the budget, it shows that the government is really receptive to public opinions, and it shows that the government has been trying very hard to instill a better sense of well-being on the part of the public. Once again, I thank the FS for putting forward this warm and solid budget. I support the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Ranik Chan, President, we just went on a tour to the GBA, and I felt that we must see for ourselves in order to grasp the latest and updated information. The same goes for government officials. The Civil Service Academy is spending only $23 million. So divided by 180,000 civil servants, each will only get $100 or so. I hope that the government increase the amount, and the various policy bureaus should also undertake more overseas and mainland tours. Coming back to this budget, the FS chose orange as the color of the budget, and the budget proposes pursuing economic development, has set out the measures for long-term development of Hong Kong's economy. It aims to improve livelihood. It's a sweet orange, I would say, but some people may think that it's not a sweet orange. But for us, this is a very good policy or a budget. Before delivering the budget, the FS said that people are concerned about the sustainability of public finance and also revival of the economy and people's livelihood issues. So I'm going to speak about these three aspects. First, economy. Now, after 3 years of the epidemic, Hong Kong is now at the initial stage of revival, and the budget proposes to promote Hong Kong overseas, and we should also attract overseas enterprises. We should promote digital economy. We should help enterprises upgrade and transform. We should also enhance the development of traditional industries like finance, aviation, and so on. The direction is right, and the measures are good. Maybe not immediate results can be seen, but if it is on a long-term basis, we can see good results. And on the finance center, well, I'm glad to see that financial center is being placed as a priority development area. We should deepen the bond market. We should ensure that various sectors in the finance sector will be further developed. And also the non-traditional risk transfer instruments are also being mentioned. So we hope that we can have high-quality development of Hong Kong as a financial center. On digital transformation, the budget also says something. We're including promoting the digital currencies, and we also cooperate with Thailand's PromptPay. We will be using big data analytics to help banks to fetch applications, and also I Am Smart is being given a lot of resources. And the government will also strive to train up fintech talents, and there will be cross-boundary internship programs. Now, for the capital entrant investment scheme, we'll be able to attract new capital to Hong Kong to bring new opportunities to various sectors. And for the SME financing guarantee scheme will be extended to March next year. That will give further breathing space for SMEs. And also there will be tax deductions for profits tax and also non-domestic premises. And on livelihood issues, the outlook is better this year, but then different sectors differ in terms of the pace of revival. In face of the pressure to reduce public spending, the FS decided to issue consumption voucher of $5,000. That can help alleviate the economic pressure on people, and that can help consolidate our revival momentum. The FS also launches a number of measures, including reduction of tax for profits tax, salary tax, and half-month extra allowance of CSSA, OAA, and also there'll be the extension of the transport fare subsidy scheme. There will be subsidy to the electricity account and so on. This is can respond to expectations of Hong Kong people. And also there is an increase in the child allowance. Well, it's better than nothing. And also the government has been ambiguous in the issuing of bonds. And this budget has set out clearly that bonds will be used to help sustain the economic development. There will be infrastructure bonds, and this is good. And the Hong Kong people will benefit as a result. This is to be welcome. And on public finance, it is said that the reserve will be kept at 12 months of government expenditure, and it says that the public finance will continue to improve. If we have good foundations, outside people would not belittle us or look down upon us. Hong Kong is an international finance center, and overseas or international investors should have good confidence in Hong Kong. And the SVB has seen problems, and that stems from investors' confidence problem. Now, 2 credit agencies have downgraded Hong Kong's credit worthiness, but then Hong Kong's finances is good. And if Hong Kong's public finance weakens, we do not rule out that credit agencies will give us negative comments again, and our credit worthiness will be downgraded, and that will erode international investors' confidence in Hong Kong. Now, from 2014 to 2004 to 2015, we have recorded a surplus of over $800 billion. But then we have been hit by the epidemic and so on. So we have recorded a negative growth. And we must spend on public finances. And the 3 years of epidemic and the support measures involved in the $600 billion of expenditure. And in 2021, we recorded a deficit of $200 billion, and in 2023, over $10 billion in deficit was recorded. But I think I'm still confident about Hong Kong's public finances. We're still faring better than other economies, but we must show concern to long-term trends. In face of aging population and increasing public health spending, we must do something. We lack land, and we must expedite building northern metropolis and building the artificial islands and on Kao Yi Chau. And all these involve huge sums. And the government must also commit resources to sustain the economic development of Hong Kong so that we should not miss out on any opportunities. Hong Kong is unique. The linked exchange rate means that our currency must be backed fully by US dollar. And while we cannot change the approach, so the budget must aim to spend within our means. We must avoid deficit. If we cannot control spending, we must generate new revenue or adjust the tax rates. And one-off measures should also be phased out by phases. And the budget has strived to strike a balance, and then there will be a $2.4 billion special football better duty to be levied on Hong Kong Jockey Club, and also for the ad valorem stamp duty for properties, and there is another amendment. And we have to address the problems we face. In 2006, the government started a tax rate review. Unfortunately, a consensus was not reached. Whether the economy is in a good or bad shape, Hong Kong people would not welcome any tax rates increase. Well, we have used to be attracting foreign investors through a simple tax regime, but then OECD has been launching the BEPS reforms. This is a challenge for us. And in face of the budget deficits in the past 2 years and the changing global economy, a lot of people now come to realize that we must broaden the tax base and stabilize our income, and various proposals have been raised. This has never been seen in the past. And in the recent years, there has been discussion on how the government should cut costs and generate revenue. I think this is the right time for us to initiate discussion on that front. The government should invite overseas experts and academics with expertise in tax to come and discuss with us and come up with proposals to ensure that our tax regime can align with international practices and at the same time help us maintain our good economic environment. And we should avoid the situation where we'll be suffering from a great decrease in the tax revenue. So I hope that the government or the FS can put his head to it. I so submit in support of the 2023-24 appropriation bill. Mr. Stephen Ho. I'm from the agriculture and fisheries sector, so I like what I expected. Well, the budget deficit is quite big, and the FS said that we should only spend within our means. Well, we should put our limited resources to areas where it is most needed. Well, the budget has addressed people's concerns. We have a small goodie, a consumption voucher, which is good, and the budget also talks about leaping forward steadily together with bolster prosperity. I think this can be achieved. Well, for the A&F sector, I believe that in the last budget, $5 billion was earmarked for the two funds, and this year there is a blueprint for promoting the sustainable fisheries development. But then there is nothing new in this budget. Well, it presents difficulties for us. Maybe we should cooperate with the AFCD and discuss things together. And ultimately, we had to use the Wafu Estate Community Hall to gather people. Well, there was spalling on the ceiling of that community hall, so resources are inadequate. I think the FS must pay attention to this. We need support in terms of the venue. We need experts to support us. At the GBA, we saw many different new technologies, a lot of INT talents, and also A&F talents as well. I hope that the Azera government can mobilize resources to invite experts from the mainland to help us with our work. Should the EEB or the AFCD to help us with taking forward your consultation work in the bureaucratic system of the government, and it won't work if you ask the existing staff to do the work. Well, I don't think a lot can be done if you take forward the work with your existing staff. I hope that the Azera government can pay attention to this. And Mr. Ronick Shand and other members also mentioned that we should create more land. We are running short of land. And then new conflicts will arise from this. But anyway, I will not argue with the Azera government on this. Theoretically, we have to try to resolve conflicts together with the government in the course of Hong Kong's development. Now, the HYAB secretary is here. The HYAB can help us. But then for the Development Bureau, if there are land creation projects, they will do investigation work. There will be liaison teams which will collect views from the residents and try to explain the policies to the residents, how they will be relocated, how compensation will be dispersed, and so on. But then I recall that when we worked on the NT Northeast development projects, these outsourced teams are actually teams of social workers. They were actually inciting the farmers to go against the Azera government. And they actually took a team to my office to make a protest. Well, they took a group of farmers to come to my office to discuss compensation. What's the use of doing that? I could not give you an answer. And ultimately, they would criticize me, saying that I was useless and they should go directly to the government to make a protest. I said that you cannot deploy these people in your work. Now, the NSL has been enacted, but the government is still using that kind of approach and those groups of people. In my office, we have seen people inciting farmers to antagonize us. And actually, we have already made an agreement with the farmers. And I asked them why the farmers were coming to us. And then the farmer said that the social workers asked me to sign a petition and come to your office to protest. So this is what happened. If the SAR government still uses these community liaison teams, then that won't work. Please stop doing that. I will do the liaison work for you. So let's not allow them to create chaos. Well, I have worked very hard to agree with the farmers on the setting up of a pig farm. And then ultimately, people objected to this idea again. So please use a team which loves Hong Kong and loves the country in your work, and people who can help you resolve your conflicts and who would not spark conflicts. And then thirdly, I hope that you can help invite mainland talents to Hong Kong. There are different types of talents. Well, say for livestock farming, not many high caliber personnel are working in the sector who have a specialty in their professions. Before the GBA tour, I went to Kwa Tu, the multi-story pig farm in Guangzhou. There are 9 blocks there. And I asked them how the talents today are different from the talents several years ago. And then they said that 30% of their staff are university graduates. And they have hired more engineers and vets to operate an AI-operated live pig farms. But then when the government works on the sustainable fisheries blueprint, they just used the old people. There were not any experts who are specialized in AI and engineering to help them, and also for technical stuff. We lack people who have experience in running the farms. We need to rely on the supplementary labor scheme to help to import workers. The figures each year, there's our government imposes a fee of $400 per month for every imported worker. So for the whole of ANF sector, $5 to $7 million have been collected from the ANF sector each year for this scheme. But you are dispersing us only a dozen or so $1 million each year, and then you are collecting $5 to $7 million from us. And they said the sum is spent on training talents to help with the ANF sector. But over the years, have not seen any results from that. You are not giving us the needed staff. But then you have collected fees from us. Can you talk to the LWB whether you would not collect the sum from us, but rather ask us to do our own training? Maybe we can ask some policy planning experts to help us. I don't need you to train up labor for us. And then I would like to say something about transformation. Well, Hong Kong's ANF sector is unique. We are relatively closed, so to speak. Our licenses can be transferred to another person, but then there will not be new licenses issued. So if you want to operate a pig farm, then you have to buy a license from me. So naturally, I will pass on the license to my son. So the government should change its mindset. First, whether you can try to explore collaborating with the state-owned enterprises on the mainland. And you should not just stick to the old regulation in your regulatory approach. Hopefully, more adjustments can be made. Last word, we need to upgrade and transform. And we also like to collaborate with the mainland on ensuring food safety. Well, the Jockey Club has a green corridor. It has a farm in Songhuajiang. So it's like a co-location arrangement, so to speak. So can we open up a new path for food supply in Hong Kong?
Mr. Chan Shih-hung, President, I speak in support of the 2023 Appropriation Bill. This is the first budget after our resumption of cross-boundary travel and also connection with the mainland. Now, the budget is in orange color. It shows the warmth and the hope for the future. Now, this is a deficit budget. However, the Financial Secretary is still doing his best and allocates 80% of the resources to SMEs and the general public. I support the issuance of $5,000 consumption voucher scheme to eligible people, as well as the capital entrance scheme and also the extension of public transport fare subsidy scheme. Now, the budget has considered sustainability of the public finance as well as investing in a green future, creating capacity for high-quality developments to align with the development strategies of the 8 centers under the National 14th Five-Year Plan. It steers us on a good path. Now, the epidemic has hit the global economy hard. Now, with the easing of the epidemic, countries are lifting social distancing measures. And Hong Kong is one of the slower regions in terms of opening up its boundaries. Now, according to the Financial Secretary, we still have contractions in the first 2 months of the year. However, in March, the situation has taken a turn for the better. The Hong Kong SAR government must prioritize in speeding up the trend of recovery. Now, the expected fiscal deficit is some $100 billion high. However, the government is still exempting profits tax and also exempting rates for domestic properties with a cap of $1,000 and also extending the public transport fare subsidy scheme. I support all these measures. The government is trying to help the public to tide over this downturn and prepare them for a recovery. Now, I am happy to see the coming back of the capital investment entrance scheme. Now, I believe that for financial services talents and also businesses, they should be required to invest a certain proportion of their capital into green and sustainable finance. This will help develop our green and sustainable finance system, as well as preparing us for our future role. Now, in terms of environmental goal, the government is trying to reach the 2050 carbon neutrality goal. Now, we have the 1-for-1 replacement scheme. It drives up the first registration of EVs in Hong Kong. Now, however, there is the problem of charging facilities. Now, the combined figures of charging facilities only amounts to some 3,000. 10 EVs are fighting for one charging post. It is definitely insufficient. The taxi trade gets the 100% loan guarantee scheme. This is a scheme to encourage taxi owners to transition to e-taxis. Similarly, the taxi drivers are worried about the lack of charging posts. Now, the EV charging at home scheme is very popular. Now, there will be some 2,000 car parks with some 140,000 charging facilities in housing estates. Still, there is a serious shortage of public charging facilities. There should be a KPI on the number of public charging posts on the streets over the territories. And also, EVs only accounts for 30% of the total number of cars purchased. In the year 2022, it accounted for 39%, short of half. Now, there will be some 1,000 electric commercial vehicles purchased by the government, but there is only some 10 EVs purchased by the FEHD. The number is too low. Now, I suggest the government setting up KPIs to encourage departments to embrace EVs. And also, $200 million has been set aside for bus operators to conduct the trial scheme on hydrogen cell fuel buses and heavy goods vehicles. I support this because of our topography and also our climate. EVs may not be a feasible mode for our public transport and heavy goods vehicle. On the other hand, hydrogen fuel cell may be one option. The government must legislate to regulate for the efforts. Otherwise, we will see similar situation like what we had last year, where hydrogen fuel cell vehicles were not allowed to run in the city. Now, technology is advancing at a very rapid pace. Our neighbors and also the mainland are moving very fast. However, we are too slow. We have to integrate into the GBA developments and complement the development of green transport in GBA. Now, I suggest the government incorporating green elements in our infrastructure projects. It will prepare us for our smart city developments and also smart infrastructure. However, there is not much mentioning of green transport in the budget. Only $200 million are set aside for development of hydrogen fuel cell vehicles under the new Energy Transport Fund. This is not enough. There should be other funding scheme to encourage the trial of green energy vehicles and also collaborates with the mainland to develop carbon-free transport. KYC Artificial Island and the Northern Metropolis are our key focuses. Now, with the Northern Metropolis, it will create a dual engine. Now, the KYC Artificial Island will become our CBD-free. These are the most important engines for us. Now, I support the infrastructure-led and capacity-creating philosophy. There should be development of infrastructure in terms of railways and major roads to enhance the connection between these two engines with the GBA. Now, this involves huge financial commitments. There should be a comprehensive financing plan for funding these two projects, including introducing green bonds and infrastructure bonds and introducing PPP model. Now, we have to comply with Article 107, that is, we have to spend with the means to prevent structural deficits. I support the infrastructure bond idea. This will cater for the major financial commitments for infrastructure projects. Now, it is expected that there will be some $300 billion injected into infrastructure projects. We need more manpower in the construction industry. The Construction Industry Council expects that the manpower shortage will exacerbate to some 40,000 in year 2027. Now, we have to protect local jobs. However, we still have to import labors from overseas and also apply advanced technology to reduce the manpower need and also provide a safe working environment for workers. In terms of I&T promotion, I'm happy that my idea has been adopted. That is, more incentives are offered to promote collaboration between the research sectors, the academic, the government, and the private sector. Now, $10 billion are allocated for research institutes to set up thematic laboratories, and also $3 billion and $6 billion are set aside for development of advanced AI as well as microelectronics. This will speed up the one-to-N process of products of research commercialization of research products. Now, all in all, I think this budget can achieve its goal to help us leap forward steadily and bolster prosperity and also help us create a better future. Now, like Mr. Xiaolong said, we have to ensure that the patriots in the administration can help the government to address livelihood issues. I support the Appropriation Bill 2023. I so submit. Thank you. Ms. Nixie Lam. Thank you, President. This year, we have finally emerged from the epidemic and we have resumed cross-boundary travel completely. And some say that we have resumed full normalcy. However, for many industries, the situation is still very uncertain. There's still a long way to go before we achieve full recovery. So the government must reasonably make more commitments to help industries to recover and bolster the good trend so that we can proceed steadily on the path to prosperity. Say, for example, in paragraph 42, there is the 100% loan guarantee scheme for travel agency, and the travel agency incentive scheme would be extended, and also more allocations. There would be more resources allocated to attract more MICE activities and major events to host in Hong Kong. Now, this is good for the travel industry. According to some in the industry, however, the government must extend the help for travel industry. Now, the quota place for this scheme has been extended to 500, so I applaud that. However, over the past few years, the travel industry was completely at a standstill. Many people have switched jobs, and also the travel agency owners have been struggling to stay afloat. They were paying rent with no income. Now, the situation is bad now. There's high interest rates, and banks are tightening their loan facilities. So how can they get a loan to help them recover and resume business? There are different loan schemes, true. However, for the service industry, the key is to have the manpower. Now, after 3 years of struggle, they cannot make a good offer to attract talents. And also, we cannot ask these travel talents to return to their original position in a short period of time. The government must revisit different schemes, say, for example, enhancing or extending the cultural and heritage tourism incentive scheme to boost the recovery trend. Now, with better transport, the money will come. I am happy to see that the government is allocating more resources to boost the transport and logistics trade. Say, for example, a $200 million injection to the METF, as well as different training programs for young people in the GBA. Now, these are good, but these are only long-term measures. Yesterday, I went to Tuen Mun to see a job fair of the aviation industry. Now, there weren't many people. We are short some 30,000 people in the aviation industry. The same situation applies to other industry. Now, the unemployment rate has dropped to 3.1%. Now, but there is a general shortage of labor, from white-collar jobs to blue-collar jobs. Now, we are talking about transitioning and upgrading industries. And by year 2035, the government would stop registration for new diesel vehicles. However, we are short 700 technicians to repair traditional diesel vehicles or petrol-driven vehicles. So what about the talents for repairing EVs? We don't have them. Now, we have to cater for the change in the trade as well. We have to revisit the manpower demand. We have to work with the VTC to plan ahead for our talent supply. We can't just address the symptoms every time and be reactive. Now, the pressing issues are these. We have to invest in the future. Now, in terms of supporting INT, green technology, as well as cultural and arts, there are a lot of measures. However, we can't just use money to encourage the creation of emerging industries. We have to build a good ecosystem and also nurture talents and combine the strength with our GBA neighbors. We have to achieve high-quality development and also equip our youth and the trades to grasp and acquire the skills and technologies required for this transition. Now, in terms of nurturing I&T talents, I'm happy to see that paragraph 139 mentioned $3 billion allocation to support schools to conduct extracurricular activities in relation to information technology with a cap of 1 million per school. This can nurture students' interest in I&T. Still, the program contents must keep abreast with time. We are always talking about STEM or STEAM and their meaning. Now, to inspire creativity, we have to extend the reach to life in general rather than just textbook. Now, in primary and secondary schools, we are focusing on academic skills rather than hands-on skill. Now, not to mention 3D printing and so on, students are not confident in using a screwdriver. Now, last week at the special FC meeting, I asked about the efficacy or the results of the GPA youth employment scheme. Now, there are 3,000 job vacancies, but only 1,000 young people were employed. It shows a mismatch between the skills of our young people and the actual requirements of the jobs. Now, we have to work together with primary and secondary schools as well as the I&T industry to timely update the program contents of our science subjects and also enrich the learning experience of students. Only by this can we create a strong talent pool for our future role. Now, in paragraphs 126 and 129, there is support for Hong Kong's creative industry. Now, it is a response to the National 14th Five-Year Plan's role given to Hong Kong as an East meets West cultural melting pot. Now, the government has been allocating more resources to arts and culture. $6 billion have been allocated each year. However, the results are not felt by the public. Now, it shows that there is room for improvement in terms of matching the funding with the actual atmosphere in society. There are still parents saying that arts and culture are not helpful in terms of life. However, the potential value is huge in these industries. The government must work with academic sector and also schools. We have to tell young people that there are a future for arts and culture, and there should be an established career ladder for them. In terms of industry, ecosystem, we have to engage in debates on how we can ensure synergy between creative industry and other industries so as to enrich the career ladder. President, this year's budget is very useful in helping us to emerge from the epidemic. Now, despite the huge fiscal deficit, the government is striking a balance between helping the people and also maintaining fiscal prudence. Now, this is a crucial period when we are moving from stability to prosperity. The next few years are very important. I hope that this budget can help us seize the opportunity and increase our growth impetus and also bring us new hope. I so submit. Thank you.
Dr. So Chang-Wing. President, in the first budget of the administration, it devotes a lot of coverage to how we can come out of the pandemic and take Hong Kong forward. The budget has the best of intention. We have $130 billion of fiscal deficit. The administration still spend the money where it should, and 80% of resources have been devoted to the members of the public and also the SMEs. And the budget seeks to improve the welfare sector and has also put together a lot of initiatives to improve the economic sector. In the first 2 months of this year compared with the same period last year has registered a drop of 24%. It shows that Hong Kong is still under a lot of stress, and the business sector is crying out for support. This budget is providing a lot of timely measures, like the $5,000 consumption voucher scheme to tide the members of the public through the difficult periods post-COVID. There is also a whole series of relief measures and also the extension of the application period for the 100% loan guarantee scheme for the SMEs and a whole series of other measures. The budget is tying in with a lot of economic initiatives. It goes to show that the government is trying to grow the economy, support the livelihood, and make investment for the long-term future of Hong Kong. I feel that the budget is in line with the actual needs of Hong Kong. It has provided the timely relief measures to different sectors. The association that I serve has put forward a lot of proposals, and most of them have been taken on board by the Financial Secretary. So the Financial Secretary has been receptive to public opinions and different comments before putting together the budget, and it was really pragmatic in its approach. After the delivery of the budget, the Financial Secretary tried his best to explain the details of the budget and try to convince the members of the public. It goes to show that the new term administration has the courage to improve the governance. And I'm grateful to the Financial Secretary for the efforts that he put in. At the Special Finance Committee, I raised a lot of questions regarding the budget. There are, however, still a couple of questions that I'd like to put to the FS. In the budget, different initiatives come with a price tag, like the INT, the traditional Chinese medicine, $500 billion will be set aside. However, in terms of the youth development, district administration, the healthcare for the community, the northern metropolis, the budget only refer to them without any specific price tag put to them. And there are no blueprints, and there are no specific details, and the financial budget set aside for all these various items. Second, in 2023-24, we're going to have a deficit of $54 billion. It would not be optimistic until 2027. I agree that in order to inject impetus into the economy, we do not have to keep expenditure within the limit of the revenue. But I think we still have to consider the possibility of raising revenue, because otherwise it would undermine the credit rating of Hong Kong. It would also undermine the business environment in Hong Kong. In terms of raising revenue, there is much in the way of any proposal. I know that the FS has got some ideas in mind, but are you going to be disclosing more effective measures in order to boost our confidence? Are you going to be increasing the cash holdings in the reserves? Are you going to be maintaining steady investment returns? We have seen a 17% drop in our investment returns in the world. Still, the exchange fund manages to achieve only a loss of 4%. In the exchange fund, 9% is attributed to the cash holdings. In the bond market and also the equity market, there is still a lot of uncertainties out there. If we have higher amount of cash holdings, that would mitigate the losses that incurred in the equity and the bond markets. We have a deficit of $140 billion. The exchange fund may sustain the loss of $202.4 billion. I don't think we should mention them in the same breath, but this is something that belongs to the public coffers. Third, during the consultation on the budget, I've been urging the government to boost the RMB-denominated market. And also in March, I've also suggested that we should leverage our advantage on Hong Kong being the offshore renminbi hub. If we can boost this area, it would be critical to the internationalization of the RMB. And it would mean a lot to the development of an RMB-denominated asset market. It would be conducive to the expansion of our financial market and also enhance the attractiveness of Hong Kong being such a market. It would certainly boost the connectivity between Hong Kong and the mainland and minimize the reliance on the US dollar. And we can maximize the advantages that we have here in Hong Kong that the New York or London markets don't have. And this will also be conducive to the internationalization of the RMB. At a time when the picture is so uncertain outside, this is a good opportunity for us to develop in this area. I'm sure that the FS would understand this better than anybody else. However, in the budget, there is very little coverage devoted to this. So will the FS be boosting the development of this area and intensify the development? With these words, President, I support the appropriation bill. Ms. Edward Lau. President, I rise to speak in support of the Appropriation Bill 2023. We have been pushing the development of NT North. I thank the administration for taking on board many of our suggestions. I agree with an administration that the Northern Metropolis represents the engine of our future development. It is also an INT base. It will promote the high-quality economic cooperation and collaboration between Hong Kong and the mainland, and for Hong Kong to be integrated into the national development. The Northern Metropolis will release more land for better quality of life for the members of the public. For the Northern Metropolis to be a success and for it to be a growth engine for Hong Kong and for it to resolve the housing problem, there is so much that has to be done. So the policy bureaus will be announcing the policy framework for the Northern Metropolis. I look forward to the details there. I said that the government should have a good enough top-level design in taking forward the Northern Metropolis, we should also leverage our geographical advantages and develop the port economy. While developing the I&T sector, we should consider the population mix and create more diverse job opportunities in the Northern Metropolis to improve the imbalance there. Given the geographical proximity to Shenzhen, we can not only develop the I&T, we should also leverage the 6 or 7 ports with the mainland and develop the economy there. I don't think we should be sticking to the conventional policies. We should not consider the boundaries as the boundary control points regulating the flow of people and goods. These should become the converging point for people and plan our development there. In Shenzhen, just a river away, they have had the experience of developing port economy. They have laid a pretty good foundation for future development. In Shenzhen, they have achieved really marvelous results in I&T development, but port economy is very much the engine of growth. And we can benefit from this kind of connectivity. The Shenzhen, the port office suggests that in order to have mutual benefits from the development of Langtang, Sha-Tao-Kok, there is the port development belt to enhance the radiation into the mainland and to deepen the cooperation between Hong Kong and Shenzhen. Compared with the mainland, the Northern Metropolis policy hasn't incorporated into this port economy idea. In February this year, we have commenced the Lentang's Hong Yunwai boundary control point. This cost us $30 or $30 billion. This is very much a transport interchange. We're not using the advantages of the port area to maximize the benefits. If you look across at Lentang, they have the shopping malls, residential dwellings. It is also connected by the metro. They do have really amazing plans to build up the area, and they are way ahead of us in terms of planning. So I support the Northern Metropolis and the I&T development there, but I urge the administration that they should have the top-level mindset, and I hope that up and down the administration there will be a change in their mindset in taking forward the Northern Metropolis. We have to approach this from the angle of integrating Hong Kong into the national development of the mainland. And we should also plan the development according to the unique features of different control points. And we should consider having some plans for port economy. In Shenzhen, Sha-Tao-Kok is being redeveloped, and the same can be said about Huanggang. We should seize the opportunity to communicate with the mainland and achieve some breakthrough in our policies. The co-location of facilities would be a good idea. In Macau, they have already put in place such facilities. We keep talking about integrating into the national development. There is so much contact with the mainland. We should make some changes in this area. At least co-location of the customs and immigration facilities would be the best way to go. President, Many people talk about the Cao Yichao reclamation. Some said that this is coming with a high price tag. Wouldn't it be cheaper to develop the brownfield sites? Shouldn't we develop the northern metropolis first before we get on with the Cao Yichao reclamation? In the light of experience, our bottleneck, our shortcomings are that we don't have sustainable land supply to sustain our development. So we are only starting on the creation of land. We're lagging really far behind. I don't think we have the luxury to say that we should choose either one of them. I think the two should go in tandem. In early days, the 85,000 PRX units experience is telling us that there may be cycles of economic development. I don't think that because of the changes in the economic situation doesn't mean that we should be swayed from our original intent. The NT North, Kutong North, Hongshui Kyo, Kutong, we have seen a lot of NDA developments. In these two NDAs, they go back to the early days of the reunification. But in 2002, there was a sharp, dramatic turn in the housing policy, and the whole thing has ground to a halt. And the northern and the in 1998, Ping Che Taguling NDA was also halted. In 2002-03, we have halted the large-scale development of land, and this has caused the scarcity of land, and this also sowed the seed of the housing problems. And that explains the ever-rising numbers in subdivided flats, and the housing is most unaffordable in the world, and the living areas in Hong Kong rank the bottom in the league table in the world. I don't think we should be calling this reclamation to a halt willy-nilly, which is providing us with 1,000 hectares of land. I've been assisting a lot of brownfield site operators in NT. We know full well that the cost of land resumption would not be any cheaper than if we were to go ahead with the reclamation. So against this background, I think that Hong Kong should seize all opportunities to create land for future development. We should have sustainable supply of land for high-quality development. We should also have more in the way of land bank for the development of different industries, and also to improve the quality of life for the people of Hong Kong. So I think that the government should formulate the right policy and have regard to the macro picture and keep the reclamation there. Thank you.
Mr. Rincon. President, I speak in support of the Appropriation Bill 2023. I'm grateful for the FS for earmarking 80% of the expenditure on people of Hong Kong, the SMEs. The community is very concerned about our public finance, but the FS insists that he accords priority to people's welfare. This is the first budget of the current term government. In face of the uncertain global economy and also the uncertainties in export trade, the government must liaise better with the international world and at the same time address long-standing livelihood problems so that deep-seated conflicts can be resolved. So the government faces multiple challenges. It has a heavy duty. I will be speaking on three aspects and making specific suggestions. First, in the budget, about the grassroots. From early days on, grassroots formed the basis of achieving stability in a society. The budget attaches importance to the grassroots. The government strives to narrow the wealth gap, and we have been hit by the epidemic for 3 years, and we have a budget deficit, and the SL government has been cutting down on the goodies and say for those hard hit by the grassroots, the hard-hit grassroots, there is only one-off subsidy, and there is only the electricity subsidy, and so on. The government, well, it's understandable. The government has cut back on the goodies in face of these challenges, but in the course of all these, can we ensure that there is fairness in poverty alleviation in helping the poor? The budget has not come up with a coordinated policy to help the poor. Hong Kong is a typical capitalist society. The wealth gap is very wide. This is all known for by everyone. We have a lot of high skyscrapers, and we have a lot of inadequate housing. This all reflect the wealth gap here in Hong Kong. The central authorities have clearly stipulated that we should improve livelihood in Hong Kong. We should resolve the deep-seated conflicts in Hong Kong. And if we are to do that, we should improve the living conditions of the poor. In the 2012 report on the poverty situation in Hong Kong, in 2020, there were 1.65 million poor people in Hong Kong, and the poverty rate is 23%. And the poverty rate is the highest since 2009. There is no updated figure yet, but I don't think in 2023 the poverty situation will improve compared to 3 years ago. Now, the epidemic has been with us for 3 years. A lot of unfairness, unfair situations have surfaced, and the poor in dire straits. All the more we need the government to help improve the situation. Poverty straddles a lot of areas. And now, under the epidemic, grassroots women have been plunged into poverty, and handicapped people would not be able to find a job during the epidemic, and carers have to take care of the aged in the home, and they cannot join the workforce. And these people have the aspiration for a better living, a better life, but they are helpless, and they don't have any policy support, and they can only bear the burden themselves. So the government must analyze the problems faced by these groups. There should be better coordination within the government. The government should come up with a roadmap for alleviating poverty in Hong Kong, and it should bring hope to those in dire straits. And as the society advances, the poor will not be left behind. And also the garrison stationing in Hong Kong. The housing has been a problem, and 200 people are living in subdivided units, and a lot of people have not been able to allocate it a PRH unit. Housing is a core problem in Hong Kong, and it's an issue close to the heart of Hong Kong people. It has to do with the sense of happiness people have. And the government has the determination to solve the problem. A number of measures have been proposed, and support measures are being rolled out. The government has formulated KPIs. Land has been identified to make available 360,000 PRH units, and 14,000 transitional housing units will be coming on stream in the next 2 years. It's good to have a target, but then does the HA has the capability to build all these housing units? Should we be counting on the HA only? This has been called into question. In an early meeting, I have raised this issue. It's not difficult to set a target, but how can we maximize the use of our resources to achieve the target? This is the challenging aspect. And the budget says that there will be a pilot scheme on private developer participation in subsidized housing. This is a first step in reforming the housing construction sector. That is to deal with the inadequate capacity of housing authority. If we are to install further vitality in the housing development of PRH, we look forward to the government rolling out more policy to encourage private developers to join in in building public housing. The government has also floated the idea of light public housing. Now, there have been strong reactions because of the high costs, and we have approved $14.9 billion for the scheme. The government must come up with responses to address people's concerns, and the government must update us more frequently on how they're spending the $14.9 billion. The government must address people's concerns, answer people's questions. It should do the best publicity work to make sure that people's worries are allayed. And the government must also generate new revenue and cut down on spending, in particular for this project. Lastly, rule of law is another of my concern. Rule of law is not a brand new concept. Well, for a long time, rule of law symbolizes Hong Kong. It's a Hong Kong brand. And this has to do with the fact that Hong Kong government has done a lot in the legal sector. We must continue with this very fine tradition. We must build a society with the rule of law. And the key lies in the fact that we must educate the public on laws. It's not that people are deliberately flouting the law, but then some people are ignorant the law and they are caught inadvertently by the law. Now, there are labor laws and laws related to livelihood issues. These are relevant to Hong Kong people, but then in the budget, nothing is mentioned about popularizing legal education in Hong Kong. So this has been a shortfall all along. And so this will not be conducive to popularizing legal education and will not be conducive to building a good legal infrastructure. We must ensure that the whole community knows about the rule of law. We must explain the law to Hong Kong people. We must explain the legal cases. We must enhance the legal aid system. So these must be embarked on by the government. Now, I think we should seek a people-oriented approach in whatever to do. We must gain people's heart. Now, we are at a critical juncture, and we should put people first in whatever we do. Every Hong Kong person has a part to play in developing Hong Kong, and the government has the duty to share the fruit of economic success with everyone. And the government must enhance the sense of happiness among Hong Kong people. This is the key to high-quality development in Hong Kong. I so submit. Mr. Lai Tong Kwok. I speak in support of the Appropriation Bill 2023. This is the first budget of the current term government. Now, as the epidemic subsides and the borders have been reopened, the government has put up a number of measures to attract tourists. For example, Hello Hong Kong, Happy Hong Kong campaign. The details have been announced, and some of the projects have been launched. The government has spared no effort in taking care of people. Consumption voucher has continued to be dispersed. Different measures are rolled out to help the grassroots. There is electricity account subsidy and also extra half month allowance for OAL, ACSSA, and so on. Overall, this budget is spending where it's necessary, and is a good policy. Is a good budget, and the New People's Party appreciates particularly that the current term government also knows how to save costs and generate revenue. It has taken on board our suggestion that there should be a extra football betting duty. Since 2003, when football betting was allowed, football betting, the betting amount has increased substantially, and Some people have even joked that a couple of years down the road, the Hong Kong Jockey Club should be renamed Hong Kong Football Betting Club to reflect their main revenue source. In any case, the cost for football betting is much lower than horse racing. And on the same time, Hong Kong is like other places. We do not issue more than one license. So hence, the government should increase the betting duty. The government is levying more football betting duty. We suggested that the betting duty be raised from 50% to 80%, but the government's proposal is better. There will be an annual $2.4 billion football betting duty to be levied for 5 years, and the original betting duty rate will remain unchanged. This can ensure that there is steady revenue for the government. So every year, the government is assured of $2.5 billion in revenue. So it's conducive to the government for long-term planning. And at the same time, there is a definite period of 5 years set out, and the betting duty has not been raised. So during this period, the government can watch out for the impact on the jockey club before charting the way forward. So the government has taken on board the New People's Party's suggestion of increasing betting duty and has fine-tuned our proposal. And the jockey club has pledged that it will not cut back on the charitable donations to local charities. We once again thank the government and support this proposal. Also, the SL government has also heeded the New People's Party to enhance the child allowance amount. Not only the New People's Party, but other parties have made the same request, saying that we should introduce a progressive child allowance tax rate to encourage childbirth. The budget has something on this, where only $120,000 be increased to $130,000, but it does not suffice. I hope that next year more innovative measures should be introduced. I don't want to dwell on this matter, but I would like to raise one point. Even though the government has increased the child allowance, on the issue of encouraging childbirth, I think the government differs from us in our stance. The budget and also last year in the relevant bill passed in the electrical last week, the government's attitude on this is just that the taxpayers would have more capability to take care of the child and their disposable income will be increased. But the stance has not been changed in that they should not excessively interfere in people, whether in encouraging people to give birth. The United Nations has announced the population numbers around the world, showing that Hong Kong's birth rate is the lowest among the world. I'm very concerned about the child birth rate in Hong Kong. This is nothing new. I have seen this trend coming all along, and the SL government stance on childbirth is what matters most. The budget just made a small change to the basic child allowance. This should just be the first step. The government must think hard on how to deal with the situation of the low childbirth rate in Hong Kong. Now, another issue that I would like to follow up on, and that is the $2 transport fare concession scheme. This scheme has been extended to people over 60 years old, and in 2022 to 23, even when the epidemic was serious, deterring people from going out, the expenditure on the scheme was a double. that of the previous years to the tune of $3 billion. And what is most staggering is this is an annual recurring expenditure. It is incurred on an annual basis, and as the population ages, this amount will only go up and not go down. So at the Special FC, I've been following up on this. I have asked for the reimbursement to the various transport operators. I found that the MTRC has netted a much higher amount from the government, and buses and ferries get double the amount, and for MTRC is getting 3 times the amount. The administration said that the increase is really substantial, and they think that the reason is that because for those aged 60 to 64, they have commuting patterns different from that of other elderly. Some of them are actually working people. And if that is the case, I have to ask whether the actually scheme has deviated from the original policy intent, and that is to encourage the PWDs and the elderly to actually go out to the community more. I would not be asking the government to change the scheme. But then we see that since the implementation of this scheme, serious problems have arisen, and that is people are taking long-haul buses for short journeys. And this problem is worsening. The government must think hard on how to cut down on unnecessary subsidy.
Mr. Kingsley Wong. Thank you, President. This budget has proposed a series of alleviation measures. It is a response to the FTU's request, that is, we have to proceed steadily. This will consolidate our recovery efforts. So the FTU supports the budget. Now, on the 1st of July last year, President said that we have to share the fruit of economic development equally among our people. The Hong Kong SAR government must work towards the well-being of our people. Now, the government must be robust on both economic development as well as helping people's livelihood. We have to promote high-quality employment as well as cross-boundary collaboration on alleviating livelihood issues. We have to enhance the sense of gains and sense of happiness of our people. We have to ensure that there is adequate housing for everyone and achieve social harmony. Now, the budget is a blueprint for combining an effective government and an effective market. Now, in terms of manpower planning, the FTU thinks there are 2 major directions. We have to give priority to local workers, and also we have to share the fruits of economic development among people. Now, our labor participation rate is only 56%. It is the lowest among the Asian countries. Now, for unmarried women at prime rate who are unmarried, now their labor participation rate would be 90%. For married women at prime rate, however, the participation rate is only 45%. Now, there are a lot of circumstances constraining the participation of women in labor force. First, the traditional role accorded to women, that they should take care of the household after marriage, and also after giving birth, there is not much child support policy for them. And also, there are other policies which discourage participation in the labor force. Now, because of the income limit for old age living allowance, lots of old age people are reluctant to get a job. Otherwise, they would lose the eligibility. Now, the FTU supports encouragement, giving more incentives for women to participate in the labor force, and also higher tax allowance for them. But I think there should be more proactive pro-employment policy. Say, for example, in Singapore, to encourage employment, there is flexible working arrangements for mothers, and also there are tax allowance for working mothers. And also the Singaporean government is actively expanding childcare policy. In Hong Kong, however, the usage rate of our child care centers are only 10%. Now, many child care centers in community would close at 6 p.m. sharp. Parents simply do not have time to get their children at child center after work in time. Now, the FTU has conducted a survey. We have surveyed 389 people. 39% of the youth are pessimistic about their career path. 49% of the youth consider them to be working poor. Now, the budget mentioned the governments would invest more in education and training and encourage diversified development pathway for young people, including financial service internship scheme as well as the GBA aviation internship scheme for young people. These are very good, but we should review and enhance our program contents of our VPET as well as UGC-funded university programs in accordance with our 8 roles under the National 14th Five-Year Plan to encourage more upward mobility for young people. And also, we can't neglect VPAT or vocational training. There should be a one-stop training pathway for young people to help them, to convince them that there is a future if they choose the VPAT pathway. This will also help diversify our economy. President, the policy address last year said that manpower is a key pillar for our economic development, and they should be allowed to share our economic growth. However, grassroots people and the grassroots workers are deprived of this opportunity. Now, many employers are saying that they can't employ anyone, even if they are raising the remuneration package by 30%. Now, according to the survey, the lowest 20% of workers are actually having their real income reduced after the deducting inflation. Now, we have to introduce the yearly review for standard statutory minimum wage to ensure that there is a scientific system for reviewing the formula. This will ensure that there is a better sense of gain and happiness for the grassroots workers. President, a robust retirement protection scheme is also a source of happiness. Now, we have MPF. We have been striving to encourage the creation of better MPF products to make sure that the hard-earned money of grassroots people is safe in the banks. Now, we support the government requiring some MPF schemes to allocate a certain proportion of the MPF contribution to government-issued bonds products. Now, we want a timetable for this, and also MPF should be allowed to invest in silver bonds to enhance security. Now, MPF is the safety net for some 3 million working people. Now, many policies and enhancements would be tied in with the eMPF platform, say, for example, abolition of offsetting mechanism as well as the reduction of administrative costs. However, the government said there would be a delay of 8 months for the eMPF platform to come online. So can the government catch up with the lag and also speed up the process and update us regularly on the progress of eMPF development? And the government has been allocating a lot of resources to health. In year 2023 to 24, the estimates is some $124 billion, accounting for 90% of the government's recurrent expenditure. Now, there will be the introduction of the GBA patients support program as an extension of the special program during the epidemic. I support that. We think we should expand the scope of the program to hospitals beyond the University of Hong Kong Shenzhen Hospital. Say, for example, we can collaborate with grade 3A hospitals and also Hong Kong managed hospitals in the GBA for the scheme. And also there is a long waiting queue for operations in the mainland. Now, 400,000 people from Hong Kong are living in the GBA, and more than 300,000 of them are living in the Guangdong province. Many of them don't have any relatives in Hong Kong, and it would be best for them to have their healthcare needs met in the mainland. Now, in Hong Kong, for orthopedics department and some other specialist departments, the waiting time can be as long as 8 years. Hong Kong is one of the GBA cities. It is only natural for the government to use public money to subsidize or help Hong Kong citizens to receive medical treatment or even operations on the mainland. This will also alleviate the stress on our healthcare system. I urge the government to enhance collaboration in health with other GBA cities. This can alleviate and meet the medical needs of Hong Kong people and mainland and our comrades in the mainland as well. And there should also be sharing of health records across the border. Thank you. Ms. Connie Lam. Thank you, Mr. Deputy. I speak in support of the Appropriation Bill 2023. I thank the Financial Secretary for proposing a number of measures in the budget to help the government. Despite the $100 billion deficit, the government is still allocating public money to help the public's needs and also promote long-term development. This budget has struck a balance between different aspirations. There is warmth and there is depth. Now also, this budget has laid the building blocks for our long-term development, now including consumption voucher scheme and also reduction of profits tax and salary tax, and also waiving domestic properties rates for the first 2 quarters, VAT-free, and also making Hong Kong an international green and sustainable finance center. The measures cover a wide range of industries. This is an extraordinary budget. Now, concerning caring and programs in relation to inclusivity, there are lots of mentioning, and I welcome these. And there is a lot of mentioning of empowering women and also childcare, as well as supporting carers. Now, in terms of carer support, it is the first time the government include them as an important target in the budget. I welcome the measures rolled out for supporting carers, say for example the supporting hotline. Now we have a serious shortage of social workers in Hong Kong. I wonder whether there are enough social workers to man the 24-hour hotline. I hope the government can live up to its promise and also make better plannings for future manpower needs. Now, in terms of regularizing the 2 allowance schemes for carers, now we have some 164,000 unpaid carers in Hong Kong. However, the government is still studying to relax the eligibility threshold for carer allowance, say for example, exclusivity between disability allowance and old age living allowance. I think we should relax the threshold more. And also there should be better transport subsidies for carers. For those people with medium to high level disability, even with carers accompanying them, they still have a lot of difficulties riding public transport. Many of them have to rely on e-hailing services, say for example, taxis for the disabled. So I think the government should offer regular transport subsidy for these people, and also there should be friendly policies for carer at workplace, say for example, carer holidays and also flexible working hours, so that the carers can take care of their charge and also join the labor market. Now, I thank the government for recognizing women's contribution to the family and society. $100 million is set aside for enhancing the Women Empower Fund to $20 million per year. It is a swift response to people's need. I hope that there can be genuine gender mainstreaming in the future. From education, employment, and healthcare, the government should consider women's needs comprehensively. Now, speaking of health, there is no additional resources allocated to women healthcare. Say, for example, neonatal ward and also gynecology ward in Changquan-o. Now, there are some 130,000 prime-age women in Changquan-o, and there are lots of housing estates coming online and also malls. There will definitely be more and more demand for prenatal wards. So I hope the government can study whether prenatal, postnatal, and neonatal care for Changquan-o citizens. Now, besides birth, the government should also consider the factors, say, for example, support in family, workplace, and so on. Now, the government should also study whether there is sufficient childcare and respite services in the community for women. This can alleviate their stress and give them some rest and release their working potential. There are often news that female carers commit suicide because of the heavy duty they bear. The government should promote inclusivity for them. Now, in terms of support for students with learning difficulties, that is SEND students, the government is going to regularize the 3-year trial program, and also the program will be extended to more preschool education institutions. This is good, but I think the funding cap can be further raised to meet the need of some 900 preschool educational institutions. There should be better collation of the statistics so as to understand the amount of manpower needed. Now, there are 6 NGOs participating under the scheme as service units, but is that enough? Now, the $174 million funding amount should be increased so that there can be sustainable improvements in the quantity and quality of services. And also, the government should consult the public and also better allocate resources to cut the waiting time for SEND students to get assessments. The target should be set that before the age of 6, intervention would be offered to SEND students. The government should also study the referral mechanism between the primary and secondary supports for SEND students. In terms of supporting aging at home, now there can be expansion of different community elderly care scheme. Now, the application of the elderly healthcare voucher scheme has been extended to some 200 elderly healthcare centers, and also more people have become eligible after the expansion. Now, the operators are at a better position to offer quality service. However, the government should better utilize the subsidy scheme for German technology development. Now, some $60 million have been granted to some 50 service operators. However, the number of residential care homes for the elderly cannot catch up with our aging population, and more elderly people are choosing to stay at home with a familiar living environment to age. Now, aging at home would become the trend. There should be more support for German technology products. The government should attach more importance to the development of sharing technology and subsidize elderly people in procuring or renting sharing technology products. Now, right off the bat, the budget says that Hong Kong is moving on to a new journey. Now, on the recovery path, we are seeking steady growth and moving towards prosperity. So besides obtaining economic growth, we should also enhance the living quality of our grassroots people. I hope the government can consider my suggestions and help us turn a new page. Thank you.
Mrs. Regina Ip. Mr. Deputy, I rise to speak in support of the Appropriation Bill 2023. This budget was delivered after Hong Kong was mired in the Black Cat riots and also the pandemic. We have seen an outflow of population. The economic situation was weak, both internally and externally. And with the lifting of the COVID measures, the government has introduced the consumption voucher scheme and also Happy Hong Kong campaign. I think there is a need for that. I did object to the idea of the continuation of the consumption voucher scheme, but I think it was still a good move because we've seen Hong Kong coming back and coming back strong after the consumption voucher scheme has been distributed. But this cannot be a standing arrangement going forward. Not only will these impose a heavy burden on the public finance, we should not encourage the members of the public to have excessive reliance on the government, because this is against the Lion Rock spirit in Hong Kong. In the budget, in terms of the development of high-quality development, the FS has outlined the policy on the economic development. This is basically on the basis of the 14th Five-Year Plan and the development of the 8 centers. The key thing is to enhance the international financial center status and the development of innovation and technology. As to the innovation and technology, I'm pleased to hear that the administration has a more comprehensive industrial policy, and we have to have a GDP level pegged to the INT, and how many jobs will be created and how much contribution will these make to the GDP, and how can we enhance the quality and also the quantity. And in 2009, the chief executive introduced the 6 industries and that we have comparative advantages, and there are no such figures. In many other jurisdictions like Taiwan, Korea, and Singapore, they are trying to lure big enterprises, and they do have the industrial policies like the availability of land and the availability of labor and also technical staff and also tax concessions. I urge the administration to come up with a comprehensive set of policy regarding this area and release more land. We cannot talk about economic development without talking about the population. This is really of concern to me. We have seen a drop of population to the tune of 140,000. According to the tax returns released by the IRD, it was mentioned by Mr. Edmund Wong, and we had 2.7 million tax returns before, and now we have 2.4 million. And in other words, we have seen a drop in the taxpayers by 240,000. And in terms of population, we've seen a drop of 140,000. In 2021, according to the population census, the population stands at 4.41 million. This is wrong. And in 2041, it's going to be going up to 8.11 million. And this is really far out. This is outdated kind of figure. I think the government should ask the Census and Statistics Department to come up with a census post-haste, because the population structure would have everything to do with the economic structure. The aging demographics would affect the level of support given by young people for the elderly. And we have also to have considered the healthcare and elderly services for the elderly population, and also the development of the silver market. We should also pay particular attention to the flow of people. Isn't the government trying to encourage us to be integrated into the GBA? The development of the Northern Metropolis would facilitate us to move to the northern part for retirement. We envy London and New York for those who are financially, economically productive. They can stay in these metropolises. For those who are not economically productive, they can move elsewhere. Like in Hong Kong, we can encourage people to move to these places. If we have the Tianhai Hongshui-Kyo rail system, the population, including my retiree colleagues, they are contemplating the idea of moving to the GBA. If we do not have a good enough projection of the population, we should not blindly talk about the infrastructure and the development there. Northern Metropolis will have a population of 2.5 million. The three artificial islands will accommodate 500 million people. Will we have such a big population going forward? How are we going to plan for the population distribution in a way that they can enjoy better life? Mr. Deputy, in the remaining time, I'm going to talk about the policy on finance. There will be a lot of infrastructural expenditure. North of Metropolis, what is the price tag like? The government hasn't made available any information as to the island in the central waters. It was $580 billion according to the projection. This can be spread out to $20–30 billion per year over a long period. We have a reserve of $800 billion. This is not enough to pay for all these infrastructural development. We have the debt of $65 billion, and there will be more debt to be issued. I'm not concerned about the finance in making these warning. I think the government should have a new mindset in managing the finances in a way that can pay for the infrastructural development. There are some financial experts that said that the infrastructural expenditures don't have to be counted as expenditure. They can be regarded as investment. The government can set up a lot of investment vehicles. There are some special purpose vehicles, SPV, that can be created that can raise loans from the private sector, or they can be PPP, public-private participation. We can have the visible and invisible assets. In the future fund, we have $200 billion. The government also has a lot of tangible assets like the 3 tunnels and the MTRC. We have 75% shareholdings there. These are the assets of the people of Hong Kong. So we have to put on a thinking cap to see how we can make investment or encourage the private sector to make investment to pay for the infrastructural development. And we don't really have to be worried about the financial or the fiscal reserves being eroded constantly. With these words, I support the appropriation bill. Mr. Jeffrey Lam. Mr. Deputy, I am speaking on the appropriation bill 2023, and this is the first budget for the new term of administration, and this is the new first budget post-COVID. Things are back to normal, but there is a long way ahead before full recovery. The Hong Kong export stands at 290 billion, a drop of 36%. This is the biggest single month drop in 70 years. According to the latest figures, in February, the export value dropped to $286 billion. For the first 2 months of this year, compared with the same period last year, the export of commodities, the value has dropped by 28%. We can see that export of goods still faces tremendous challenges, and also the geopolitics are at play, and the road ahead to recovery is going to be fraught with difficulties. We've seen a lot of difficulties besetting many sectors in Hong Kong. In Tsim Sha Tsui, where there should be a vibrant footfall, and we're still witnessing a lot of vacant shop premises. And there are many shops that have been shuttered during COVID. And I understand that after the recovery, some of them still shuttered. Some may pose the question, as we are back to normal, why is it that they cannot survive? During COVID, the government has done an awful lot, like the pre-approved principal moratorium scheme and the 100% loan guarantee scheme. All these measures have offered much in the way of relief. There are shops that cannot pay the staff members, they cannot pay the rent, and these offer quite a lot of relief. But as we are back to normal, they have to make investment in the continuing with the operation, and there is no more subsidy from the government. And I'm glad to see that the FS is extending the application period of the 100% loan guarantee scheme to March next year. I think that the government can make the guarantee for the SMEs for the lower interest loan for 1 or 2 years, so that the SMEs can emerge from the difficulties. For SMEs to take out a loan from the bank, it is no easy business. Some businesses are telling me that they are glad to see Hong Kong back to normal. They hope that they will make more sales and make contribution to the economic recovery. But they're given a hard time by the banks, and some of the banks would be lowering the credit, and they would ask for more collaterals, and the repayment period would be shortened. The SMEs will have to submit loads of documents, and the process of application would be so excruciatingly difficult, and the banks may be seeking additional information about their cash flow, and that they wouldn't be getting the loan unless they have good enough cash flow, or it is putting people in difficulties. The banks are not really helpful to the SMEs, and they're glad about the economic recovery, but they are really getting a raw deal from the banks. The government should speed up the processes, because otherwise the SMEs may not be able to survive, and it will be too late to help them. Not only will this be detrimental to our economic recovery, it will also impose a burden on society. The government should help the SMEs. However, I appreciate that we cannot make these measures permanent. There has to be an exit plan for the relief measures. But how can the government do this in a progressive manner? I am confident in the FS, and I hope that there will be some ideas about the exit plan for our consideration. Mr. Deputy, as Hong Kong is moving back to normal, we have held a number of events, the Rugby 7, the Global Financial Leadership Forum, and the world is focusing its attention on the vitality of Hong Kong. Again, after the summit, I understand that there are some enterprises that are planning to make inroads into Hong Kong and make inroads into the GBA. In terms of culture, language, we are so close to the GBA. We just visited the GBA in a delegation. We have visited a number of companies, the BYD, Tencent, and some robotic companies. The economic and industrial developments are going ahead by leaps and bounds. They have introduced favorable policies to attract investment. For sectors that will be conducive to the industrial development of Hong Kong, I think that there should be land to be made available to them. And also in terms of talent importation, we should be more flexible. If we cannot meet talents, we should admit robotics. Perhaps we're running short of manpower in mainland. They are resorting to robotics to do the work that the human beings would otherwise do. And Tencent has introduced a scheme, $15 billion has been set aside for the scientists to conduct R&D. Last year, 3 scientists from Hong Kong were shortlisted. Hong Kong has been priding on our eminent talent pool, and I hope that Hong Kong will continue to make contribution to the mainland. We should leverage our one country, two systems advantage and leverage talents. Hong Kong has a low tax regime, and there are other factors that will lure talents, like do we have enough international schools and recreational facilities. In the mainland, they are doing pretty well there. There are many expatriates who are living in Hong Kong, but they have to move back and forth between Hong Kong and the GBA. I think there should be a pass given to the expatriates who are working in Hong Kong and having to travel to the GBA on a regular basis. The GBA development is the best entry point for us to be integrated into the mainland development. I hope that there would be more collaboration and connectivity with the GBA cities and create broader scope for Hong Kong's future development. Let me turn now to the external situation. The budget talks about the development of not just European and US market, but also the ASEAN market. The Middle East economy is developing pretty well recently. I think we have to consider how best we can lure the investments from that particular region. And Hong Kong can provide the services in terms of wealth management. Back in 2007, the government has introduced the Islam finance. We have been doing this for so long, and I hope that the government will expedite this even further. When we talk about the Middle East, we must appreciate their way of life. The Middle East is an Islamic country. They attach a lot of importance to their faith, and there should be more information to be collected. The budget has collected or taken on board a lot of the BPA's ideas. We should help the businessmen to venture into the GBA and offer more support to the SMEs. Thank you.
Mr. Michael Tian. Mr. Deputy, after the budget was announced, I have expressed my views. I think we have seen the epidemic for 3 years, and in terms of relief measures, I think the budget has provided good measures. Now, as to whether public money is spent where it is worth, I don't think so. After the Special Finance Committee meetings, I have to raise several points. First, in alleviating public hardship of the Roundtable has asked for a tax rebate of $10,000, but the FS is not willing to do that, but only issue or disperse a consumption voucher of $5,000. So, objectively speaking, they're helping those we said we should help. And then we asked the government to set up a $10 interest-free loan to help, say, the tourism sector, transport sector, and so on. And the FS has ultimately set up a $2.7 billion loan, interest-free loan. It has acceded to our request. We have asked for a carbon transaction market be set up to promote Hong Kong as a green economy. The FS has responded that it will devote efforts into developing Hong Kong into a green economy. I think this is key to our economy. We have enjoyed great advantages as a financial center. We must embark on the new direction of green finance. And then for the artificial islands in central waters, some people say that it is not necessary. I beg to differ, because for the artificial islands, they're not just for housing development. They will also house the 5th railway and also the 4th cross-harbor carriage for vehicles. We need the artificial islands, or else the costs for these tunnels will be too exorbitant. The expert said that without the artificial islands from the Hong Kong West to the Lantau Island, it would be 10 kilometers, and the cost will be 60% higher. So the $170 billion will rise to $300 billion. And then the 4th cross-harbor tunnel, now we are talking about traffic diversion among the 3 cross-harbor tunnels. Well, no matter what you do, the 3 tunnels will still be congested. But with the new tunnel, the cars can be diverted to this tunnel. And then for the cross-harbor tunnel, for the EHC and the WHC, they will be helping to divert the traffic. And that is possible based on the construction of the 4th railway. Now, I'm going to turn to areas where public money is not well spent. But then for our electricity tariffs, well, are going up much higher than that, the increase for traffic fares. And it is 2 times more than the inflation rate. And part of the electricity tariff is fuel cost. It is on a sort of a reimbursement basis. Now, since there have been fluctuations in fuel prices in the past 2 years, so the tariff has go up, can the government consider subsidizing the fuel cost so that the inflation rate will not go up? I've been advocating this, but then the secretary said that we should not be subsidizing the profit-making power companies. I don't really get it. I hope that the secretary can listen up to what I'm saying. I have strong views on light public housing. I think these short-term transitional housing are different in nature from public housing. For PRH, we have support facilities. People will live there on a permanent basis. So even if they are in remote areas, people are willing to move in. But for light public housing, which is a kind of transitional housing, well, several years down the road, their locations may change, and the tenants may move back to the subdivided units, and children may have to switch schools. Again, I support light public housing and in town centers, but then transitional housing's experience has proved that public money is not well spent in that area. I don't know why you are repeating your mistakes. Now, for the transitional housing in Yunlong, well, the occupancy rate as of yesterday was just below 40%. We've tried all ways and means to help people get adequate housing, and at the same time, we allow people abusing public housing. A lot of tenants actually have their own properties. They should hand back their public housing units. Well, by leveraging on big data analytics, we can easily identify those who are abusing the PLH units. Now, if we identify 5% of 800,000 units are abusing the units, then, well, a large amount of housing units can be released. The FS has turned a deaf ear to my requests, and the Ombudsman has started a proactive investigation into that. So I wonder whether the housing units that will be vacated, will there be more than that of light public housing to be built? And then there is this new railways to be built. And for the northern metropolis, there will be 330,000 people who will be using this railway to cross the harbor. And you are spending an extra $30 billion to get people to a station, which is already over-congested. So I think we should save up on these $30 billion and get the people to the Chunwan line. Another area where public money is not well spent is that the arrangement for the railway office or the railway development office. Now, in the special FC meeting, I have been following up on the issue, and I'm not happy with the arrangement. And for the North NM Railway Development Division, the annual expenditure is $30 million, which is takes up 30% of the total expenditure of that department. And there are so many railway projects which are under the ambit of the director himself. In 2018, the Hong station was plunged in a scandal, and the contractor changed the plans on their own without notifying the government. And in the electrical sitting, I have moved a motion to ask for an independent railway office to be set up with its own E&M division to oversee railways. Why the government has refused to establish a D6 post to oversee railways? If the Hong Kong station scandal incident recurs, similar incident recurs, then what will happen? So that's why I am asking for an independent railway office to be set up. So if you just increase manpower, but you're not setting up a new division, I reiterate that I find it hard to support the creation of this new post. And then I'm concerned about whether the government is monitoring properly the how money is being spent when the subsidy is given out. The Children's Association's incident is a saga, and some 30 people have been prosecuted and 200 child abuse cases have been identified. And the senior management level of the Hong Kong Society for Protection have to be blamed. But what about the government officials who inspect on these institutions? The government says that, well, it doesn't have to be blamed because they they act in accordance with the guidelines. But what about those formulating the guidelines? Well, the FS said that there has been no precedent, so nothing in particular in that aspect has been included in the guidelines. Now, we spent so much money on employing those who wrote the guidelines. Was public money well spent? Now, the economy was beginning to revive, and it is the best time for us to discuss tax reforms. And Mr. Ronnick Chan, the FC chairman, agreed with my view, but the FSA said that we should not do that. Should we be waiting until there is a surplus before discuss, and then by then the society will say that it is superfluous? This is the great regret when I look at the budget. I so submit. Reverend Peter Kun, while the epidemic is subsiding, but Hong Kong is still in the early stage of economic revival. Many SMEs are still suffering, and the grassroots still have a tough time. We need time to recuperate and consolidate our foundation. And the budget covers a wide scope, and it proposes measures to help us to restore normalcy, and a lot of resources will be earmarked for promote new economic sectors so that we can develop a high-quality economy, and we should be integrating with the national economic development. We should complement with the mainland in terms of economic development. This is this budget has struck a balance among all sectors, but then the economy is still fragile, and the wealth gap has worsened, and cost of living has risen, and relief measures should be launched to help people. The government should not cut back on relief measures because it's suffering from a deficit. The government should have a long-term view on how to deal with aging population, declining birth rate, and also the wealth gap. These are long-standing difficult problems for us. President, in terms of relief measures, the budget has set out a number of measures, but there are no pleasant surprises. The underlying inflation has reached a record high in 3 years. And for utility charges, the rise has been over 20%. A number of public transport operators are raising their fares, so that's hard on Hong Kong people. At this stage, the government should not cut back on relief measures. Rather, the government should increase a subsidy on electricity and other electricity charges and public transport fares. And the government should provide support to the unprivileged. And also, the NGOs and community organizations play a significant role. Grassroots have been hard hit by the epidemic, and they have higher needs for social support. But then the government has insisted on cutting down the lump sum grant by 1% to community organizations. Staff morale has been undermined. The government should take a more sympathetic view. It should withdraw its decision to cut back on spending on welfare organizations. Rather, it should increase support for them. The government should look after the grassroots and help them tide over to the difficulties. It should also set its eyes on the importance of long-term development. The population is aging, the childbirth rate is decreasing, the problems are worsening, and they are putting constraints on our economic development and give rise to a lot of social problems. During the fifth wave of the epidemic, the RCHE's anti-epidemic measures were poor, and they exposes the long-standing problems of our social welfare system. And as the society goes back to normal, we are seeing an acute shortage of manpower in our CHEs. We must face up to the problem. I hope that the government can increase the resources in that aspect and develop blueprints in enhancing the life of those staying in our CHEs. In population policy, the budget encourages childbirth, but then there is only the measure of increasing the allowance to $130,000. This is just a very conservative measure. And in terms of childcare places, well, there is a shortfall. For every 6 families, there is one family which suffers from infertility problem. But then support on that side from the public hospitals is insufficient. In Singapore, they've been more aggressive in encouraging childbirth. Whenever a child is birthed, there is a cash amount to be dispersed. The more children you give birth, the more you get. And there is also an account set up specially for children, and there are also childcare support and so on. And if you have a child or the wife is pregnant, they are given priority to purchase subsidized housing. So the low childbirth rate we should sense is alarming. And the low birth rate will cause a lot of deep-seated problems. And our policy has been lagging behind. The government has emphasized competing for talents, but at the same time, we should encourage the young couples to give births. And then the wealth gap is another problem, which stifles the healthy development of society. If we give it good definition, clear definition of poverty, and then come up with targeted measures to on the poverty alleviation, that would be good. This is a responsibility on the government. The unemployment rate is 3.1%. It's basically full employment. But then the poverty rate in Hong Kong is 23.6%. And grassroots income in recent years has not risen. And there is a working poverty, young poverty problems, youth poverty problems are still very serious, very worrying. And helping the grassroots in improving their lives, the government is considering dispersing cash handouts to the new people, and also CCF will be used to help the subdivided unit tenants in handling youth poverty and child poverty problems. For those living as subdivided units and those under 15 years old, there are 34,000. And there are only 2,000 places in the Rise and Strive program. So this is just a drop in the bucket. I hope that the government can review the effectiveness of these programs and, if feasible, cover as many grassroots children as possible. And then poverty affects the healthy development of a child. The government should consider providing more additional resources to grassroots students to meet their learning needs so that they would not be at a disadvantage when it comes to learning. Lastly, I'm going to talk about public finance. In the past 4 years, Hong Kong's reserve has dropped by $3.6 billion, a drop of 30%. If not for issuing bonds and also not for the balance of the housing fund, the drop will be 50%. The reserve is equivalent to 12 months of government expenditure. It's the lowest in the 17 years. And the outstanding debt of green bonds takes up 4.3%, up from 0.3% in the past 4 years. So we're worried about the long-term sustainability of public finance. We will have a sustained deficit. Our government loan is rising, and we have a narrow tax base. And the government talks a lot about the tax base being too narrow. And up to date, there have not been measures to broaden tax base. The real problem of the public finance in Hong Kong is that tax base is too narrow, and then the revenue from land sale is excessively high in terms of the ratio. And our revenue has been affected by the economic cycles. The government must review how our revenue source and examine our public finances in the long term. I so submit to support the Appropriation Bill 2023.
Ms. Lillian Kwok. Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Now, Appropriation Bill 2023 involves some $600 billion. Now, we have emerged from the 3-year pandemic. Every industry needs help. The government needs to be prudent in terms of its expenditure to ensure that it is spending within means. At the same time, the government should create a robust fiscal reserve to cater for unseen challenges so that we can sustain our economic growth. Now, I thank the government for listening to members carefully on our suggestions towards the budget, especially the DAB suggestion to waive the examination fee for DSE students involving some $151 million, benefiting some 34,000 students. Now, this is the 6th year we have this measure. We believe that this will help alleviate the financial burden of grassroots families. The government should also consider regularize this good measure. And also, at the Special Finance Committee meeting, I put some follow-up questions on the government's reply on the statistics of new immigrant students in Hong Kong and also the support for students with ADHD and autism, and also psychological services for students in schools. The government has responded positively. It shows that we share the same objective. We want to allocate resources so that we can have better planning for our education system, create a favorable learning environment for our students, and nurture talents for our growth. Now, in terms of the Shine Skill program, and also the day respite services for childcare for elderly people, and also the youth healthcare training program, there are still lots of room for improvement. I hope that the government can make good use of our resources to improve our social support system so that people in need can get the help they need, and also people can be happier. Now, President Xi said only with a robust education system and a robust youth can a country thrive. We have to prioritize education for young people. We have to modernize our education system and improve the quality of education. We have to ensure comprehensive development for our young people in terms of moral and skills. Now, I am responsible for the education portfolio in the DAB. Now, in year 2023, the recurrent expenditure on education accounts for 18.6% of the government's total recurrent expenditure budgets. Now, for education estimates, it accounts for 15% of the estimates, accounting for 3.77% of our GDP. Now, we need to focus on economic recovery. However, we still see an increase of 13% of education expenditure compared with last year's budget, which shows the government's importance attached to education. Now, we have to ensure that public money is spent wisely. So, allow me to put forward several suggestions in relation to education. I hope the government can consider these. First, on promotion of national education, young people are the future of society. Now, we attach a lot of importance to national and civic education. Now, we understand this is very important and it is necessary. Now, civic education or national education and national security education shouldn't just be indicators or empty targets. They have to come with actual resource allocation so that schools can organize more activities like mainland visiting tours, patriotic themes, filming sessions, and competition. Now, our aspiration is to live in prosperity and stability. So national security education is of utmost importance. We have to review and gauge the progress of implementation of national security education in schools to ensure that one country, two systems principle can enjoy long-term success. And we have to plant the seeds of national security and patriotism in children's mind. Now, we have to be tactful in terms of immersing our students in an environment where there is law abidingness. Now, second, about INT education. Now, we are on the path of recovery. The government attaches a lot of importance to economic developments and INT developments. The government is sparing no efforts in terms of nurturing INT talents. Now, in the budget, we have the knowing more about IT in secondary school. 85% of secondary students and 60% of primary school students are involved in the program. As a result, the government is allocating another $300 million to offer a maximum of $1 million to each school for conducting or organizing extracurricular activities involving in INT. Now, this is very important. We have to ensure that these measures are indeed helpful in terms of enhancing students' scientific knowledges. Now, in the PA, in the policy address, STEAM subjects will become a top-up subject, but it is not a core subject. I think the Education Bureau should conduct a comprehensive review in terms of categorizing STEAM and coding programs as compulsory subjects, core subjects at primary level, so that young students can be exposed to these essential skills at a young age. And then in secondary school, students can have their scientific knowledge deepened, and then they will be able to combine the skills with knowledge. So I think the government should chart a way forward for INT teaching or education in Hong Kong. Now, concerning BPET, in the past, BPET has been stigmatized and received insufficient attention. Now, I've been urging for more allocation of resources to VPET. The government has rolled out a 2-year trial scheme under the VTC for offering VPET programs to secondary school students, equivalent to level 3 of the qualification framework. Secondary students can attend these lessons online, and this will enrich their progression ladder. Now, some programs are overlapping with DSE programs. Well, I think this is acceptable at this trial stage. In the future, however, there shouldn't be any overlapping between VPAT programs and DSE programs. There should be more programs for secondary students recognized by the Hong Kong qualification framework so that we can have more professional talents. And also there should be relevant progression ladder for these candidates. And also support for special education. There should be early assessments, intervention, and treatments. This is our strategy to help SEN students. Now, we can't leave anyone behind. It is expected that the government's recurrent expenditure for SEN students will be $174 million. The government will regularize primary care for SEN students, and the scope will be extended to 900 institutions, and this will also be combined with pre-education on-site support to support pre-education students with SEN issues. Now, I support that. I hope the government can listen more to teachers and also the education sector. Besides primary school, more manpower should be deployed to kindergarten to support students. Now, on different occasions, I have urged the government to disperse subsidies according to the number of students in schools. Now, I hope the government would adopt a brave approach in terms of reviewing our support policy for students with special education needs, so that we can implement these beneficial measures. Now, we are pursuing high quality education development in the country. Now, this year's budget does not have a lot of measures concerning pursuing high quality education growth. I hope that the government can adopt forward-thinking mindset to realize the two sessions spirit and migrate towards high quality education development. Thank you. Dr. Zhang Kong. Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Now, with the resumption of cross-boundary travel, Hong Kong's economy is moving towards full recovery like the world. Now, in Tsim Sha Tsui and Causeway Bay, we are seeing more faces. So we are optimistic. However, to sustain the growth impetus, we have to make use of different financial tools. Now, we understand that the government has cut back on some alleviation measures, and also there are some tax burdens on the middle class. However, it seems that the financial secretary has adopted a new mindset. We have moved away from the big government, small market mindset, small government, big market mindset, and the government is being more proactive. The government is creating more revenue streams and enhance income to address the medium to long-term needs. I support that. And the financial secretary has accepted some of my suggestions, including, first, continue to disperse the $5,000 consumption voucher scheme, and also dialing down the double ad valorem stamp duty for first-time home buyers to create more room for upward mobility, and also the introduction of the capital investment entrance scheme to attract talents, and also enhancing collaboration between the government, the private sector, and the researchers, and use $600 million to support universities to establish the thematic laboratories. Now, the sweeteners have been cut back a bit in the budget. However, the government is being very proactive in terms of enhancing industry structure. Now, the government is preparing for the future and also alleviating the industry's plight. Now, first, on commerce and industrialization. Now, we have the capital investment entrance scheme. It is based on the original framework, and also the eligibility is the same. However, the financial secretary said this scheme would not cover mainland residents. Now, according to the National Scientific Institute, a survey in 2022 shows that there is an increasing trend of wealth accumulation for rich families in the mainland. There are more and more rich families in the country. They have some $164 trillion RMB in assets, and it accounts for a high percentage of the GDP. Now, for rich families with 6 million RMB in assets or above, there are some 4.26 million such families. And for those ultra high net wealth individuals, there are some 1.71 million families with such people. Now, for those with more than $100 million in assets, there are some 161,000 such families, an increase of 21%. Now, these people have high demand for quality education and healthcare services in Hong Kong. And also, they are very interested in growing their wealth and also in passing on the wealth. Now, under one country, two system, Hong Kong is an international metropolis, and we are also a mature financial center in the Asian Pacific region. We have a wide variety of financial products, and we have a connect system, a wealth connect or financial services connect system with the mainland. We are definitely in a position to meet their needs. However, looking at the capital investment entrance scheme, mainland residents are not covered by this scheme. However, in reality, many of the applicants under the scheme are overseas Chinese. These people would be applying to come to Hong Kong via a third country. Now, this situation is quite perplexing. Now, I hope the government can relax the threshold for allowing mainland rich families to come to Hong Kong. Now, they should be allowed to participate in the capital investment entrance scheme. A certain percentage of the quota places should be allocated to mainland residents, and a requirement should be placed that a certain percentage of their investment should be invested in our financial system. This will align with our 8 centers role under the National 14th Five-Year Plan, and this will benefit a wider scope of local economy and create more job opportunities. This will add to our growth impetus and also benefit our public coffer in the long run. In terms of education, I always stress that we have to nurture a full stream of talents from the upstream to downstream. Now, we have just completed the 4-day GBA study visits. We truly felt that from the commercialization of research products and also upgrading of industries, this is the right way to go. This is the only path to achieve economic success. Now, we have world-recognized universities. We have very strong research capacities. We can definitely create synergy with the research industry in Guangzhou and Shenzhen. Now, the chief executive, the FS, and also other secretaries must exhaust all financial tools to make sure that everyone is participating in this effort to develop Hong Kong into an international I&T center. Now, President Xi, in his visits to the southern region, lately stressed that it is important to make GBA the I&T center. However, there is still a gap in terms of capital investments in I&T developments between Hong Kong and other cities in the country. Now, compared with Beijing, Shanghai, and Shenzhen, in year 2021, the capital investments difference was some 4 to 6%. For Shenzhen, the capital investments ratio was higher than Korea or even Germany. Now, last year, the I&T Committee of the Shenzhen Municipal Government published a policy paper on the arrangements of attracting investments to I&T. Now, it covers all the source countries of I&T corporations. This covers a wide range of research institutes in the field of healthcare, finance, and so on. This incentivizes corporations' willingness to research. As long as a corporate has the will to research, the Shenzhen municipal governments would give the matching support. In Hong Kong, however, the Innovation, Technology and Industry Bureau, especially the I&T Commission, has launched the Raise Plus scheme since 2013. Now, on a matching fund basis, 100 startups received grants in 5 years' time to complete the projects. Now, this would enhance the capacity of universities to engage in invention from 0 to 1 and then from 1 to N. This is a good direction to go. However, I have some questions about the eligibility of the applicants. One condition is that these institutions must be from the 6 recognized universities in Hong Kong. Now, this is eliminating the candidates before they apply for the scheme. It is also unfair to GBA researchers. Now, the ITIB has launched the GBA startup scheme, or rather I&T product startup scheme. And over the past 10 years, the funding approval was only granted to the 6 universities. Now, with the new $10 billion Raise Plus scheme, Similarly, only these 6 universities are allowed to apply. Now, this is unacceptable. We shouldn't neglect the 2 other UGC-funded universities, the 14 private tertiary institutions, and other exemplary researchers. They should be allowed to participate. We have to create a favorable atmosphere for research so that we can become the international INT center. I hope my suggestions would be considered by the bureaus seriously. I support the Appropriation Bill 2023. Thank you.
Professor Chen Wing-Kwong. Thank you, Mr. Deputy. I rise to speak in support of the Appropriation Bill 2023. The budget was delivered at a time when Hong Kong was in the midst of COVID, and Hong Kong faced a fiscal deficit of $100 billion. However, the budget has taken on board mainstream views and provided the consumption voucher scheme to instill a sense of well-being, and $250 million will be set aside to lure tourists to Hong Kong and burnish Hong Kong's image. And it is also taking forward the development of Web3 and the attraction of talents to Hong Kong. And all these are intended to take Hong Kong in the direction of high-quality development. So in that sense, the budget is receptive to public opinion, and there is a balance struck between taking into account public views and also economic development. As the first member from the TCM sector, I am concerned about the development of traditional Chinese medicine. The good news from the budget is that the FS decided to inject $500 million into a fund to promote the development of TCM in Hong Kong. Given the colossal budget, the government still offers funding to the development of TCM, and this is a manifestation of the government's the importance the government attaches to traditional Chinese medicine. I welcome this and I support this, but I must stress that the injection of $500 million is not only benefiting the TCM sector, it is also benefiting the members of the public. People don't really understand much about the TCM fund. The TCM Development Fund was set up in 2018, and the whole idea of the fund is to foster the development of Chinese medicine. As indicated in the budget, the development of TCM since the inception of the fund in 2019, a dozen or so subsidized programs have been rolled out in the way of manpower training, TCM registration, R&D, and so on. The TCM has played a significant role during the pandemic. For those who are isolated at home, the TCM practitioners are providing telemedicine services. So this injection of $500 million, double the original funding, will certainly go a long way to upgrading the TCM sector. It will also help nurture talents in this area and also R&D and deepen public understanding of the TCM practice. I'm sure that would achieve pretty good benefits and safeguard public health. Ultimately, it would benefit the whole of Hong Kong. So this $500 million injection is a piece of good news to the TCM sector as well as the members of the public. This injection is really pleasing to the sector, but in terms of healthcare, the expenditure is colossal. In 23-24, it is going to be $104.4 billion, or 19% of the overall expenditure. But in terms of the TCM expenditure, Only $340 million have been set aside, and only 3% of the budget. And this amount of money will be needed for all manner of things, including operating the 18 TCM clinic research centers and regularizing the interface between Western and Chinese medicine, the promotion of quality control and also evidence-based TCM training, and also the management of the information system for TCM. Statistics don't lie. All these numbers show that despite the fact that the government is earmarking colossal funding for the healthcare sector, the expenditure devoted to the TCM is rather limited. Because of the finite resources, the supply cannot meet the demand. Over the past couple of years, the TCM practitioners have played a significant role in the battle against COVID, and the demand for TCM is ever increasing. And it is difficult to get a quota at the 18 TCM clinics. Mr. Deputy, if the government wants to promote TCM development, the government should rectify this differential treatment between Western and Chinese medicines. There should be higher funding, there should be more resources, more quota for the 18 TCM clinics to benefit more patients. In the long run, the government should consider designating TCM division in the public hospitals and clinics. That way, more members of the public will be able to benefit from the TCM consultation, and we will be able to achieve the interface between Chinese and Western medicine. Last year, the State Council published the 14th Five-Year Plan regarding traditional Chinese medicine, and there is a comprehensive range of planning. It goes to show that the central authorities are attaching a lot of importance to TCM practice. It is a state strategy to develop TCM. I think we have to seize this favorable environment to take forward the development of TCM in Hong Kong. And to upgrade TCM, we cannot simply rely on the $500 million injected into the TCM fund. I hope that the administration will take a further step to allow referral to the TCM practitioners, and TCM practitioners should be allowed to use the imaging. The government should relax all the restrictions and formulate the right policy to take forward the development of TCM. I look forward to more funding for the TCM in next year's budget. With these words, I support the Appropriation Bill 2023. Mr. Holden Chow. Mr. Deputy, I speak in support of the Appropriation Bill 2023. Hong Kong may be back to normal, but COVID has really caused a lot of economic difficulties and has caused a serious fiscal deficit. The budget is really taking appropriate measures, and I'm grateful to the FS for all the measures. As I said, the economy is on the road to recovery, but the extent to which we can recover remains to be seen. Geopolitics are tense, and the external demand is weakening, and the prices are still rising. There is a lack of manpower. All these are really detrimental to the extent to which we can recover. I am grateful to the FS for taking on board the DAB's recommendation for distributing the CVS of $5,000. The SMEs will certainly benefit from the economic vitality, and to the grassroots people with this consumption voucher of $5,000 certainly would be standing them in good stead. I'm grateful to the administration for taking on board this recommendation. 2 decades ago, during the SARS epidemic, we managed to achieve a rebound, mainly because of the individual visit scheme. With so many visitors from mainland, they injected vitality into our economy. This time around, the economic activities have ground to a halt during COVID. We may have lifted all the COVID measures and we are back to normal, but we noticed that even for evening dining, they would close at about 9 or 10-ish p.m. And I mean, the economic vitality seems to be weaker than before. Over the Easter holiday, there are so many people who traveled outside of Hong Kong. And during the long holiday, the market, I mean, the economy seems to be rather weak. And on the 16th of April, the consumption voucher scheme was rolled out, and people coming back from overseas travel were using the consumption vouchers, and they gave the economy a bit of a boost. Mr. Deputy, the other thing that concerns us is the dearth of manpower. There is a lack of manpower across many different sectors. Other than bringing in labor from outside to make up for the shortfall, I must point out that in certain sectors like elderly care, construction, bus driving, minibus driving, the manpower shortage has been particularly serious even before COVID. The retail, FB, tourism are suffering from a lot of difficulties recruiting back the people. Many people, because of COVID, have really changed their way of life. Many young people, in particular in this generation, are really looking at work-life balance. Many people would rather earn less for the sake of more private time. Many of them would like to work from home. This work-from-home mode would also be benefiting the housewives. They have to look after their families. They also want to earn a bit of money. This kind of work-from-home mode of work will certainly be a win-win situation for many people. I think the administration should look at the long-term economic development and conduct an in-depth study about this situation. There should be more flexi working hours. There should be more family-friendly policies to be introduced by the enterprises. There should be more data to be made available to show that in terms of flexi hours and also family-friendly policies, we have to ascertain whether there are any incentives for the workers in this regard. Second, I urge the administration, I said this many times before, to provide more in the way of childcare service. I put in an oral question not so long ago under the Social Welfare Department. The childcare center has increased from 165 to 190. The government has devoted resources to increase the number of childcare services for children after school. But the thing is, these childcare centers are run from Mondays to Fridays, but they are not available during the weekends. Many grassroots women, they cannot afford the domestic helpers. They have to juggle between the role of looking after the family as well as work. And I mean, they may be work in the catering, F&B, and retail and so on. They do need to have childcare service, in particular during the weekend, but these services are simply not available. So I urge the administration to extend the operating hours of these childcare centers over all the way to the weekends. Now, for nannies, they are making $25 an hour, and there is very little in the way of incentive for people to go into these kind of job. I think the government should improve the treatment for these people. The government is conducting a review. I look forward to some positive findings there. This new mode of work certainly would be an important factor going forward. Mr. Deputy, all along, I've been advocating industrialization. The budget has been dealing with this. What I'm trying to say is that in terms of support for a new industrialization, I put forward a position paper regarding the development of Long Gu Tan. Perhaps we should take advantage of the newly created land and introduce some new industries there. From my contact with the trade, they are of the view that we have the advanced manufacturing centers. They are really good, but there may be some new industries that would rather be sited on a new piece of land, and there would be more flexibility there that way. I hope the administration would take on board this. Food tech and food processing is an important conventional industry. The value can be to the tune of $50 billion. We have 20,000 people working in this particular trade. I hope that the administration will understand that in Long Gu Tan and Tuen Mun, there can be a food tech, food processing center to be designated there. And they are using the smarter production line, and this is something that they are aspiring. Mr. Deputy, finally, as someone from the legal sector, as a legal practitioner, I am more concerned about the court, in particular the digital court. I'm grateful to the judiciary and the administration for the digital system to be put in place. And in 3 to 5 years' time, the court said that there would be a digital litigation system. Now, for the medium-sized law firms, I hope that there would be law tech support. There should be a fund that would be made available for the small-time law firms to get integrated into the digital landscape. And the court will be able to complete the verdict within 6 months, because this is a piece of good news for the legal sector. With these words, I conclude my speech.
Mr. Wong Kam Fai, or rather Professor William Wong. President, when we look at a place's budget, we know the development directions of that place. And for this year's budget, in promoting INT, there have been some paragraphs devoted to it. That goes to show that the government is determined to do something big in this area. And the coverage is really broad in terms of advanced manufacturing, AI, and digital science, green technology, and also e-government. All these are covered in the budget. All the proposed measures will help in taking forward the INT development blueprint in Hong Kong, we can also align ourselves with the national plan and help integrate ourselves in the national development. During the 2 sessions, the Ministry of Science and Technology will announce a restructuring, and more resources will be devoted to this area. And we have assigned a memorandum to speed up the collaboration on INT between the 2 places with the central authorities that can help with Hong Kong's INT development and turning Hong Kong into an INT center. And this goes to show that the central authorities' staunch support for turning Hong Kong into an INT center. We must spare no effort in playing our part. Hong Kong has good INT strengths. We have 5 universities which are ranked among the top 100 universities in Hong Kong. We have world-class research capability, but if we have to further develop INT, we must commit new resources. AI, life and health technology are areas in which different countries are competing. And the budget has earmarked $3 billion to promote AI and quantum computing and other frontier areas. And the FS, starting last year, has earmarked $10 billion to health, life and health science, and $6 billion has earmarked for universities to set up research institutes. And a major stride has been taken. And for the $9 billion funding can be conducive to strengthening Hong Kong's research capability and can contribute to the development of key INT industries. In my submission to the FS, I mentioned that we should promote the development of semiconductor industry. I am happy to see that the FS has responded to my request. A microelectronics research institute will be set up to promote development in this area. And semiconductor is an important sector in the national development and is of strategic significance. The Research Development Institute will take a long time to develop or establish. But then we must lose no time in researching in microelectronics. From now to before the institute is established, the Hong Kong STRI must also do something. They must first start with certain work on microelectronics. And then the government must also think about how the proposed institute will collaborate with the former 2 institutes. And talent nurturing is another area mentioned in the budget in promoting INT development. Apart from grooming high-end talents and introducing bring-in talents, we must also train up blue-collar workers. The budget said that from 23-24 academic year, the VTC will launch a 2-year pilot program to allow secondary school students to get in touch with VPET. This is to be affirmed. And in promoting VPET, we must dovetail with the development of Hong Kong's development as an INT center. And next year, there will be a manpower projection to be announced, and we must bear in mind the manpower needed, as mentioned in the report, in going forward. The budget also sets so many paragraphs in promoting INT development. There is still a setback, and that is about the supervision and safety assurance on data. In the first plenary session of the 14th CPC, it was resolved that the State Council would be restructured And one of the major initiatives is to restructure the Data Institute of the state. And it is tasked to promote digital economy development and to oversee big data analytics and to put in the infrastructure and etc. Now, looking back in Hong Kong, in terms of our managing of data, we lack a comprehensive plan. We are just talking about opening up data and data sharing. In terms of data supervision and promoting digitalization, there is no high-level steering organization. I suggest, therefore, that we should set up a data bureau in Hong Kong, which will be tasked to promote the promoting the digital economy in Hong Kong. It should help promote collaboration among the different sectors and also promote exchanges of data among different quarters in society. It should gather information on the data situation in Hong Kong. It should provide convenience to the public when it comes to data sharing. There should be proper supervision on data usage. All in all, I think that the budget dovetails with the INT blueprint, development blueprint. And I think the budget has been pragmatic in how it distributes different resources when developing INT. And I hope that the government departments can make the best use of these resources and develop Hong Kong into an IT and center so that Hong Kong can be used to serve to meet the country's needs. I so submit in support of the budget. Dr. Frankie Angan, well, different sector of the society have been plunged into a plight during the epidemic. Now the worst times are over. We are now in a revival stage. There are strong signs of economic revival. Unemployment rate has been on the decline. Employees do not have to worry that their companies may fold. But then the deficit remains high. The government continues to disperse consumption vouchers to consolidate our economic revival. The relief measures have been cut back, but then they have done their best to ease people's hardship. In the post-epidemic era, there are new challenges facing the labor market and the society as a whole. And, well, different sectors are experiencing a shortfall in manpower. According to the CNSD department, there are only 3.76 million people in the workforce, a drop of 2.4% or a drop of 400,000 people. This is a record high. And for the government has distributed only 2.4 million tax returns, a drop of 70,000, a record low in 9 years. So we are facing a structural manpower shortage and also mismatch of manpower. So to address the problem, we should train up local talents and also bring in overseas talents. On the former, the budget mentions a number of measures to nurture local talents. There are different internship programs, first hire and then train programs, so on. This is in the right direction. But then for subsidizing internship programs, well, many of these internship programs are outside of Hong Kong. For Hong Kong young people, they don't get a lot of internship opportunities. I suggest that the government should launch a local youth internship subsidy scheme to encourage different sectors to provide internship places to local students so that students know what they would about their own preferences for careers. And in the latest manpower projection, there should be appropriate measures drawn up. I hope that the government, when it knows about the different manpower needs of the different sectors, decide on which sectors should need to bring in labor from overseas and which sectors should train up more local talents. And then that all these should be packed to the number of places, universities. And then in importing labor, there should be a three-step process. First, There should be manpower projection for different sectors. And then the LAB, based on the results, can come up with a list of manpower shortage in different sectors. And economic incentives should be launched to encourage people to join sectors where there is a manpower shortage. And then if all these fail to bring in sufficient labor, then workers can be considered to be imported from overseas. So this can ensure that we give priority to local workers and at the same time address the manpower shortage. This is a win-win situation. Well, the population is aging in Hong Kong. In 2028, those aged over 60 will take up 25.3% of the Hong Kong population. 1 out of 4 people will be an elderly, and Hong Kong's dependency ratio will increase, and we need to support for more elderly people, and the manpower shortage will be aggravated. To deal with the problem, the government has launched gerontology technology, has come up with different elderly products to enhance their self-care capability, and the DAB has earlier suggested that we should make better use of district health centers to stage exhibitions to showcase geron technology products. And starting from the fourth quarter, 200 or so elderly centers will be asked to expand their service scope to promote geron technology. But then the initiative comes with a high cost. And I hope that a special fund can be established for application by individuals. So the fund should not be applicable, should not be used only by enterprises, but also individuals as well. For preschool special needs children, there should be early intervention services to them that will be conducive to them for integrating into mainstream education. The society has been paying much more attention to SEN students. The government has beefed up its support services, and it has set a zero waiting target for preschool SEN students. But then to get a service, a student has to go through different processes, and the waiting time is unacceptably long. I thank the government for teaching DAB's views that the Tier 1 service will be regularized and the on-site preschool rehab services will be provided, and more support can be provided to the needy students. But then parents have to wait for years before their children can get service, and they miss a prime time for getting the service. So I hope that the government can come up with a roadmap on how to achieve the zero waiting time. More resources should be devoted, and people have been under a lot of pressure during the 3 years of epidemic. There are a number of one-off relief measures, including the $5,000 consumption voucher, extending the transport fare subsidy scheme, and also the $1,000 electricity tariff subsidy, etc. And these are welcome. But then there are still inadequacies, and improvements are needed. Now, in recent years, not the middle-class families, but double-income families and grassroots families, because of the shortage of RCHE and childcare places, they need to hire FDH to help take care of the elderly. And earlier on, there has been a shortage of FDH in Hong Kong. To retain FDH, the employers have to offer higher salaries to FDH, exposing great pressure on their finances. The AB has been asking for tax concessions for employing FDH. In the forum, the FS said he will consider it, but then ultimately this was not heeded to. So I hope that the government can reconsider giving tax concessions for employers of FDH to alleviate the burden on families. A number of one-off relief measures are set out in the budget, but then a lot of people's needs have been met, and I think the government should address pressing issues faced by Hong Kong people, must alleviate the hardship of Hong Kong people so that Hong Kong people can really feel that the government is helping them. I so submit.
Mr. Shanghai Long, thank you. Mr. Deputy, I speak in support of the Appropriation Bill 2023. This is the first budget after the recovery from pandemic. We have a $100 billion fiscal deficit. However, we have to consider the macroeconomic cycle and also consider the basic laws requirements to spend within means. And also by spending to alleviate people's livelihood, it will enhance people's sense of gain and also align with our 8 centers position accorded by the National 14th Five-Year Plan. I've talked to the INT industry and other friends. They all think that this budget has struck a balance between the post-epidemic recovery as well as the aspirations and needs from different stakeholders in society. This is a budget of the future. Members have spoken on the poverty alleviation, social welfare, youth, elderly, environmental, and SME measures in the budget. I will focus my speech on INT and also the INT industry. The chief executive said that without INT, there will be no future. Now, I think the measures in the budget in relation to INT are really extraordinary. Now, the Financial Secretary has restarted the capital investment entrance scheme. Talents and capital would be attracted to INT development. I thank the Financial Secretary for taking on board my suggestion. Now we have the A-B industries, A, artificial intelligence, and B, biotech. The combined strength of the two industries are embodied in the budget. And also, the budget proposed the development of digital infrastructure like the AI supercomputing center. The feasibility study will be completed within the year. Now, this measure has been a key measure which I have been fighting for. Now, on the premise of security with the AI supercomputing center, it will become a very important data infrastructure. It will be very useful for the development of Web3 as well as biotechnology industry. Now, this is very important in terms of commercializing research results in AI as well as life and health technology. Now, $600 million would be allocated to researchers, research institutes as well as universities to establish a cross-institutional research lab. The themes will be on biotech as well as life and health science. This will promote our industry's growth in this direction. There will be better collaboration and there will be new growth points and growth impetus by resulting from this program. It will also encourage researchers to expedite the commercialization of their research products. We have the 18A and also we will have the 18C listing rules. This will encourage the due circulation of capital and research developments. It will bolster our position as an international financial and INT center. Now, the problem is implementation of the brilliant ideas in the budget. Now, I am from the INT field, so I have 3 suggestions on how we can implement the brilliant ideas in the budget. First, capital for promoting INT should lean towards the private sector. Now, over the past few days, the CE led a study group to the GBA cities. Now, in Shenzhen, now there are 69% of research talents in the private sector, and 90% of the capital investments in research, and also 90% of patents were applied by private institutions. Now, we have the upstream capacity. However, we have deficiencies in terms of commercializing the research results. Now, most of the patent applications were applied by our statutory institutions. After awarding patents, very few of them were transformed into products. It makes no contribution to GDP as well as job opportunities. Now, our old positioning is outdated, and we have to reform our statutory organizations to lead the growth in terms of INT's contribution in GDP. Now, this morning, I talked with the relevant secretaries on how we can better promote the development of the INT industry. Now, my idea was supported by the secretaries and also the secretary of the ITIB. Now, we have to inject impetus into the INT ecosystem. Now, we have the capital investment entrance scheme. We don't have the details yet, but the government is taking on board my idea to direct capital investment into INT. Now, this is a very important channel for directing the growth of INT. If INT development is prioritized as an investment option, we can give full play to our prestigious position as a research center and promote the dual growth of financial services industry as well as the INT industry. Now, with good planning, we can attract a lot of investors through the capital investment entrance scheme. It can diversify our markets and it can also stabilize our local investment markets, and there can be better matching between capital investment and overseas researchers. There will be an active interaction between the financial markets and the INT industry. I look forward to the details. Now, in terms of the location choice of the AI supercomputing center, we have to have wider consultation. Well, do we have to place the AI supercomputing center in Hong Kong? Now, we have just paid a visit to the Guangdong province. I think we can adopt a groundbreaking mindset in terms of locational choices. Now, we have just seen the power companies proposing very steep electricity tariff hike. Now, we always talk about the efficiency ratio. The cost effectiveness is low. Now, the AI supercomputing center will cost a lot in terms of construction, not to mention the utility cost if it is placed in Hong Kong. So we should cast our eye on the GBA. Can we utilize locations like Pingshan in Guangzhou, Shenzhen, and also Foshan? They are established infrastructure, and also the electricity tariff is low. We can outsource the management and maintenance costs to local contractors, and the cost would be much lower than Hong Kong. The construction would be very speedy, and we always talk about cross-boundary flow of data or cross-river flow of data. If we have our own data center in the Guangdong province, that would facilitate our formulation of a cross-boundary data flow solution. Now, we should listen to the inputs from users and take a user-led approach in terms of choosing the location for this data center. Now, high-quality development is the key to a strong nation, and we have to contribute our strength to the national development. Now, we are at the point of breakthrough. I am pleased to see that the government is investing in the future. A lot of resources have been dedicated to the development of the INT industry towards a high-quality direction. Now, I hope that in terms of implementation, the government can be accurate in terms of fulfilling its promises. I shall submit to support the passage of the Appropriation Bill 2023. Thank you. Mr. Andrew Lam. Thank you, Mr. Deputy. This is the first budget after the new term of the government has come into office. Now, it sends a message which is prudent and optimistic. Now, there is also response to the call for creating capacity. Now, in terms of public finance, we have to talk about government revenues and expenditure. Now, land sale, stamp duty, and also investments have contributed a lot to our public coffer. However, these are subject to external fluctuations. When there are headwinds, there will be drastic reduction in government revenue and threat and pose risk to our robustness. Now, with dropping land sale revenue, how can we curb with the change in terms of public finance structure. This is something that we are concerned about. Under the National 14th Five-Year Plan, we are given the 8 centers role. This is the directions of our future development. In the policy address and the budget, both the chief executive and the financial secretary have dedicated a lot of resources to compete for talents and enterprises. There are tax concessions as well as land measures. Now we have the oasis for attracting redomiciliation of corporations to Hong Kong. We are offering support for overseas talents to entice them to come to Hong Kong. So these are very good investments. However, with the plunge in government revenue and when land is so scarce, we are concerned how the government can create new revenue streams in the short term and achieve balance in the long run. Now, I support the proposal of infrastructure bond and green bond. Through infrastructure bond, we don't have to spend public money directly in infrastructure projects. This is a response to my suggestion, and it also alleviates our concerns on spending too much on infrastructure. Now, in my proposal to the financial secretary, I mentioned that we have to create land supply and the markets will not wait for us. If we only have long-term strategy, then given the keen competition, we would lose out to our competitors. Now, in terms of land supply, the government has set targets to enhance quantity and quality. Now, from study, planning to construction of housing, it takes a long process. Time is of essence. Now, time is money. This is a simple concept. As a result, the government is removing red tape and streamlining development procedures and compress the timetable. Now, I am pleased to see that the budget has dedicated more resources to realize the smart city and smart government's vision. $600 million have been earmarked for completing a government-wide e-audit in the next 3 years. Now, at the Special Finance Committee meeting, I asked about the progress of the e-government audit. Now, the government said that there are 2 phases of the e-audit. It is expected that by year 2023, the entire audit would complete. Now, I'm pleased to see that the government is harnessing technology to improve its service. For example, using AI to man its hotline and also using geospatial lab and also the visual dashboard to enhance its management. Blockchain technology is adopted in the IM Smart as well as data exchange authorization and finally achieving one-stop government service. So I recognize all these proposals and promises. I hope the government would speed up the process of implementation. Otherwise, there would be time spent on each step from planning to scrutinizing to implementing, and then we will not live to see the realization of these implementations. I support the idea of establishing a central data bureau for coordinating the standardization work of data in the future and coordinating data exchange between departments. By harnessing information technology, we can save manpower inputs, and in the long run, it will tap the potential in the civil service and the labor force as a whole and reprioritize the work. And I'm also pleased to see that the government is showing resolve to harness new technology. Say, for example, earmarking $15 million to study MIC construction method and also identifying sites in the northern metropolis for storage of construction materials, as well as enhancing the MIC supply chain production line in the GBA. Now, many advanced technologies are showing good potential. Now, we have MIC as well as BIM. The simulation construction method help speed up the construction process. Of course, by using new technology, we have to explain to the public their benefits. Now, in Tongchong, we have seen the completion of public rental housing built with the advanced method. However, there are concerns that the building cost was higher than the conventional method. Now, in the next phase, more public housing will be built with the modular housing method. We can compress the construction cost. However, there will be issues in terms of storage as well as the off-site fabrication solution. So I believe the government will give us more details in due course. Now, for the development of GBA, we can't rely on ourselves. We have to take a macro view in the GBA. We have to have synergy and collaborate with the GBA with our GBA neighbors to bring growth impetus to our economy. Now, when it comes to manpower, last week we debated on a members' motion on increasing labor imports to Hong Kong. Now, we have a serious manpower shortage in a lot of industries, and we have to enhance our manpower capacity. Now, after the Top Talent Pass scheme in 2 months' time, 8,800 applications were approved. It shows that Hong Kong is still very attractive. I'm pleased to see that. Now, compared with the average of nurturing local talents, for each talent, the average cost is just $280. It is very cost effective. Now, in terms of GBA collaborative developments, we can't just introduce talents to Hong Kong. We have to allow free flow of talents in GBA. Now, some months ago, many members mentioned about retirements in the GBA. Well, this is a good example of cross-boundary, or rather GBA, a free flow of talents in GBA. Why can't we allow talents to move around freely in GBA and choose where to live? This will bring us the necessary talents and also encourage developments in the GBA. Now, a holistic enhancement of capacity takes time, but the budget is a good start. I hope that the capacity building measures in the budget will help us build a good foundation for future growth. I support the Appropriation Bill 2023.
Mr. Dominic Lee. Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Well, we've had the epidemic for 3 years. Finally, we have come out at the end of the tunnel for normalcy. In this budget, we have measures like the consumption voucher to take care of the needs of the grassroots. There are also measures to attract enterprises and talents, so they become the drive of our long-term economic development. We can continue with our steady development. This has given impetus to Hong Kong's economic development. The New People's Party support that, but it's been 25 years since the reunification. A lot of grassroots are living a life without dignity. We have many families living in in subdivided units. There is a long waiting time for residential care homes for the elderly. Many have died before they even get a place. Can the government see that? In the ancient times, there is a famous statesman. In his work, he talked about governance. He said that people have to become rich before you have good governance. I'd like to elaborate. If you want to properly manage a place, you will have to make people wealthy. It will be easier to govern them. If people are poor, it will be difficult to govern them. This brings to mind the 2019 anti-extradition bill riot. That itself is a color revolution, but the catalyst is livelihood issues. So when we look at our finances, shouldn't we show some care to our grassroots? Can they share the fruit of our economic development? After the epidemic, the grassroots are living a tougher life. In 2020, we have 1.65 million people living in
poverty. The poverty rate is 23.6%, a high in 12 years. Compared to 2019, the poverty rate has risen by 2%. It's also a new high since 2019. In this budget, however, there is little support for our grassroots, say for those have-nots and those living in public housing estates. There is no additional assistance. If we are to address our poverty problem, what we need to do is to take reference from the approach of the central authorities. Starting from 2020, they have a targeted measure to lift about 100 million people out of poverty. The central government has set very clear policies and targets. They make use of the market, society, and the government to meet the target to address the poverty problem. This is a very good example. Why doesn't our government take reference? Apart from the poverty gap, another issue is our flawed healthcare system, the public one. The epidemic has caused all these problems to surface. In the fifth wave, we recall the situation when corridors are filled with beds. There is a shortage of doctors, nurses. Some patients had to wait outside in the cold. This broke our heart. Hong Kong is an affluent society. How can we let that happen? I know someone who lives in Kwong Yun Estate in Sha Tin. She's an old lady. A couple of years ago, she suffered from degenerated knees. She could not walk for a long distance, let alone to climb stairs. She registered with the outpatient unit in Prince of Wales Hospital, but it's not a stable new case, so she had to wait for 2 years to see an orthopedic doctor. And she had to wait for another 4 to 5 years for a surgery. When she was waiting, one day she went downstairs. She tripped and fell half of a flight of stairs. She suffered from bone fracture. She had to stay in a hospital. After she's been discharged, she had to rely on a wheelchair, but she lived by herself. She had no choice but to stay at home. She was not happy. And then that's the end of the story, because she passed away. I was thinking if there had been an early appointment for surgery for the old lady, could this tragedy have been prevented? So in terms of medical expenditure, we're talking about $120 billion, which is a drop by 23% compared to the amount in the previous year. I do understand that during the epidemic there will be expenditure incurred. Say, for example, the rapid antigen test. But how come that after the epidemic, the reduction in, say, RAT cannot be used on cases like the old lady? How come that there is a cut on expenditure on healthcare services so that we see some cases deteriorating? And I don't need to tell you about the serious situation with a housing problem. A few years ago, when I was a district councillor in Sham Shui Po, I visited households living in subdivided units. I recall one time when I went to a family, a 4-person family staying in a 90 square foot unit. So the 18-year-old sister had to sleep on the same bunk bed with the younger brother. You cannot possibly imagine how cramped the space is. The brother and the sister often quarrel. The sister was asked what she would like. She said that she would like to have her own bed so that she didn't have to She didn't have to share. My heart sank. As I said, we are in an affluent society. How can we allow that to happen? We're all Hong Kongers. How come that we live a life that is so different? In face of this humble wish of the sister, I feel helpless. It's not that I can't buy her a bed. There is no space for it. She had to wait till she get a flat of public housing before her life could be improved. So John Lee floated the idea of light public housing so that for those waiting for public housing for 3 years could stay there for 5 years. I was moved by this proposal. Finally, with the expedition of public housing production, we finally see a solution to addressing housing problems. We finally have a chance to give childhood back to brothers and sisters living in subdivided units. Of course, when it comes to location, construction of public housing, light public housing, it will only last for 5 years. And it's not an easy arrangement for the government. And there will be special arrangements put in place, hopefully, say transportation, schooling, so that tenants can live there and be confident that it will be a good life. So we rely on Ms. Winnie Ho, the secretary, and we rely on the government and the chief executive to make things happen. As I said, that you need to make people wealthy before you can properly and easily govern them. I hope that those in power will share the wisdom of this statement in the ancient times, and I hope that they will put the priority of people at the forefront so that the underprivileged can share the fruit of our economic development. We should not allow people to be forgotten. As long as we work together, we share the same goal, we can overcome any problem. And there will be a complete change of people's livelihood. Hong Kong can scale new heights. Thank you. I so submit. Mr. Tan Yue Hang. Thank you, President. We now have this budget. It has long-term policies benefiting people's livelihood. We've come out of the epidemic, and there has been a number of adjusted policies. We now have a moderate fiscal policies to take into account our long-term economic development and to meet the need of society. I support the Appropriation Bill 2023. And I would also like to talk about financial services in the budget. First of all, in the Belt and Road Initiatives, Financing Center and Green Finance Center, Hong Kong occupies a strategic position. A number of times, our Chief Executive and the Financial Secretary conducted overseas visits to enhance our liaison with Belt and Road countries. This has shown that they attach importance to the development of the Belt and Road initiatives. Under the existing framework, financial resources will be allocated appropriately and to make use of the Belt and Road initiatives. The government will provide a platform to encourage different enterprises to take part in various expos and fairs to expand our trade activities. There are also different cooperation platforms in e-commerce. With these for the support of high-end financial services development, building on top of our financing platform, there will be development through financing in capital securities. There will be policies materializing, and these will serve as an example. At the same time, we will promote Hong Kong's investment bank to expand the scope of investment in the Belt and Road countries. This will showcase our advantage in financial services. We will make use of promotional activities and build Hong Kong as a professional financing center. Well, this is an opportunity of change, and we will further promote RMB offshore trading activities. I suggest that the Hong Kong Exchange and financial regulators to use RMB more as a financial product. There will be policies put in place to encourage the issuance of RMB bonds as well as settlement in RMB in different products. We will expedite the development of internationalization of RMB. In terms of green financing, we have the voluntary carbon exchange marketplace. We will further our cooperation with the Guangzhou or the China carbon exchange. In terms of SME disclosure, there will be further subsidy provided to enhance disclosure. There will be funding provided to support green projects. This will further develop Hong Kong's green development. We have steering committees established to enable the early implementation of various green measures and projects. We also work with different cities in the GBA, say for example, cooperation with Guangzhou and with Shenzhen financial technology. We will develop new factors to consolidate Hong Kong's international financial center so that financial services can serve different sectors in a better way. We will also make use of fintech to promote industrial development. We will focus our effort on innovation and technology in the financial services. I propose that we develop over 3 areas. We focus on startups. We will pave a solid foundation. We provide tax concessions to attract equity investment companies to set up in Hong Kong. The second area is to get investment banks and commercial banks to transform towards fintech. And this will provide sound support. There should be a task force on fintech set up. There should be dedicated financing guarantee scheme put in place. And there should be further reform of fintech. There should be a reform of the GEM. Threshold should be lowered. A mechanism should be introduced to enhance flexibility in the market. We should also explore opportunities of cooperation with Shanghai and other places so that we can attract mainland and international tech companies to Hong Kong. the northern metropolis will serve us well in this regard. In the coming 1 or 2 decades, the GBA and the northern metropolis will be the growth area. We can take the lead and set up a GBA development bank. In Nansha, there is this exploration of setting up a Nansha development bank. If we can set up this GBA development bank, this will consolidate our financial system. This will be the financial support for major projects in the northern metropolis. This will bring transformation and upgrading scale of economies and drive down production costs. Popularization of finance, of securities. I thank the FS for making proposals of inclusive financial inclusion. Now we have SME finance guarantee scheme. There is green bond. There is also silver bond. These products, it's a investment product with steady return. We also have the Stock Connect and the Bond Connect. I hope that there will be further promotion of financial inclusion. This will benefit people. We will also need to expedite the issuance of green bond, silver bond. We should also upscale the scale of issuance. In terms of MPF, these bonds will be another alternative for the MPF and the SME, so that they can make use of it to share the fruits of our economic development. I so submit to support the bill.
Dr. Dennis Lam. Thank you, Mr. President. I need to declare that I work for a company which provide healthcare services in both the mainland and Hong Kong. In the past 3 years, because of the epidemic, different industries were hit hard. Now, Hong Kong has resumed normal travel with the mainland and the rest of the world, and we are on the path to recovery. As more mainland and overseas tourists come to Hong Kong, businesses are picking up, and we are returning to full normalcy. These are extraordinary times. A series of relief measures have been announced in this year's budget to stimulate the local economy and help tide people over the difficulties. This reflects how the Financial Secretary has mulled over the long-standing problems in Hong Kong, and this budget has incorporated the views expressed by different sectors of the community. This is a budget that helps tide people over their difficulties and improve their livelihood. I support this budget. At the end of January, I met with the Financial Secretary in the government headquarters, and at that time there were diverse views on whether cash handouts should be given and how much should the amount be, and I urged the administration to strike a good balance between exercising fiscal discipline and tiding people over the difficulties. I suggested that the Financial Secretary give out consumption vouchers to members of the public ranging from $3,000 to $5,000. I'm happy to see that my suggestion has been taken on board. Each of us can get $5,000 of consumption vouchers. This proves to be a very effective tool in stimulating local spending. The electronic consumption vouchers could help drive e-payment and for further development to take roots in Hong Kong. Apart from giving out consumption vouchers, the Financial Secretary also provides a tax deduction for personal income at a cap of $6,000. These are practical measures that can help lift the financial burden of our people. And I'm happy to see that there are measures in this budget relating to dovetailing with national development strategies. There are also additional funding support for innovation technology, such as a $6 billion funding scheme for universities and research institutions to set up a institute relating to life technology, and also another tech fund totaling $4 billion, so that we can better dovetail our strategies with the mainland's development strategies. There are also sufficient resources reserved to implement the chronic disease co-care pilot scheme, and also enhancement to the elderly health care voucher schemes. In terms of $500 million will also be injected into the Chinese Medicine Development Fund to support the development of Chinese medicine. This issue has all along been close to the heart of the public. We spent a lot of money on fighting the epidemic for 3 years. As a result, some standing arrangements have been called to a halt, including suspension of operations. Now we are resuming normalcy, but we should also bear in mind that we've entered the age of artificial intelligence, which will form the core driver of the healthcare industry's development. At the same time, the government also supports the development of industrialization 4.0. We have the state-of-the-art medical teams and facilities in Hong Kong. Smart healthcare is the latest trend. Once people get used to telehealth services and remote dispensary of drugs, there will be a substantial increase in terms of the efficiency of healthcare services. The Financial Secretary should continue to make more effort in this regard. Now, about Greater Bay Area development, 550,000 Hong Kong residents at the moment ordinarily resides in the Greater Bay Area. Quality Hong Kong-style healthcare should be provided to these residents. And in order to achieve that, we should allow public funding as well as medical records to be transmitted across the border, so as to provide funding support to Hong Kong residents living across the border. The Hong Kong Yu Shenzhen Hospital is a good example of integration into the Greater Bay Area. The government should consider providing funding for another hospital of this nature to be set up in the Greater Bay Area. Another option is for the Hong Kong Yu Shenzhen Hospital to be entrusted to oversee the operation of other hospitals of quality. We can rethink the service delivery model. On the one hand, we can provide services to Hong Kong residents living in the Greater Bay Area. On the other hand, we can also allow local residents to travel across the boundary to visit these hospitals so as to reduce waiting time at a public healthcare system. More importance should be attached to integration of the healthcare systems between the two places so that resources can be provided to meet the healthcare needs of our people, so that we can have adequate healthcare protection, even across the border. Dr. Johnny Financial Secretary, Mr. Paul Chan, has delivered this budget titled Leaping Forward Steadily. Together we bolster prosperity under one new vision. This is the first budget since this term of office, government assumes office. We have entered a new era. We have high hopes for this budget. This budget will mean a lot to us in the coming 5 or 10 years. My comment on this budget is that it is visionary. It has a clear idea of what we should do in the future, but in the short term, we don't do enough to tide people over their difficulties. This is a visionary budget, considering things at a macro level. It will help us establish our 8 centers according to the 14th five-year plan in the long term, but in the short term, it doesn't do anything to address manpower shortage. And with this red ink budget totaling $140 billion of deficit, many people in the middle class are disappointed. Earlier, I put forward 19 suggestions in 5 areas. In the long term, in terms of driving industrial development, we should promote innovation technology and create the future for our young people. Now, the budget refers to digital economy, Web3, green tech, and green finance. In terms of the development of green finance and sustainable finance, we enjoy an advantage. We also can dovetail our strategy with the dual carbon goals of the mainland. I believe we have the prerequisite to enhance our edge in the global stage so that we can scale new heights. And this is also what the presidency hopes for Hong Kong, and that we should be an international I&T center. A task force should be set up comprising different policy bureau representatives, market participants, and regulators so as to put forward recommendations to the government. This is a very positive message for the sector. Virtual assets is a very important area of the financial system. Since the issuance of the policy policy address last year, many have expressed interest. Now, taking forward Web3 will help drive development further, and I suggest that we should launch the e-citizenship or e-pass for residents, but the financial secretary said that more will have to be consideration will have to be given to this idea of a digital nomad pass, and I am disappointed. If we issue these passes, we can allow overseas talents and professionals to work in Hong Kong in a remote manner. In this digital era, this measure can help us trove talents and businesses. We can try this out in particular sectors. For example, a digital visa can be issued to professionals in this sector. We need to upgrade and transform our industries and tackle structural issues such as manpower shortage. In the coming few years, we need to tackle this problem. With an aging population and a drop in the birth rate, the manpower crunch is getting more and more serious. According to the latest statistics, in 2018, we had 4 million in the working population, but now we have lost some 200,000 in our workforce, just 3.78 million. And for the net outflow of our population, according to the latest statistics, it stands at 140,000. And according to the manpower projection report, by 2027, we will be short of 170,000 workers in Hong Kong. But the budget is silent on how the government should tackle these issues, such as boosting the birth rate and tackling manpower shortage. There is only one measure to boost birth rate, and that is tax breaks for newborns. Now, according to the latest blueprint, the I&T in the coming 10 years should contribute 5% to our GDP. This is a vision, but I'm afraid without manpower support, it will be castle in the air. In order to tackle manpower crunch in the short term and to attract and nurture talents to support the dedicated emerging industries, we need to formulate the dedicated manpower policy as quickly as possible. Other mainland cities are developing by leaps and bounds. And with the concept of developing the Greater Bay Area as a cluster, we should formulate the relevant strategies as quickly as possible to drive GBA development as well. In order to cater for the needs of a knowledge-based economy, the government should also step up measures in nurturing, grooming local talents, attracting overseas talents, and retaining talents. The latest budget seems to be inadequate in this regard. The government should give the ERB a stronger role to play in this regard so that through training and retraining, we can nurture local talents and allow our local talents to give play to their potential. For example, for specific sectors, the ERB can operate more training courses to help workers upgrade and transform the skills and attract others to rejoin the workforce, such as women and the retirees, so that we can further unleash potential in our population. We need the right policies to support the long-term development of Hong Kong to bring impetus to grow to our economy. As far as people's livelihood are concerned, well, the Financial Secretary has put forward measures to boost the revival of the economy. There are also measures to help SMEs. He emphasizes that although this is a red ink budget, 80% of the spendings will be used on SMEs and the general public. However, for the middle class, comparing to last year's consumption voucher, the amount has been halved, and also for salary tax and profits tax allowances, etc. These amounts have been capped at the $6,000, and even for the CSSA relief measure, the amount is only equivalent to half month of the CSSA allowance. After 3 years in the epidemic, people still need room to recuperate. I think more support should be given to the middle class and the general public. Now, the budget also speaks at length about tapping the mainland market. I also put forward this motion at the CPBCC meeting that there should be more collaboration to help Hong Kong brands tap mainland domestic market so as to help drive the development of post-COVID economy. All in all, this budget provides support on improving people's livelihood, helping SMEs tide over the difficulties, so on and so forth. But the government should also do something to boost the manpower supply in Hong Kong so that we have long-term growth impetus. I support the appropriation bill.
Ms. Chen Yutming, thank you, President. I speak in support of the appropriation bill 2023. After COVID, this is the first budget in the post-COVID era. There's a weak external economy. During COVID, the government adopted an expansionary policy and that built up the deficit. But now we have put COVID behind us. So there's one shared vision in the community. We need to get on the new journey, focus on the economy, make up for lost time. I'm pleased to see this in the budget. A range of measures to speed up our recovery. First, the consumption vouchers, the tax concessions, and also a range of measures ranging from Hello Hong Kong and Happy Hong Kong. Their support for people and businesses, and also in lifting our brand name, bringing in mainland and overseas visitors. Now, apart from the recovery, we also need to pursue high-quality development on the new journey. That's why this budget mentions we need to establish this new paradigm. We need to align with our national development strategies and create capacity. A key part of this process is the Northern Metropolis. This will provide new impetus for our growth. So I will now comment on the Northern Metropolis development. Under one country, two systems, we have the support of our motherland. We're also facing the world. We have the geography. We also have the institutions. These are our unique advantages. Our country is striving towards a second centenary goal. Integrating international development is a key task for Hong Kong. Our opportunities ahead are the Greater Bay Area and the Northern Metropolis. That's why in this year's budget, there are measures on attracting enterprises and talent. We have the Top Talent Pass scheme. More than 20,000 applications have been received and more than 10,000 applications have been approved. That shows the pass scheme is popular. This can help bring in talent. For the Northern Metropolis, I also expect that the Office for Attracting Strategic Enterprises can help bring in suitable enterprises to come to Hong Kong. On talent policy, that is important. Now, we also need policies on facilitating the flow of people. The mainland immigration authorities have announced a relaxation on the visa limits for 6 kinds of talent. For Hong Kong, we have to crack on. We have to get the country's consent and adopt measures to facilitate the cross-boundary flow of people. In the northern metropolis, there's a 30-kilometer long land boundary. There are 7 land boundary crossing points or BCPs, but we still have the closed areas along the boundaries. For the 7 BCPs, only Heng Yun Wei is accessible to both pedestrians and vehicles. And that's in sharp contrast to what you see at Shenzhen Bay. Now let's look at the BCPs. Guangdong, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen, they are including the BCPs as a key area. They have the boundary control area, economic belt. We passed a motion, the LegCo, to develop these areas to facilitate the flow of people, goods, and capital across the boundaries. So the closed area system and also the current cross-boundary system need a review. Otherwise, we end up obstructing the development of an economic belt centered on the BCPs. There have been permits for farmers to enter and exit this particular point. We now have one country, 2 systems. We can seek our country's consent to offer streamlined cross-boundary measures. Earlier at the Q&A session, the chief executive said this: there's a Santine Technopole in the northern metropolis that would be the first area, and I hope there will be more support for the Technopole. And I hope the SCR government can update the relevant measures and the infrastructure and extend the arrangements to other BCPs so that we can facilitate the exchange with other cities in the GBA to make the northern metropolis more accessible and bring in more talent. Now, I want to turn to the budget and the other factors. The northern metropolis focuses on innovation and technology. This is a key platform for our integration into national development. The budget informs the public once again that the government will set up 2 steering committees, one chaired by the chief executive, the other chaired by the financial secretary. There will also be a Northern Metropolis Coordination Office to take forward the work. The budget mentions innovation and technology, and this is where land is needed. On land development in the Northern Metropolis, the government has announced proposals to streamline development. But then there is an issue here. In the northern metropolis, there are village areas. They have been 7 to 8 years long or centuries long. The local people there have been fighting British and the Japanese in the past. There are records on them. But if we stick to the Land Resumption Ordinance and take back the land that has been passed on for generations, and then the sited land is formed and then is sold on action, has the government considered how these people would feel and what will be their descendants make of what the government does? President Xi Jinping said, a harmonious society is based on people. So we need co-development. I put this question to the financial secretary after the budget was announced. The secretary said he would not talk to the development bureau. I hope that for the financial secretary, as a member of the steering committee on the Northern Metropolis and the chairman of the the advisory committee, the FS can propose new modes of development and seize these co-development opportunities in the Northern Metropolis and tie in with the common prosperity vision. Now, before the Northern Metropolis was announced, New Territories North was a fringe area. There were all kinds of facilities near the Lorwu BCP. There was a site for the Sandy Ridge Funerary Hub, and there was also Hong Nong Hang, a place for processing food waste. Near Liantang BCP, there was a plan to expand the landfill. There was a pollution affecting the 200,000 people living there. This year, the Ecology and Environment Bureau had to spend an extra $110 million on the work. There were also plans to build sewage treatment works, abattoirs, etc. The plan is to pursue high-quality growth in the northern metropolis. Those previous plans are at odds with our goal, and they are not people want. Such mismatch is something the government should take seriously. Under the leadership of the chief executive, there will be an action plan for the northern metropolis. The advisory committee on northern metropolis, led by the financial secretary, will listen to views. I hope that in the days to come, the government can show how to overcome the factors obstructing the development in the northern metropolis and facilitate development there. President, I support the Appropriation Bill 2023 and its passage. I so submit. Mr. Kitson Yang. Thank you, President. We had COVID. Revenue dropped for the government with over the $100 billion in deficit. I'm grateful to the government for taking on board A4's suggestions, including the 5,000 consumption vouchers. The public transport fares are going up, public utilities are costing more. The measures help ease people's burden. Last week, people received the first tranche of consumption vouchers. They spent a lot of money, and then there were all kinds of offers from the stores. So that really provided a boost to the economy. We're putting COVID behind us. Normal life is coming back. There's hope for the tourist industry. We need to invest to generate returns. We propose that $1.5 billion should be set aside for packages for tourists. And then we also propose $2 billion in a mega events fund to reorganize mega events, hold new events, and have exhibitions. Then we should also continue with the staycation delights and all kinds of incentives. But the financial secretary decided to set aside only $100 million for attracting tourists and mega events. The Happy Hong Kong and Hello Hong Kong have been received throughout Jay Chow and some other artists took part at the event near the Central Pier. I was at one such concert. There are people who failed to secure a ticket. They could go to the Tema Park and the nearby waterfront area. They could also take the Ferris wheel. You could hear the concert even across the harbor. Many people were there. In Kowloon City, we joined the Happy Hong Kong. We had this water splashing festival, something that was suspended for 3 years because of COVID. Many people took part in the activity that brought back vitality back to Kowloon City, and that also led to more business for the store operators. With the consumption vouchers and Happy Hong Kong, they will help shore up our economic recovery. I hope the government can step up the promotion of tourism. The government should work with the Guangdong authorities to step up the work so that we can incorporate the M+ Museum and also Wu Kao Tang and also the anti-Japanese relics so that we can have ecotourism as something we can promote to tourists and bring a variety of tourist experiences. We need the mainland tourists. They will drive our tourism recovery. We should relax the duty-free limit up to $100,000 to encourage mainland tourists to spend here. And with the May Day Golden Week coming up, the Tourist Industry Council expects 600,000 visitors here. And the visitor level will return to 60 level the pre-COVID time. So then with there's a manpower shortage and we don't have enough flights, we should step up our capacity. For those receiving the visitors, we should provide subsidies to recover the businesses. There should also be enhanced support for cross-boundary cultures and hiring manpower so that we can bring back normality to the tourism sector. Tourism sector is a key part of our economy. Even for those tours offering cheap meals, we need to give visitors a good experience when they go shopping or have meals. We have seen many tours going to To Kwa Wan and Hong Kong. Those areas were overwhelmed and caused a nuisance for the local residents. I talked to the tourism authority. I went on visits to the area and I pressed for a booking mechanism, at least 30 minutes for each meal, and group in, group out mechanisms, and spread out the tour groups to other areas. I thank the authority for taking on board my ideas. So there were some cruises for the tourists. The measures are producing results. But then the real test comes with the May 1st Golden Week. I hope the tourism authority can learn the lessons from the past and get the venue right. And we need to focus on both the quantity and the quality of our tourism sector. The authorities should manage the tour groups, including the meals. the tourism authority should also expand the meeting to all the restaurants receiving tour groups. The customs and the Department of Health should also tackle the black spot for ripping tourists off. All the departments should play a part in keeping an eye on the situation to give visitors a good experience. And that's how we can enliven our reputation as a place for tourists. We're seeing a rebound in the economy, but the global economy remains weak. There are uncertainties ahead. A more serious hidden risk is the manpower shortage. But birth rate is very low. With an aging population, people are leaving. So we have this manpower crunch across sectors. The impact on the economy is something we have to face up to. Aging population is an option. Look at elsewhere in the world, the mainland, Singapore, other places of the world. They have all kinds of measures. They have measures to encourage child giving. But now we have been dodging the issue. We don't see anything in the budget this year. The child allowance went up from 120,000 to 130,000. That's a very small increase. We need more people and more talent. That's a long-term investment. The government should learn from the success stories of other places. We should provide financial incentives to encourage childbirth, and also we should provide very progressive concession, and we should provide subsidies. There should be tax deductions for hiring foreign domestic helpers, and there should also be medical vouchers for those having children. This is to lower the cost. And we should also be providing subsidies for in vitro fertilization and also help those infertile couples with having children. There should also be providing more holidays for parents to look after kids, and also enhancements to paternity leave, 7 days of paternity leave, and also maternal and also leave to look after kids, support for to work for families where both parents work. We need people and we need new thinking to solve the population issue. President, the Financial Secretary announced an infrastructure-led approach and capacity creating for transport. We need to enhance transport infrastructure, and we need a long, forward-thinking approach to address the long-term needs for transport and logistics. The Kai-Tak area is meant to be CBD2, but the government has broken its promise on monorail. And then there will be a sports park, and there will be light public housing. There will be more people in the area. We need a mass transit system to meet the local transport needs. Now, there is the energizing Kowloon East office. A4 and another group went to the Pingshan in Shenzhen. We looked at Sky Shuttle. They have strong credibility. They're safe. So the Sky Shuttle is just right for our crowded street. After returning to Hong Kong, we looked at the situation, and we proposed Sky Shuttle for Kowloon East. It starts at Kowloon, at Kai-Tak, Mok Tai Street, Shing Fong Road, and then it goes to the typhoon shelter to Cha Kuo Lang waterfront, and then it goes to the Yau Tong MTR station. It would be 7 kilometers long, 19 minutes travel time, and it will only cost $7 billion. Some days ago, the chief executive led electrical members to the BYD. We had a look at the Sky Shuttle. Mr. Eric Chen also said the Sky Shuttle could be used in Hong Kong, and the chief executive has an open mind towards introducing the Sky Shuttle, so the Transport and Logistics Bureau should explore the feasibility. We had an anti-chamber exchange today. I also discussed Sky Shuttle with the government. I hope that we can have a mass transit system in Kai-Tak. Now, for the Kowloon East line, the government will have a trackless elevator trackless system instead of a heavy rail. Now, there will be something connecting the Choi Hong station, and it will link to the Anderson Road and Anderson Road quarry site. But there's no plan to connect the Wong Tai Sin. Now, for Chi Wan Shan and Anderson Road, the design, the terrain there is very similar. So I suggest that the link should all the way connect to Chi Wan Shan and Chuk Yun, and we should have a rapid transit system that goes through Chuk Yun Road, Chi Wan Shan Road, and ends at the Choi Hong Station. This is to meet the 200,000 residents of Wong Tai Sin. This budget mentions stronger links with the GBA. Now we propose metroization of the express rail link. There should be lower cost. We're pleased to see the government responded actively to us. The government pledged a task force to follow up on the matter. We hope the details will come out soon. I hope the government can tell us more, be more active, link up Hong Kong and the mainland, and that can give us a boost. Thank you.
Mr. Vincent Chang. Thank you, President. At the end of February, the Financial Secretary delivered the latest budget, talking about leaping forward steadily. Together, we bolster prosperity under our new vision. This is the new direction. We hope that this will inject impetus to our economy. We hope for economic recovery at full steam so that we can integrate with the strategic development of our country. Well, we have received a new round of consumption voucher. Altogether, the government has spent about $30 billion on it, but everyone's happy. And we also hear about the Pop Fest, Hello Hong Kong, Happy Hong Kong, all these mega events. And there are also mega events relating to sports, the M-Mark events. I'm sure that it will lift us out of the melancholy of the Black Clad violence. With these suitable measures launched under the budget as well as those in the policy address, I'm sure that we can all work together for more speedy economic development. So I support the appropriation bill. I would like to speak on areas that are close to my heart. First of all, support to the grassroots. In terms of relief measures, the FS has responded to our comments. Apart from consumption voucher, there is also various relief measures covering rates, tax concessions, and some extensions of subsidies. In terms of subdivided units, eligible households will be able to receive a waiver of installation of separate electricity meters. But in some other areas, there hasn't been much improvement. So in the coming few years, when the government's finances improve, I hope that poverty alleviation can be strengthened. Say, for example, now another month of benefits, subsidy to those have-nots, as well as supporting measures to SDU households, the subdivided unit households. Well, the subcommittee to talk about policies on support of grassroots it's reaching its end of term. We've made a number of recommendations. There are a number of follow-up measures. There is this cash subsidy pilot scheme. It's going to expire soon. I hope that this will be regularized. And there is also a project of converting industrial buildings for housing. We hope that via various measures we can increase the supply of public housing to help the grassroots. Now I move on to youth development as well as sports. The FS has follow-up on measures in the policy address. There will be popularization of sports, especially urban sports, much welcomed by youngsters. There is sports climbing, skateboarding, suitable facilities will be provided. In the budget, it's mentioned that the Kwun Chung Municipal Building will be converted into an urban sport center. There is also a study to enhance the George V Memorial Park and turn it into an outdoor-indoor urban sport venue. I strongly support the initiative. Well, apart from breakdancing, five-a-side, indoor basketball, there are also a number of other sports. Say, for example, sports climbing and skateboarding and breakdancing, they will be included in the Olympic sports. And that itself will draw more attention among the youngsters. It's a good thing. We can also combine it with popular street culture so that we can develop sports along the lines of athlete sports, elite sports, popularization, etc. We can continue to use the LCSD venues. But what about other conventional facilities? They are not adequate. Urban sports can make use of advantage because it will maximize the use of available space, say under the bridge, vacant car parks, school premises, rooftop, and public markets. They can be venues as well. The URL has launched a new measure in the Yumen Square. There is a venue for skateboarding. Every month, the venue will be used by NGOs to organize training classes. This is a good use of communal places to promote sport. Apart from public places, some private developers have also made available these sky gardens and turned them into sports venues like those for skateboarding. I hope that more will follow this example. In terms of elite sports, it will promote the development of various sports activities. We see a lot of international sports events. We look forward to seeing more. I'm also concerned about development in culture. In this regard, there is some mention in the budget. $20 million is allocated to organize the GBA Culture Festival. 5,000 practitioners will participate. It will attract 140,000 spectators. There is also about $130 million allocated to support local art groups to take part in more events in the GBA. There will be also $500 million injected into the Create Smart initiatives to support the industry. I look forward to these initiatives, especially cooperation with the GBA. In the past 3 years, we have seen very few opportunities to perform. For local art groups, they've always been doing very well. I look forward to seeing them staging their performances on the mainland. In the past week, we visited Dongguan, Shenzhen. We saw a lot of art and cultural spaces and opportunities for us to work together on. There is also variety shows organized by the different TV stations. We have Cantonese songs. I hope that more can be done. In 2024, there will be the very first Hong Kong Showbiz Expo. We will continue to try to become the East meets West Cultural Exchange Center so that we can continue to strengthen our cultural quality. We hope that we will get more support from the public. We talk about Cantopop, Hong Kong movies, and local creations. We should support all these. I strongly support the budget. I look forward to working with my fellow colleagues so that Hong Kong can continue to shine. Mr. Tang Fei, I speak and support the Appropriation Bill 2023. This is the first budget of this term of government. I'm a legislator. I listened very intently to the FS speech. He described this budget. He talked about a capable government and an efficient market. It brings to mind a famous economy of the mainland, Professor Lin. He said in his latest publication, a term that is similar, also means a capable government and efficient market. Do they share the same mentality and the same philosophy? I look at the different initiatives in the budget to find out why there is these 4 words. Do we have a version 2.0 of economics in Hong Kong? Overall speaking, there are 3 major areas. First, the transfer of wealth and also supporting measures. What's drawn our attention is the consumption voucher. Some say that the amount has shrunk, at least smaller than what we've expected. But with the vouchers, there is an instant effect to revigorate our retail consumption market. But I do think that these are just run-of-the-mill measures. In the budget, there are measures to support the SME, say, for example, profits tax rates waiver, extension of a financing scheme, and also other subsidy schemes. These are of a more extensive scope than consumption voucher because it covers various stakeholders. Unicorns, we need to attract unicorn and multinational corporations as well, but we also need to support local SMEs. When we need to give surplus cash to consumers, we also need to make room for SMEs to grow. And I think that's where we can see a capable government and an efficient market. There is support to conventional industries, say, for example, trade and financial services. There are measures to promote innovation and technology, say, for example, a use of technology in shipping and the use of fintech. Industries are encouraged to use technology to enhance their competitiveness. When it comes to industries that are not conventional, then we say, for example, tourism, sports, culture, and arts, there will be preferential measures put in place. The government will take the lead to organize major events to give them a platform to showcase their performances. Say, for example, Hello Hong Kong, Happy Hong Kong. So these are opportunities for these emerging industries to participate. We have numerous numbers of events. The whole of Hong Kong is a theme park. There is also another area. There will be development of new market and new direction. Say, for example, development of Belt and Road and RCEP and green finance and other investment tools. And in terms of manpower training, the government has also make plans to boost that. They make use of new industries and new opportunities and new centers to train manpower to integrate into national development. Well, when it comes to addressing the issue of structured deficit, all these policies will increase government spending. That means the risk of deficit will increase as well. We have a low tax regime. So by expanding tax to increase revenue, the effect is limited. There is also a risk of a structural deficit. At the end of the budget, the FS said in a very solemn way that there is a risk of a structural deficit, and that there will be short-term measures to increase revenue, say, for example, sports betting duty, increasing the stamp duty on stock transfer and rates, progressive rates. I think that is the most thorny area. We have to develop our economy and also help people. We have to be more active, but that means higher expenditure. Whilst maintaining our tax regime and attracting capital from outside, we have to keep things simple. We can't solely rely on land sale revenue. The FS has emphasized that these demand-side management measures will not be lifted. And there is also the philosophy that we have to spend within our limit. I think this will be for the government to think very carefully. Well, we see short-term measures to bring in revenue, but I have not seen any long-term ones to address the risk of a structured deficit. Another area is education. There is little coverage on education in the budget. But if I say that there is not much importance attached to it, I beg to differ. The approach is different. In the past, when it comes to education, it's more like spending over the same amount on different areas, on different schools and different level of education. But this time round, the budget is different. There are focus areas. For example, for enhancement of VPET, vocational and professional education and training, there has been many different measures. When it comes to vocational education, what it has lost our attention since the 2000s. A lot of these vocational schools have changed to grammar schools. Well, not many students enrolled in commercial courses. When it comes to universities, they will choose students with traditional subjects. Applied subjects is not exactly VPET or vocational subjects. And for associate degrees, it's not high level enough as a bachelor's degree, but higher than a diplomat. Well, there is no reform or overhaul of the education here. But I can see that vocational training will be enhanced with these measures. Say in various paragraphs, paragraph 134, 140, and 173, we see pilot schemes of VPET and also various training courses for logistics, fintech, construction. We see many different direct funding allocations, so it's different from the conventional approach of allocating funding to all these different areas. There is also a diploma of applied education program that replaces diploma Yijin program, and there's also the pilot project on the development of applied degree programs. And I think it will benefit everyone. I hope that the SAR government will devote more on education so that we can train local manpower and support incoming talents.
Mr. Ban Chan, Mr. President, we've been through the black-clad violence and the COVID-19 pandemic. Now we yearn for stability. We also understand the importance of national security. We have a unique advantage of having the support of the mainland and being connected to the world. During the epidemic, at one point we experienced shortage in anti-epidemic equipment, but with the help of the mainland authorities, we were able to overcome the hump, and now we are on a path to recovery. In this budget, I'm happy to see that the Financial Secretary has implemented a number of relief measures, and these are all popular measures, such as a consumption voucher scheme, tax breaks, and also $1,000 electricity bill subsidy. I believe these are all measures that can help people weather the storm and give a boost to the economy. And for the Hello Hong Kong and Happy Hong Kong campaign, these campaigns help our economy pick up at a quicker pace so that we can salvage public confidence. But more importantly, we need to tell good stories of Hong Kong to the world. Now, on public transport, we enjoy very high reputation among countries in the world, and over 90% of the population travel by public transport. We enjoy high acclaim, in other words. This also relates to the reputation of Hong Kong as a whole. So public transport is a linchpin of Hong Kong's success. It also is important to maintaining Hong Kong's image. Now we have 150 minibus routes applying for fare hikes. Buses and ferry services also apply for fare hikes up to 100%. So the substantial fare hikes will definitely hamper people's incentive to travel by public transport. I hope the government would carefully consider these fare increase applications, because after all, the fare hikes affect people's quality of living and their commuting choices. Of course, nobody would run a business that is not profitable, but in the long term, subsidies should not be the only option. The government should instead implement policies to support public transport operators for them to tap new sources of income that are not fare-based. At the moment, these operators rely on fare-based income, and if they can have 10 to 20% of non-fare income, this can help offset the cost of operating the services. Now, say for franchise buses, a basket of measures can be introduced to help them tap new items of revenue so that they can just hand in applications in a streamlined manner. Because if they want to run an advertisement or run a kiosk, the application procedures are cumbersome. So these procedures should be streamlined to help increase their non-fare income. Likewise, for minibuses, they should be encouraged to tap non-fare income. For ferry services at the piers, despite crowds of passengers, at the superstructure of the piers, they're left empty. Most of the time, they have experienced difficulties in applying for, say, power supply and other utilities, and hence they are unable to apply for the operation of other services. So the government should introduce facilitation measures to help them tap non-fare income so that affordable public transport can be provided to the public. Manpower squeeze is also one major problem facing the trade. According to the trade, the average age of minibus drivers is 70 years old, and of 18,000 taxis in Hong Kong, 10,000 taxis at the moment are left idle because of lack of drivers. On cross-boundary transport, as we have resumed normal travel with the mainland, because of manpower shortage, only 40% of coaches are in operation. The rest of the coaches stay in the so-called graveyard for coaches because there is no driver for them. Now, the financial secretary should provide more financial support. In terms of manpower, the government should tweak the policies. For example, the driver's license for cross-boundary drivers should be recognized by the mainland authorities. Say, if a driver has both a goods vehicle driving license and a coach license, these licenses should be recognized by the mainland authorities so that they can drive across the boundary, and vice versa for mainland drivers to be able to drive the coaches across the boundary so that we can replenish the much needed workforce in the transport trade. Tourism plays an important role. Cross-boundary transport plays an important role to not only the tourism industry but also the economic development in Hong Kong. The government should take a holistic review of the manpower needs of the trade. I think the public transport subsidy scheme has been very effective. At first, the threshold was $400. In recent years, because of the epidemic, the threshold was lowered to $200. And at the moment, every month, some 2 million passengers benefited from the subsidy scheme. But as I understand, only each of the 2 million passengers on a monthly basis got only $100 of subsidy. So we're just talking about $20 million providing $20 million of support for 2 million passengers. This is a good deed, and I hope this policy can be regularized. This scheme will come to a close in October, and then the threshold will return to $400. But then a lot fewer people will benefit from the scheme. I hope that the threshold will remain at $200 as a regular scheme. I don't think this will heavily impact on the public finance. Well, comparing to the MTR dividends of $5 billion, I think that this is just a drop in the ocean. I'm also concerned about care for the disabled. The government advocates aging in place, but in order to age in the community, we need to improve home care. And it is also crucial whether family members live close to the elderly. I mean, the Tanner Hill Elderly Housing Project is a very good project for elderly residents to use most of the elderly-friendly facilities there. I think similar projects should be introduced so that elderlies will be able to live independently. Apart from taking care of elderly, we also have family members taking care of the disabled, and they are under a lot of pressure. Under the Enhanced Spot Place scheme for RCHEs, 110,000 places will be purchased by the government. For the RCHDs, however, only 1,300 places are bought by the government every year. It's far from sufficient, and that is why one may need to wait for 30 years for a place in the residential care home for the disabled. Now, of course, we can give cash handouts to the caregivers to alleviate their burden, but a more effective policy approach is to provide a place for the disabled so that they have a roof over their head and for somebody to take care of them. The government should make reference to the bought place scheme for RCHDs so that more places can be bought from the RCHDs. I once again thank the government for the policies. I hope that RCHDs can be included in the special scheme so as to provide support for the disabled and the caregivers, and that the disabled applicants will not need to wait for 30 years for a place. Dr. Kennedy Wong. Mr. President, Mr. Paul Chan, the Financial Secretary, delivered this year's budget. In light of the economic situation and the actual circumstances, the Financial Secretary has come up with a basket of measures in the short, medium, and long term so that the members of the public who just emerged from the epidemic can have the burden lifted off their shoulders for them to recuperate. I'm concerned about the digital economy. In this budget, I see some of my suggestions being incorporated. For example, tax breaks are provided for telecommunications operators to make capital investments. Together with friends in my circle, we support this budget, but with rapid changes in the external environment, the budget hasn't said much about bolstering our status as an international trade center in light of the external situation. We do not have natural resources. We rely on trade and export, but according to last year's statistics, the export volume dropped by 4.1% and 20.3% respectively, the largest drop. And in the first quarter of this year, the export volume further shrank by 30% comparing to previous quarters. It has, the decline has somewhat tapered, but we're not seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. And our position as an international financial center will be at stake if we don't do something about it. I think we should all know more about digital economy, and we should also acknowledge the importance of e-commerce. The mainland has the largest fast-moving consumer goods market. We should leverage on this advantage and integrate ourselves into the mainland market and serve the country's needs. We can also take this opportunity to upgrade and transform our mode of commerce to an online-offline mode. And having conducted in-depth research, we found that because of various reasons, as far as e-commerce in Hong Kong is concerned, we are not, we are lagging behind, and we should make reference to the success of e-commerce in the mainland. The Financial Secretary should look squarely at this issue and provide sufficient support resource-wise. First, the government should draw up a comprehensive policy to support the development of e-commerce to bolster our status as an international commercial center. A high-level cross-bureau task force should be set up, chaired by the Financial Secretary. This high-level committee should conduct comprehensive research planning in order to draw up policies to tackle the problems facing us. Especially for G2G, collaboration should be fostered. For example, on customs clearance and other matters relating to, say, financial regulators, there should be more communication and collaboration to resolve problems surrounding the development of e-commerce. For example, we should strive for the expansion of coverage of the list of items eligible for e-commerce, so that more local IP products can enter the mainland market, and that we can create synergy. Second, the Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau governments should align their rules and regulations so that common standards can be drawn up for GBA products and for Hong Kong products to have access to the mainland market. Third, major mainland enterprises in Hong Kong should act as the liaison. Leveraging on the advantage, we can create a mechanism under which we can form a large e-commerce platform allowing the flow of goods and settlement to take place across the boundary. This can also allow young entrepreneurs to start their businesses at lower costs. An e-commerce subgroup should be set up under the Digital Economy Development Committee so as to take forward the development of e-commerce and online platforms to help the industries upgrade and transform. Regular funding should be provided. For example, there should be a facilitation measure for the development of e-commerce, and subsidies should be provided to SMEs for them to upgrade and transform their business and adopt e-commerce as a solution. strategies should also be drawn up to place ourselves as a regional IP trading hub. Well, for example, we have introduced the original patent grant system, and according to the budget, more resources will be put in to drive the development of OPG in Hong Kong, so as to establish ourselves as an international I&T center. But as a the midterm target by 2025, the establishment for OPG will only be increased to 40, and then by 2030 to 100. But this is not enough for Hong Kong to become a regional IP trading hub in the long term. According to mainland statistics, there are over 4 million effective patents developed in the mainland. And as far as I know, the patent examiners in the mainland come in tens of thousands. In Hong Kong, we have a very good system to protect IPs, and we also have advantage in professional services. So we need to groom our own talents and attract talents so that we have the condition to establish ourselves as a regional IP trading hub. We can also help mainland enterprises go global and attract foreign enterprises to tap the GBA market. There is so much to do. More patent examiners should be recruited to further develop the original patent grant system. We should also further develop the system under the Madrid Protocol so as to expand the coverage to original patent grant as well. We should also look into other facilitation measures to protect IPs across the boundary so that this international IP convention can take effect in Hong Kong. And we can provide professional services relating to the trading of IPs, so on and so forth. I support the Appropriation Bill 2023-24.
Mr. Kenneth Lau. President, the budget this year is about leaping forward steadily to bolster prosperity under one new vision. This is the first budget after COVID is over and we are starting the recovery. 3 years of COVID hit our economy hard. We saw a drop in the revenue, more than $200 billion in deficit over the years. The government adopted an expansionary fiscal policy. Measures were rolled out to shore up the economy and support people. This also led to a sharp drop in our fiscal reserves. Compared to the 2019 level, over just 4 years, we spent more than $350 billion of our reserves. That's a more than 30% drop. It's a difficult time. There's a deficit in the budget. It's a moderate to liberal budget. There are measures to support people. I believe this budget has balanced the needs of different sectors of the community and also will shore up the economic recovery and help our city with high-quality development. As we go from stability to prosperity, this budget will help us. Now, an IMF study shows that in the post-COVID times, we need a recovery from the COVID times. We also need to explore new sources of revenue and save for rainy days. First, on helping people put COVID behind, the Financial Secretary has taken on board the views of the Hung Yee Kok and other members. That means the $5,000 consumption vouchers. This provides strong impetus for our economic recovery. For some taxes and rates, there are also concessions. There's also a proposal to raise the child allowance to $130,000. I understand the fiscal constraints there. We have limited resources. So we have to act accordingly. That's why the sweeteners this year are scaled down. Let's hope that in the future, when we are in a better position, and then we can have more measures to ease people's burden. Now we need to enhance our image after COVID time to provide impetus for growth. This is a key task for the government. The budget proposes a range of measures to attract businesses and talent. First, the capital investment entrance scheme, also the top talent pass scheme. There are also visa schemes for the Greater Bay Area specifically. I hope the government can announce the details soon and implement them. Details we need are the threshold, the eligibility conditions, etc. On attracting businesses, the government should take bolder steps in bringing in foreign firms. First, a full review of our tax system, review and provide tax concessions for specific industries. We also urge the government to join the RCEP Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, and we should also work with other economies in coming to free trade agreement to avoid double taxation. President, the Northern Metropolis will be the new growth engine of our city's future. The metropolis will also help with the development of innovation technology so that we can finance in the south and innovation technology or IT in the north. This is also a key platform for us to integrate into national development. The government should crack on with the new development area projects. This includes Kutong North, Fanning North, Hongshoukyu, Hachun, and also Yunnan South. And also the government should take this infrastructure-led approach in planning ahead, work on the infrastructure, drive the development, so that we don't have a situation where people move into an area and simply lack the transport. Now, for the Lok Ma Chau Loop, there's a Hong Kong Shenzhen Innovation and Technology Park. There will be 3 buildings, and then there's also a land formation for the Sentin Technopole. These projects take time, and they need to be delivered on time. And there will be land. With that land, we can bring INT firms to come to Hong Kong and help us achieve new growth. Now, housing is another key area. There's a long-standing housing shortage. People are stuck with smaller and smaller flats. In 2021, the average living area, the median, is 16 square meters. For subdivided units, that's 6.6 square meters. The living space is far smaller than in Seoul and Singapore, where they have 30 to 35 square meters. And that has to do with the land shortage. The budget says that land has been identified for 360,000 public housing units. But then the land for housing will come out unevenly over the years. And it also takes time to create land. So in the short term, the developable land will see a shortage. 12 sites will be sold for housing, and then with the MTLC's project and ULA's project altogether, we will have roughly 20,000 private flats. That's a record high in 5 years. For industrial sites, 7 will be sold. In total, they will provide 170 to 200,000 square meters in gross floor area. There was a 15.6 drop in home prices. Trade volume dropped by roughly 40%. The office vacancy rate is at 12.1%. Developers are more cautious in buying land. We have 3 failed land sales. This includes a site in Stanley, a government land for upmarket, and there's also a site in Kwun Tong and also the Siu Ho Wan depot in Lantau Island. The government should closely watch the market situation and be pragmatic by, for example, breaking down the sites into smaller plots and also provide incentives for developers. On the home market, the harsh measures should be dropped when needed. The government pledged not to sell land cheap. But given the fiscal pressure, there's a need to boost revenue. When needed, the government needs to be pragmatic and have regard to the market conditions by adjusting the land sale prices. there's a need to maintain stable land supply, and this means there should not be a slowdown in the supply of land just because of a market slowdown. President, in the northern metropolis, there will be infrastructure projects. There will also be the artificial islands in Kaoyuchao. The government should boost revenue. Issuing bonds is one option. Other options should be explored. I'm grateful to the Financial Secretary for being responsive and taking on board our proposal to collect $2.4 billion over 5 years from the Hong Kong Jockey Club as the special betting duty. In total, that will bring $12 billion in extra revenue. The Hong Kong Jockey Club sits on top of huge reserves. They have the duty and they also have the means to ride out the tough times together with the people and contribute more money to the public coffers. With greater power comes greater responsibility. That's why the Hong Yi-Kok proposed a higher football betting duty from 50% to 70% of the betting volume. This will bring billions of revenue for the coffers. The government can also explore options with the sports betting options. The proceeds can be spent on supporting local sports events such as snooker, swimming, golf tournament, and also increase the subsidies for athletes training. This can also promote our sports industry. President, the basic law says that our budget should be keep the expenditure within the limits of revenue. We should balance the books and avoid deficits. In 2022 and 23, the deficit is nearly $140 billion, the second highest on record. Now we expect $54 billion in deficit or so. Now we have roughly $817 billion in reserves, and then that's a low level. That's roughly 12 months of government expenditure. There's a global economic downturn and a high interest rate in the U.S. There are uncertainties for our economy. Now we have more than $100 billion in deficit and a drop in our reserves. So the government should be cautious and create stronger impetus for growth. At the same time, the government should exercise prudence, spend where needed, and tighten the purse strings and maintain the robustness of our financial system. I so submit and I support the appropriation bill. Mr. Rock Chen. President, I speak in support of the appropriation bill 2023. The budget this year is about shoring up our economic recovery, supporting our high-quality development for the economy. Our fiscal position is facing challenges. The relief measures are scaled back. Despite that, the government cares about people's livelihood. The Financial Secretary has made adjustments to the measures and made good use with the resources to speed up our economic recovery so that we can pick up momentum again. That way, we can proceed with recovery full steam ahead and actively align with our national development and strengthen our edge in finance and also plan ahead for our economy. I'm pleased to see that DAB suggestions have been taken on board in the budget. I will discuss 6 areas and share my thoughts on them. First, the recovery. We need to ensure full speed recovery. Recovery full steam ahead is the overarching priority here. Some money will go into holding mega events, including a global publicity campaign and also the forums. There will also be publicity on Hong Kong as a platform for the Belt and Road Initiative. That way, we can have a comprehensive approach in generating new momentum for Hong Kong. The budget also mentions support for small and medium enterprises. There will be extensions and enhancements to the SME financing guarantee schemes. This will help firms seize the business opportunities after COVID. Second, actively integrating into national development. We've been expanding and enhancing our mutual market access with the mainland market. We're also enhancing the offshore RMB businesses. We're also providing more RMB denominated product. The budget also mentions government green bonds and infrastructure bonds. There will also be steps to promote green finance certification, so that we can have a diverse range of financial products. People also get investment options with a stable return. Now, the budget mentions measures to enhance the arrangements for family offices. There are Middle East sovereign funds. There are also ultra-high net worth individuals. We can serve as a platform for them. That's how we can give full play to our role as a super connector with the backing of our country and global connectivity. Now, we also have measures on companies redomiciling. We want to attract international firms to come to Hong Kong. This way will help us enhance our status as a place for asset management. Third, planning for the economy. The budget mentions several measures on driving Hong Kong's high-quality development and also strengthening Hong Kong's role as the 8 centers under the 14th five-year plan. For example, on driving innovation and technology, on digital economy, Web3, and also international green technology and financial center. There's discussion on these areas in the budget. Now, there will be an AI supercomputing center under the budget. There will also be a microelectronics research and development center. There will also be a task force on virtual assets. All these measures help foster our development as a smart city, digital economy, Web3, and cryptocurrency. Fourth, enhancing our role as an aviation hub. The budget meets the expectation of country's plans to turn us into an aviation hub. We will have a new business park in the airport so that we can have passenger traffic, logistics, and also business travel. In the future, our airport will go from a conventional airport to an integrated airport where we can have various kinds of economic activities at that hub. Now, the budget also mentions having an air logistics park in Zhuhai. We have limited land at the Hong Kong airport. Working with Zhuhai will mean we can leverage the mainland's industry chains. And then for our aviation industry, we can have a comprehensive development. Now, with the Sky Pier terminal and also the 3 runway system, the government should make good use of the capacity of our airport so that we can have more routes, more flights, and that's how we can be truly connected to the rest of the world. With expanding the airport's capacity, we also need more manpower. The budget mentions an internship scheme where there will be more places for internship training for aviation talent. I support this move, but apart from training, we should also consider importing manpower. That way, we can ensure we have enough workers and talent for our aviation industry, and that can ensure the sustainability and competitiveness of the aviation industry. Fifth, we should fill the gap in the manpower for the construction industry. We have a serious manpower crunch, and there are succession issues, and we have an aging workforce. We have 600,000 registered construction workers, average age 47 years old. The budget mentions collaboration with tertiary institutions to enhance the ladder for those pursuing the studies. There will be part-time programs and on-job training subsidies. I support this. The government is determined to boost housing supply. There will be infrastructure projects that will start. Apart the ones I have mentioned, the government should consider importing manpower quickly. We should step up local training. These measures go hand in hand. 6. Vocational and Professional Education and Training, or VPET. The Vocational Training Council will provide programs so that students get earlier access to VPET. This will help young people of different aspirations. We will give them diverse options in their studies and training. The government should also enhance the VPET qualification framework and promote the VPET. We should consider the future needs of our labor market and encourage tertiary institutions to offer a variety of programs so that students of different interests, aspirations, and competences can find what they need, and then we can provide the human resources our community needs. All in all, the budget this year is in line with its vision of leaping forward steadily and bolstering prosperity under our new vision. And this will be a positive impact on our economy. As we integrate into our national development, we can take Hong Kong to a higher level of high-quality development. President, I support the Appropriation Bill 2023.
Mr. Stanley Lee. Thank you, President. I'm very concerned about plannings relating to welfare and the allocation of funding. Well, for a number of years, education takes up the most expenditure. However, starting from 2021, for social welfare, the expenditure has risen to $129 billion. On elderly care, there has been an increase in 2020 and 21 for elderly service. There's about $120 billion. There will be an increase by 10%. What is $15 billion for the Tung Chung extension is more or less the same amount, and that is only the funding, the expenditure for 1 year for elderly services. We have been experiencing a low birth rate. Baby boomers are retiring. We have an aging population, and that is getting more serious. According to the UN, Hong Kong will enter a stage where there is ultra high age. Because of various problems, elderly services has always been in short supply. With an increasing elderly population, the demand will only increase. Back in 2017, the government announced an elderly service plan advocating for community care and aging at home. But so far, a number of major services, say for example, subvented elderly residential cases, is in short supply. People complain that the waiting time's at least 1 year. As at end of March, about 17,000 people are waiting. We now have 76,000 places with an occupation amount of 60,000, so a vacancy of about 10,000. 76,000 places and 60,000 elderly people staying in them, and 16,000 people staying. Well, actually, there are enough places for every elderly person, but there are places that are not subvented. That's why there is a long waiting time for subvented places, but there are vacancies in private homes. I don't rule out the possibility that for various reasons, say for example, price and the environment, it's not to every person's taste. But if you want to be a subvented place, you have to meet certain requirements. In recent years, places in private homes have improved. And I see that there are a lot of private companies that have been providing elderly care residential services. They charge a high price for very good quality of service. But there is a market for subvented places and for private places. The government has not planned very carefully when it comes to allocation of resources. The purpose of the residential care voucher scheme is to enable elderly people to stay in private places so as to alleviate pressure on waiting time for subvented places, but only about 1,600 people waiting for 3,000 places. So that it's a waste of resources. A lot of people told me that the residential care voucher starting from the 1st of April will increase to $16,011. But if you have, but you are better off, you have to pay more the SWD, the Social Welfare Department, will set the level of fees you have to pay, taking into account your asset and income. But for level 1, that is with an income of $5,000 to $7,000, you will have to pay about $1,100. That is quite a high percentage of your income. And there are only a few locations to choose from, so they have to turn to private places. Well, sometimes if they know that you have the residential home voucher, they charge you more if you stay in a private place. So if you want to make sure that resources are properly used, you have to make adjustments and consolidate current services. You have to make sure that quality is guaranteed. And the tiered scheme under the residential home voucher should be scrapped. The value of the vouchers should be enhanced. And you should put in place different ways to attract people to use the vouchers. And you also need to introduce competition in the market to drive up quality. In this way, elderly people will benefit, and you'll be able to divert people with the right means to different places. We've just been to the GBA. We looked at the residential care homes and their services and their environment. We wanted to get a better understanding of the development of the sector. We want to explore more opportunities to provide better options for elderly people. We see rapid development in the GBA. There is a maturing market for elderly services. In Hong Kong, the waiting time for residential care home is long. A lot of people passed away before they get a place. Why doesn't the government devote resources to promote elderly services in GBA? And there should be subsidy provided for use in the GBA. The healthcare voucher should enable money follow the patient approach for use in the GBA. And the government should also enhance the bought place scheme. They should identify place centers in the GBA and make them available for elderly people in Hong Kong. If you look at the SWD site, you'll find that the philosophy of elderly service is to enable elderly people to live with dignity and to provide suitable support to them so that they will be well taken care of. The government also advocates aging at home is being the backbone and supported by residential services. If that is the case, there should be allocation of funding to address problems with residential care services. In November last year, I moved a motion advocating for carer-centered policy. It was supported. Last month, I met with Mr. Xun, the secretary, to ask for following up of the policy in relation to the dedicated round-the-clock hotline, support centers for carers, life planning for carers. We have had in-depth discussion. I hope the government will implement our ideas as soon as possible. The aging population will not be reversed in the short term. We already spent $129 billion on welfare. I think the crux of the key is allocation. A lot of the funding goes to different places, and they are rather fragmented. The government should be determined to consolidate limited resources to ensure sustainable development. I suggest that carers should receive life planning and training on different skills. If there is a career pathway put in place for them, and to enable them to join the healthcare trade, this will enable sustainable development. and it will be more targeted. I speak in support of the bill. Mr. Lam Sen-ko. I speak in support of the appropriation bill 2023. That is the 2023 to 24 budget. This is the first budget after the epidemic. This is a very strong budget to revive Hong Kong's economy. I thank the Financial Secretary. In the budget, he has taken on board the views of the legal sector, including training manpower on green financing, on intellectual property, and to start as soon as possible study on another amendment on copyright, and to support aircraft leasing facilities in Hong Kong so that Hong Kong can become a center, and to develop maritime arbitration services, and to promote the use of an online platform for mediation. The FS also confirmed that there will be financial support to the judiciary as well as the legal aid department to support the development of the sector. The expenditure will be $810 billion compared to 2018-19, which is $576 billion. There is an increase by about 40%. I understand that the additional expenditure is to stimulate short-term economic development and for long-term development, but money is not the panacea. But without fully understanding the crux of the problem and putting in place proper plans, the money will go down the drain. We have structural problems waiting to be resolved. If we are to develop Hong Kong into an Asia-Pacific dispute resolution center, well, you may refer to the speech of Mr. Xia Baolong that the central authorities support Hong Kong's continuous adoption of the common law. Every year, expenditure has been given to the judiciary for electronic services and for high remuneration for judges. But e-services is still quite backward. You have to wait for over 100 days for summonses. The target was 50 days. For criminal cases, it's worse. You have to wait for over 300 days. For criminal cases in the High Court, in the past, there was a target waiting time. After June 2017, there was no target anymore. Starting from 2018, the judiciary said that they would review the waiting time. But they've been considering it for 6 years. Still, there is no conclusion. That's the pace of work for the judiciary. Shouldn't the government look into it? The budget said that there is 99% of the cases, lawyers will receive money under the legal aid scheme. But a lot of people told me that they've been waiting for years and still they have not been paid. If Hong Kong is to be developed into an international dispute resolution center, we have to train manpower. Without manpower, you can't do anything. The legal aid department can be a cradle for manpower training. According to an annual report in 2021, over 80% of the cases are outsourced to lawyers with at least 10 years of experience. So they take into account seniority. That is not conducive to training new blood. Hong Kong should train mainland lawyers on different expertise, and it involves many months of local and overseas training. But the Financial Secretary gave us $10,000 and thought that that's enough. When it comes to training manpower on maritime and law, intellectual property, and green finance, the government should do more. They should talk to professional bodies, and they should provide more subsidy on manpower training. We call ourselves an international financial center. We want to get involved with family offices. I understand that in the past few months, together with Christopher Hui, they've been going to different places to tell good stories of Hong Kong. They encourage enterprises to come to Hong Kong to invest. But the financial services sector and the legal sector told me, well, that's not just, and that's also people from the accounting sector. They said that if overseas companies want to get listed here, they will advise these companies not to come because for certain departments, even if you're eligible, you have to go through hurdles in the form of procedures. And in the end, you will lose heart, and it will dampen our reputation as an international financial center. I asked bureau secretaries and the FS to look into it. The government said that they will attract a multinational corporation to come to Hong Kong to set up headquarters. But a lot of lawyers said that our bankruptcy law cannot properly protect enterprises, and the legislation is rather backward, so they would go to Bermuda and the Virgin Islands. And in terms of corporate rescue procedure, it's been considered for over a decade. In 2021, the government said they would be introduced, but we haven't heard anything about it anymore. We talk about International Innovation and Technology Center, and using life science as an example for pharmacy and poisons ordinance and registration requirements, they are quite biased towards mainland practitioners. You will have to first get approval from US, Japan, and Europe. For Science Park, when it comes to life science, you can only work on tonics. COVID medication and vaccines will have to rely on LegCo to pass a bill on an urgent basis for use in Hong Kong, and these are not conducive to development in Hong Kong. In relation to a bill relating to medical equipment, the purpose is to streamline procedure so that there can be direct registration of equipment in Hong Kong. It saves a third-party certification. At the same time, it will protect public interest. And it will also ensure safety and maintenance of medical equipment used in beauty parlors. But it's still not finished yet. We should pave the way to facilitate I&T development, not to stop them. I hope that the government will talk to legislators from the sector and work together to review current legislation so that our laws can help with I&T development. There are grand visions, and in some areas there is funding given. But I think the government should also be determined to conduct reform so that we can return to our former self. I support the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Tan Ka-pil, thank you, Mr. Deputy. I have with me this budget 2023-24. The FTU praises this budget as steady steps are taken to take forward development of various industries. Now, some legislators, like myself, are not familiar with industrial development, and yet we believe that some good measures have rolled out. We are expected. The mainland will become the major economy in 10 years' time, and we stay united in advancing the cause of rejuvenation of the Chinese nation. So in various aspects of social development, be it environmental protection, economic development, maintaining social harmony, lifting people out of poverty, etc., as well as preserving the traditional Chinese culture, our country has made a lot of effort. Now, I make this point because I want to ask the next important question. Are our young people aware of all these things? We have over 1,400 MNCs setting up their headquarters or offices in Hong Kong. They ask young candidates applying for the jobs in the companies what a 14th five-year plan means, what the 20th National Congress means, so on and so forth. And Hong Kong youths may not be aware of these things, and as a result, their jobs will be snatched by other mainland graduates or mainlanders who graduated overseas. So what is close to my heart is how we make sure local young people know about our country and the latest development. This is of utmost importance, and we must work in solidarity in this regard. Now, another point is I can identify three trends. There's a question whether the budget can keep up with these three trends. First, going smart. Second, well, I think the Greater Bay Area development is exactly heading in this direction. Our aspiration is that when it comes to when it comes to economic development and the bond between people, we should step up liaison not only with the Greater Bay Area but also with ASEAN, for example, so that we can create synergy in the region. Third point, I do hope that in the budget or in the next policy address, there will be measures to respond to these three emerging trends. The chief executive said after leading a delegation to the Greater Bay Area that he will be putting a lot of thought on tackling the bottlenecks. Mr. Ambrose Lam just now made some valid points on the efficiency of governance, the civil service structure, and other bottlenecks that pose hurdles to enhancing governance and productivity. In particular, the State Council's report has made a solemn promise on e-governance. The mainland government, the central government gives a promise at the level of a report issued by the State Council that if you want to apply for a permit, it will be issued within a certain number of days. Now, another point is on the labor issues. I have, 10 points to make. It's food for thought for the government officials. First, we need to review and reform the welfare policy formulated on the basis of jobs. Now, as many people have touched on this issue, there are people who have been on the dole for a long time. Why is it that they get stuck in the CSSA security net instead of getting a job? Are there factors that cause them to remain in the CSSA safety net? I think the LegCo as well as the government should conduct a study about encouraging elderly to work. I hope the government can take the lead in this regard. For all outsourced and contract workers, the government should make voluntary MPF contributions to those above the age of 65 to encourage more to join the workforce. Third, digitization. Now, comparing to other places in the world, the SMEs and the laborers in Hong Kong don't often use technology to help enhance productivity. Now, this example is often quoted. Say for street cleansing, in other places they have devices, smart devices that can help cleaners cleanse a street, whereas in Hong Kong, manual labor is still the trend. Fourth, we should attach importance to labor we should attach importance to safety. And then one-way permit, that's the fourth point. We have 150 quotas available every day. In recent years, we all know that these quotas are not used up. In fact, you can use up these quotas immediately. Let's say in the past 5 years, we have 50 quotas remaining every day. We're talking about some 40,000 quotas immediately available at hand. So be it women, adults, children waiting in line, we can allow them to come to Hong Kong immediately with the unused quota, rather than having them to wait for 3 or 4 years in the queue, so as to increase manpower supply. Another suggestion, childcare. Perhaps the government should, say, run a competition or deploy technology so that online matching can be done or training can be provided. Now, for women, I think they prefer to work from 9 to 3. If we have a dedicated unit or department to help women get a job between 9 and 3, then that would be ideal. Now, like Mr. Casper Choi said, for the hospitality industry, they do need a lot of manpower exactly between 9 and 3. The other point is this. For the better off families, is there an incentive for women to remain in the workforce after giving birth to a child? For example, in the first 2 years after delivery, tax breaks should be provided so as to retain these women in the workforce. Next point, we should encourage the disabled to take up jobs as well. It leaves more to be decided at the moment. Take another country as an example, especially for outsourced contracts of the government. A quota can be set up for the disabled. Another point, many women have complained about being married to a husband in Hong Kong and not being able to work because they are on a two-way permit. But if the lady is from elsewhere, from Taiwan, from one of the Asian countries, they can work on the strength of a visa. So we should allow those two-way permit holders to work as well. Now, rather than importing labor in general, the government should introduce a tax for importing labor for people to have to think carefully whether they should opt for imported labor or training local talents. Next, Mr. Kenneth Leung. Thank you, Mr. Deputy. First of all, I thank the Financial Secretary for showing care to our young people. In last year's budget, he mentions that there is imbalance in our economic development and many young people are not able to excel. And there is a dedicated chapter to youth development, and the government will be implementing the youth development blueprint with a number of measures to support youth development. This shows the sincerity and commitment on the part of the government. There are over 100 new measures under the blueprint, requiring collaboration between different policy bureaus, departments, as well as NGOs. Dedicated funding should be provided to support the implementation of these initiatives in the blueprint. Mr. Deputy, the budget this year is titled Leaping Forward Steadily, Together We Bolster Prosperity Under One New Vision. I think the Financial Secretary has delivered, such as developing digital economy, Web3, and green finance. These are the emerging global trends that are also dovetailed with the national strategies. We also have measures to support other national strategies, such as the 14th Five-Year Plan, so on and so forth, that gives unique advantage, that leverage on Hong Kong's unique advantages. Now we have prepared the stage for our young people to excel on this global stage. But more importantly, there is a question mark on whether we can help them equip the necessary skills and knowledge to become masters of the next generation. On Greater Bay Area development, the aviation industry, so on and so forth, there are training initiatives. However, the budget seems to be silent on helping our youths get the correct understanding of the country's development since young. And that means we should help build a good foundation when they are in primary and secondary schools. Mr. Deputy, young people should be taught about our country since they are young, so that when they consider their future, they will consider taking forward development in the country. School sponsoring bodies and NGOs have organized mainland exchange tours. These tours, however, must be innovative and flexible to cater for the needs of young people. Now, there is an international youth exchange program organized by the HYAB. Application is received only once a year, and the organization is required to come up with a plan in advance. There is a lack of flexibility. No additional funding can be allowed. Now, I understand the administration has replied that during the special FC session that they will consider relaxing the requirement. I do hope this can be taken forward. Next point about Hong Kong young people developing their career in the mainland. They are the ambassadors of Hong Kong. They can help tell good stories of Hong Kong to mainlanders. Well, in recent years, more and more young people have furthered their studies and developed their career in the mainland. Now, we should revamp the role of the mainland officers. Instead of taking a passive role, they should be more proactive to provide support for Hong Kong residents there. They should actively organize exchange activities and liaison sessions, and they should be proactive in understanding the situation of Hong Kong enterprises and Hong Kong youths working in the mainland so that more support can be provided to them. For example, a mentorship scheme should be set up for Hong Kong youths who have stayed in the mainland longer to help those new arrivals. We should also attach importance to developing STEAM education at the primary level so that primary students can develop an innovative mindset. STEAM education is now taking a school-based approach. Schools can decide on STEAM curriculum. Some teachers do not receive sufficient training. There is a problem with the quality of STEAM education and consistency. We should provide curriculum guide in a clearer manner together with indicators relating to class hours and learning outcomes. The government should also join hands with the I&T sector, the business sector, and schools in creating a good ecosystem. Mrs. Xia Bolong earlier remarked that young people are the future of not only Hong Kong but also our country. Be it no matter how many ups and downs they go through, they're our future. As the Youth Development Blueprint goes, we should embrace our young people. We should help them For families with children, we should help lift the burden. The consumption voucher scheme can somewhat alleviate their burden. However, we should encourage young people to stay in Hong Kong to start a family and then to have children. The government should walk the extra mile. According to the CNSD, last year the unemployment youth rate among youths aged 20 to 29 is 7.2%. That is well above the general unemployment rate. However, young people need guidance, they need career support instead of just talking about innovation technology. So for working youths, more support should be provided to guide them on the right path. This can be done by helping them further their studies after work. The government can provide a boost in this regard. Many members have criticized the lack of policies in this budget to boost the birth rate. It's a personal choice. If there is a lack of support, parents will be frustrated and they'll be deterred to have more children. We do not have sufficient services available. For example, childcare services. In recent years, the utilization rate have stayed at 100%. We need more services to reassure prospective parents. And it is also a great burden on the shoulders of parents to raise a family. For example, as I mentioned, less than 20% of textbook subsidies are provided, and also the same goes for travel subsidy. The government should do more to reassure parents, or else the aging population and the low birth rate situation will deteriorate. Now, as the Financial Secretary said, we have limited resources but unlimited potential of development. I agree with this in principle. However, after dishing out money, we need to make sure people have a sense of bliss, a sense of gain, and a sense of recognition of the government's work. So I submit. I support the second and third reading of the bill.
Mr. Chow Siu-chung. President, over the past 3 years, the government used a lot of public money to fight COVID that led to a drop in our reserves. Despite that, the government took on board some of our suggestions from the Federation of Labor Unions. Consumption vouchers were rolled out. There are also other one-off relief measures. I commend the government for those steps. This is a pragmatic budget that's also forward-looking. In terms of integrating international development, focusing on the economy, and supporting people, the budget proposes a number of plans and initiatives. With the full resumption of normalcy, we're in the post-COVID stage. There are new challenges. Some industries see a temporary manpower crunch. The government is considering importing labor, but then there are no other options. President, importing labor will backfire. This is an option that should be considered with caution. We should unleash a local labor force. It boosts the local labor participation rate. There should be more training. President, the budget proposes that for employees over the age of 65, the employers should get tax breaks for their NPF contributions from 100% to 200%. This will encourage employers to continue to hire senior employees. I support this move. But from what we have observed in the labor sector, many employers simply do not make NPF contributions for employees over the age of 65. For the higher tax deduction, is that enough incentive to change employers' mind? for employers who simply choose not to make the contribution. If employers simply don't make that contribution, then this move will do nothing. And it will do nothing to encourage the employment of senior employees. If the government is intending to get senior workers to work, then my proposal is that for those employees aged 65 to 70, the government should make the MPF contributions for the employers. That will help partially meet the manpower crunch. And this will also ensure better protection for senior employees. We're seeing normal life coming back. Some sectors are seeing a labor crunch. Part of the reason is that some workers have temporarily left the labor force. That has led to a shrinking of the labor force, and there's a drop in labor participation rate. This is not about the lack of people. So our priority is for those who have temporarily left the labor force to come back in the long run. The government should coordinate across departments in boosting the labor participation rate, unleash the labor force. We only had a 58.2% in labor participation rate. The rate among women was as low as 48.4%. In Macau, it's 59.7%, and in Singapore, it's 63.4%. We're lower, our rate is lower by 10 percentage points. The government should enhance the child care services, encourage the use of multiple modes of employment, and also offer flexi hours. That's how we can get more women to work and boost the labor participation rate among women. The government should also look at the example of the Research Talent Hub of the Innovation and Technology Commission and also the other schemes. So the point is to give the subsidies to the employees, relax the age threshold, encourage people of different age groups to join the sectors where manpower is needed. For the employees, the government can provide subsidies on top of wages. The budget proposes a 2-year first hire then train scheme. This is for those pursuing a program for construction safety officers. There will be on-job training allowances. I welcome this proposal. I believe this move will help boost manpower and also raise the level of occupational safety and health. I suggest that this move should be extended to other sectors where a manpower crunch is found. President, in recent years, manpower is also tight in the civil service. I put in the written question in 2021 to 2022. We have seen a sharp rise in former civil servants, more than 3,700 people. This is more than double the number from the previous year. This may have to do with the unattractive pay of the civil service. Take the clerical assistant grade in the government. The starting salary is just $14,080. In the private market for similar jobs, the starting pay is higher for those jobs, and there are options. So how many recent graduates would really want to make joining the civil service as their first choice? Now, on the dental benefits for civil servants, no improvement over a long time. Can the government consider ways to retain workers, hire retired workers, or other options? Are these something the government should be considering? Address the manpower issues, training up local talent. These are the ways. With a manpower shortage, and then you turn to importation schemes that will simply be unfair to local workers. Now, for some job functions with particular manpower crunches, then I do support a limited degree of importation. Now I want to turn to unemployment support. During COVID, there was a 100% guarantee for loans, so that workers can meet their urgent needs. That's the 100% personal loan guarantee scheme. The first scheme will expire in April this year, and the another scheme expired in July last year. We're now in the middle of a recovery. We still have more than 10,000 people jobless. There should be continuous support for the jobless and extend the two schemes I just mentioned. The government should not just treat those measures as one-off measures. On unemployment support, Hong Kong is lagging behind. That's why I believe we should extend the two schemes. The government should come up with a more comprehensive unemployment support scheme for those who lead a hand-to-mouth existence. President, we have to overcome the difficulties ahead. There are challenges confronting us. We managed to overcome COVID and get out of it. So we should stay confident that in this post-COVID stage, we can rise to the challenges and overcome them. I hope that the government, while focusing on the economy, can also prioritize local workers when it comes to jobs and improving labor rights. The government should not shirk its responsibilities and deliver better results. President, I so submit. Next, Mr. Eric Yim. Thank you, President. This year's budget comes at a time as we put COVID behind us, economy is recovering, and the impetus in the economy is showing. Budget is about the momentum of our economic recovery, improving people's lives, and aligning into our country's development. A number of measures are proposed. This includes relief measures about COVID and also support for businesses. The budget also responds to some of my suggestions. First, the new capital investment entrance scheme. There are also measures on developing a smart port. I think this is a comprehensive budget. This shows the commitment of the new term of government, and this deserves recognition. But there are also areas where improvement can be made. 3 points from me. First, a greater effort should be made to resolve deep-seated tensions and improve people's lives. First, we need to create land, boost housing supply. A long-standing and deep-seated problem is that homes are out of reach for most people. This has to do with a land shortage and housing supply. There's a proposal about the artificial islands in the central waters. There will be more land sale, rail and property projects, and also building more public housing and transitional housing projects like public housing projects. These measures deserve support. But then the progress falls short of expectations. A greater effort needs to be made, especially on areas like the northern metropolis. So on land and housing, the northern metropolis can provide quicker results. So this is where the government should zero in on. Now, turning to an aging population, I suggest that for Hong Kong taxpayers supporting parents in the mainland, there should be tax breaks for such taxpayers. And with an aging population, people have aging parents and they are faced with a heavier burden. Under one country, two systems we want to integrate into national development, the government has also encouraged seniors to move to other cities in the Greater Bay Area. As we have more mainland talent coming to Hong Kong under various talent admission schemes, then there will be more parents of Hong Kong people in the mainland. Now, these taxpayers support their parents, but they cannot apply for the tax deductions. Now, there are technical issues to be sorted out. We now have the internet and wider use of big data. So my suggestion is the government should actively consider that for those with parents ordinarily living in the mainland and those with parents living in Hong Kong, these taxpayers should be able to apply for tax deductions. And then we should also focus on training for young people. We should give them more opportunities. We should provide more education, training, internship opportunities for young people. They should be encouraged to join the maritime trade and aviation industry. And we should also promote diversified development for young people to promote upward mobility. This is where the government should mobilize all sectors of the community, mobilize the Chinese enterprises in Hong Kong with developed presence in the mainland. For young people who wish to integrate into national development, they should be given opportunities. So my suggestion is that for youth in education, training, and internships, the government should work with Chinese firms, step up the cooperation. For the Greater Bay Youth Employment Scheme, we should step up the scheme, provide more resources. Second, innovation. On multiple fronts, we should create stronger impetus for growth. There are measures on economic development in the budget, but there are areas where we should step up the work. First, developing Hong Kong as an innovation and financial center. And we should be providing land, tax, and investment measures for innovation. First, for the Northern Metropolis, that we should do something about the tendering process, bring in the target firms, and create innovation bases there. Second, step up the support for talent admission schemes. With the right regulatory policies, promote the healthy development of Web3. And we should also provide work on carbon trading and green bond. And we should also consolidate our maritime development. We should have a blueprint instead of just relying on the market. Now, on the container throughput at ports, there's a downward trend in the volume. The government should do a forecast and set targets so that we can roll out timely policies to support the industry and allocate the resources to support logistics accordingly. Now, on the East meets West Center for Cultural Exchange, Hong Kong is a melting pot for Eastern and Western cultures. We need diversified culture and arts development. The mainland has an advantage in this area. We need to provide more resources to bring in high-quality arts and culture resources like performances, exhibitions, to enrich our cultural landscape. We need to step up the promotion of traditional Chinese culture and strengthen people's self-confidence in our own country's culture. Now, on education, on our vocational education, we should learn from the example of Germany and other advanced economies, and also the example of Shanghai. Provide more resources. We should train up people accustomed to a digitalization development, and also further developing the education sector. For famous universities around the world, we should get them to set up branch campuses here. We should get famous scholars to teach here. We should also get mainland and Southeast Asian students to pursue studies here. For the Northern Metropolis, we can have a university town. That's how we can have international talent here and also create this industry of visa students. Now, we should also assess the economy and also our fiscal position, exercise prudence in finance. The economic growth is expected to be 3.5 to 5.5%. The revenue is based on this forecast. That is at 6.4% in government revenue. But let's not forget that there are uncertainties in the global economy. There are geopolitical tensions. Global economy, especially the US and European economies, are slowing down. There is monetary tightening. The financial risks are there. Hong Kong is an open economy. We have support from the recovering mainland economy, but there is substantial downward economic pressure. So the government needs to assess this position on income and profits tax and also land sales, stamp duty. The impact on such sources of revenue should be assessed, and the government should come to a careful assessment. On fiscal reserves, it's only enough for 12 months of government expenditure. That's a historical low. I want to remind the government to exercise prudence in finances, explore new sources of revenue, and cut expenditure on new sources of revenue. Now, as long as it's not too much of an impact on the local housing project, there should be more land auctions to meet the shortage of housing. The government can consider relaxing the housing market measures so that people can buy flats. There should also be ways to boost the revenue from stamp duty. There's a need to assess and enhance the tax base. President Xi Jinping mentioned this. To build a strong country, the long-term prosperity and stability of Hong Kong and Macau are a crucial part of the process. There's a need to integrate Hong Kong and Macau into national development with one country, two systems as the guarantee, and then with the concerted efforts of the government and the community, Hong Kong will see greater prosperity. I so submit, President, I support the Appropriation Bill 2023.
Mr. Robert Lee. Thank you, Mr. Deputy. In general, I support the Appropriation Bill 2023. There are many measures in the budget. I believe that they will boost our economic development and brings benefit to people's livelihood. I thank the government for their support to SMEs. We have a new round of consumption voucher, and there is continuous subsidy for rates. I do believe that they will help the Thai people over a difficult time. I'm happy to see that the government has taken on board a number of our proposals. That includes the new capital entrant scheme, development of a retail bond market, developing the green finance market, training of manpower in investment as well as wealth development. I'm disappointed that the stamp duty has been risen. In order to enhance our competitiveness and to consolidate our position as an international financial center, I have some suggestions to make. Well, enhancement of investment, immigration schemes, development of family offices, virtual assets, stamp duty, stock connect, wealth connect, and listing. Well, after the MPCC and the CPPCC, we understand that we need to pursue an innovative and green development. In the budget, we see a lot of coverage on digital economy, green economy. We have the development of the 8 centers. And there is also strong support for the financial sector. I do believe that they will also help with competing for enterprises and talents. We have the Connect schemes, we have RMB businesses, development of bond, a market risk management scheme, fintech, and financial inclusiveness. Well, in terms of the enhancement of investment entrance scheme, I'm very happy to see that the government is doing its part to promote development. I understand that in terms of the new capital investment entrance scheme, the scope of investment will be expanded and they will include products that is conducive to long-term development of Hong Kong. I support that. I suggest that while we control risk, there should be more product involved. Say, for example, RMB denominated products, OTC derivative products as well. In terms of family offices supporting services, I support that the family investment holding vehicle tax concession is a good idea, but relying solely on the tax concession is not sufficient to attract more family offices to make their presence in Hong Kong. There will be cross-departmental support to provide a one-stop service for family offices. It will be bundled up with immigration. Say, for example, applications for immigration, listing of companies, schoolings for children. They will be packaged together. People from the sector told me that ancillary transaction, a threshold of 5% should be removed. For those relying on dividends or income from securities, that will be more attractive. For the promotion of development of virtual assets, in the budget, we learn about a task force for virtual asset development. And in terms of regulation of virtual asset service providers, it will come into effect on the 1st of June this year. We need to have proper regulation and protection of investors. We need to enhance investor education. We need to enhance involvement of investors. We need to ensure that virtual asset providers should be compliant and operating on a proper platform. For difficulties investors encounter, say for example, opening a bank account, application for insurance, assistance should be provided. There are areas for improvement, say for example, lowering the stamp duty for stock transfer. I've asked the government to consider that. Since August 2021, when the stamp duty rate was raised, it has brought far-reaching implications to our market. According to Hong Kong EX, in the past 12 months, since the adjustment of the stamp duty compared to the 12-month period before that, we're talking about 131.6 billion, and after the adjustment, $107.1 billion, and a downward adjustment of 22%. Sometimes the government said that maybe it's because of the epidemic or the overall investment sentiment. But if you look at other figures, say for example, derivative market, future there has been an increase of 6% and 23%. In terms of ETF, exchange trading fund is not affected by the stamp duty adjustment. The transaction volume has increased by 61%. So the impact of adjustment of stamp duty means that funds have flowed into ETF or other derivative products. In a written reply from the administration, they said that in 2022 to 23, revenue from stamp duty is $52 billion compared to the previous year, a drop by $13.9 billion. That is because of a drop in transaction volume. Well, after the raise of stamp duty on stock transfer, we have not seen any increase in revenue into the coffer. I suggest that the government reconsider the stamp duty, and this is a way to promote circulation in the capital market, in the securities market. With the downward adjustment, it will increase a revenue. It will also enhance competitiveness in the market. In relation to Wealth Connect, is mentioned in the budget. Currently, 24 banks are participating. They're mainly involved in products with medium and low risk. There was little progress in the past year. I asked the government to step on it and work with mainland regulators so that more non-banking intermediaries can participate. The scope can be expanded. I would also like to talk about promotion of reform of the listing regime. The budget mentioned about application to listing, the average time for companies with a capitalization of $1.25 billion. It will take 137 days. For those with a capitalization of less than $750 million, it will take 203 days. And for GEM, it takes 172 days. So you see that for smaller and medium-sized companies, it will take longer. We need to make sure that companies of different volumes of capitalization and different sizes should be allowed to play into their potential, so that smaller companies will be one day become big companies. And there should be streamlining of procedure, and there should be enhancement of certainty. We need to have some kind of reform. I speak to support the Appropriation Bill 2023. Mr. David Lam. Thank you. The healthcare sector is happy to see an increase of 37.1% in tobacco duty. With that adjustment, the proportion of duty of price has increased from 61% to 68%, but the current proportion is still lower than the recommended rate of 75% of the WHO. With an unchanged tobacco duty since 2014, the percentage has dropped from 75% to 61%. Even with an increase of 68%, it was still lower than the rate in 2014. It's our duty to protect public health. We need to maintain the percentage of tobacco duty in tobacco products. I hope that this is only a starting point. We need to maintain the percentage of tobacco duty at 75% of price. Next, I turn to development of primary care. This government is determined to do that, and we in general support the idea. Measures should be pragmatic. It should meet the needs of the general public and the capacity of the healthcare sector. The healthcare sector's voices should be listened to. The government should understand their concern. Well, when it comes to primary healthcare, it's preventative and prevention of conditions from worsening. What I would like to see is that through public education and subsidy, the public should be encouraged to go for screening for chronic illnesses. And it should be done by gender, family history, age group, and habit. There should be health check put in place for different stages of life. We do need to put more funding into research. We also need to build a data bank on health. For universal health screening to work, you need to provide incentive for grassroots. Say, for example, professional drivers, free checkup or good or subsidies will be good for obesity, rates, BMI, blood sugar, cholesterol. Well, it should be done once every 2 years when you're in your 40s, and it should be capped to within $500. This will greatly prevent complications and chronic illnesses such as heart disease. This will save on healthcare. It will also preserve our labor force. For the first 10-year hospital development plan, it will be completed in 2016. There will be another 5,000 beds and 90 operating theaters. The second plan will start soon. But when it comes to development in other parts of the world, they are focusing on the community service and ambulatory service. Say, for example, endoscopies and surgeries, cancer treatment, radiology, and related services. We can have a large-scale ambulatory center so that we can build experience and make good use of manpower. This is a good idea. The government and the hospital authorities should actively consider that. Now I turn to cooperation between Chinese and Western medicine. This is the trend, and it is needed. In order to make it effective, we need to base it on science and empirical evidence. Research results should be turned into protocols and guidelines so that Chinese medicine doctors and Western doctors can make referrals to one another, and everything is evidence-based. I expect that through the Chinese Medicine Development Fund and researches done by universities, there should be protocols, clinical guidelines for cooperation of Chinese and Western medicine. For healthcare financing, this is a great challenge. Public-private partnership, strategic procurement, they should all continue. We're starting from 2019 for the voluntary health insurance scheme. It's been 4 years. Next year, there should be a review. For the VHIS, the voluntary insurance health scheme, there should be a 50% protection of the fees to be paid for a major illness. But there is a huge discrepancy. A lot of people think that even with the healthcare insurance, it's of no use. So in the end, they will go back to the public healthcare system. With the second 10-year hospital development plan, we look forward to seeing another 9,300 beds. There should be more room for development of semi-private beds in spacious hospitals. We can encourage those with VHIS who don't want to go fully private. And I'm sure that this will reduce the rate of increase of public healthcare expenditure. This will also make our public healthcare system more sustainable. With the development of community service, the government should actively consider focusing on families as well. We're now at the crossroad of future development. No matter what we do, it will have an implication of our future development. I'm happy to see that this term of government is determined to take up healthcare reform, and I thank the FS for allocating resources. We'll work together to overcome difficulties. I speak in support of the Appropriation Bill 2023.
議員。
主席，
Ms. Judy Chan, Mr. Deputy, I speak in support of the Appropriation Bill 2023. In recent years, in light of the global political landscape and COVID-19 pandemic, people in Hong Kong have been facing a lot of challenges. However, there are always solutions to problems. This budget emphasizes development as the cornerstone of stability. The title of the budget is Leaping Forward Steadily, Together We Bolster Prosperity Under One New Vision. Hong Kong has entered a new phase of prosperity after restoring order from chaos. The economy is picking up, and we are fully confident in the future of Hong Kong. I thank the Financial Secretary for taking on board many of the suggestions put forward by the New People's Party. At the same time, the Financial Secretary has done a lot in trying to incorporate the views in this council so as to resolve deep-seated problems so that the public can see for themselves a healthy relationship between the executive and the administration. Mr. Deputy, we need to adopt a people-centric development approach. That means we need to heed people's views and understand their needs. I understand from this budget that the Financial Secretary has done a lot to show care to the people, such as the consumption voucher scheme. It is one of the relief measures. It is also part of Happy Hong Kong campaign that can help put a smile on everyone's face. $100 million have been set aside for the purpose of women's development under the Women Empowerment Fund, so that training can be provided to women to enhance their caring skills for the elderly and for children, for them to rejoin the workforce and also improve family relationships. However, in this budget, well, there is only one relief measure that supports the families in terms of a $10,000 tax allowance for children. Little support has been provided for women otherwise. The New People's Party is of the view that the amount should be increased and a progressive system should be introduced to provide more tax breaks for people with more children so as to reverse the trend of the declining birth rate and address the demographic challenges facing Hong Kong so that we can groom local talent. We have a big sandwich or middle class in Hong Kong. Families pay a lot to their foreign domestic helpers. However, this budget is silent on any tax break on hiring foreign domestic helpers. I am quite disappointed. The New People's Party will continue to voice out the people's demand. And now the New People's Party strive for a better future for Hong Kong, and in order to achieve that, we need to have a plan that is in touch with reality and the people. A few days ago, the chief executive led a delegation of government officials and LegCo members to the Greater Bay Area. We witnessed for ourselves a number of successful projects. The common theme is that these projects are successful because of meticulous planning. Resources are optimally used, and I have quite an impression on a number of projects, such as the wetland park. In terms of the scale of development, it is achieved only through a very detailed planning process. Through a top-down approach, the zone has been converted from a very unfavorable, heavily polluted site to a strategic ecological site at the provincial level. Through a decade's work, the local economy has revived as a result of this initiative. And this is what is meant by lucid waters and lush mountains are invaluable assets. There is also another project called the Jianyuzhou Cultural and Creative Park. They have brought vibrancy to an old industrial area so that it has now become a creative and cultural park that brings in a new experience for all. Well, these are examples that we can turn to when we ponder our own development. The 14th five-year plan provides strong support for Hong Kong to establish the 8 centers. And in order to develop Hong Kong into these 8 centers, we need to have very good planning. Now, recently, I heard about the chief executive commenting on invigorating Island South. I understand that the government also attaches importance to the initiative, but it is also public aspiration that progress should be made as quickly as possible. The Southern District enjoys a lot of advantages in terms of promoting the creative industries and other areas. However, there are also shortcomings. Say for electric charges, only 240 charges are available in the district for EVs. That is the fewest among all the districts. And how can we promote the development of green transport in such a state? This is because of inadequate planning. Another example is a cyber port. After so many years, this place is still not accessible. it is a waste of our invaluable resources. It is getting in the way of development. In terms of resource allocation, the government should put in more thought. The government must show resolve, and it should be felt by the people. More should be done so that we can truly invigorate the island south and win the public support. I support the appropriation bill. After Mr. Frankie Yik and Dr. Teck Chi Yuen have spoken, I will suspend the meeting for today. Mr. Frankie Yik. All the anti-epidemic measures have been lifted and we are on the path to recovery, return to normalcy. The economic situation worldwide otherwise is pessimistic. According to the IMF projection, the economic growth will drop from 3.4% in 2022 to 2.8% in 2023. The exports of goods and services are still in the doldrums. There are a lot of uncertainties. We're grateful for the government for introducing some relief measures, such as a waiver of fees until the end of the year. Although the extent of waiver is not 75%, but 50%, it is still somewhat a relief for the industries. However, in the past 3 years, some enterprises have eaten into their own savings, and it's time for them to recuperate. The government should do more to alleviate the burden on SMEs. The Liberal Party has time and again urged the government to set up a fund to provide subsidies to cross-boundary services in terms of the trade revival. However, the government has only come up with a 100% loan guarantee scheme. For the cross-boundary trade, in the past 3 years, because of suspension of services, they could only rely on loans. And many SMEs are worried that the banks won't approve their loans. Now, for the 100 loan guarantee scheme, there is no risk on the part of banks in approving loans. So the government should urge banks to approve loans in a more relaxed manner to tide the SMEs over the difficulties. The guarantee scheme is only good for 6 months. Now, but whether operators can apply the loan in time will depend on the pace of recovery of the trade. Although all BCPs are now fully open in operation, many coaches are still idling in the so-called coach cemeteries. Well, it takes time and manpower to repair and maintain these vehicles. There is also difficulty in recruiting sufficient hands. In the short term, these problems cannot be tackled in time. The government should therefore extend this scheme. The Liberal Party also welcomes other initiatives such as waiver of fees for airliners and other measures to promote more routes to be operated. This can help the industry in picking up its pace of recovery. However, recently the airport authority has done the rent in arrears of the tenants. But at the moment, there is a manpower crunch. Many airliners are required to put in a lot of resources in recruitment and improving the remuneration of their staff. Any rent hike will hamper the pace of recovery of the aviation industry. I hope the airport authority will scrap the decision of a rental hike. On the contrary, drawing on the STT arrangements, there should be a 50% rent concession for the aviation industry to have some breathing space. With relaxation measures measures being relaxed in the first 2 months of this year, the capacity of the industry has increased, and the airport authority will be distributing some 650,000 free tickets, and this will further give a boost to the industry. But according to the industry's estimates, they are still short of 20,000 hands. The Greater Bay Area internship scheme for the aviation industry will have 450 quotas instead of 300, but this is far from meeting the manpower needs of the industry. Together with the commissioning of the third runway system next year, some 70,000 additional manpower will be needed. The government should adopt a more open mentality in importing labor to meet the manpower needs. We have a manpower squeeze in the community, be it the aviation industry, transport trade, together with ship repair trade, etc. There's a prevailing shortage. $200 million have been injected to the Maritime and Aviation Training Fund. And meanwhile, the government should also adjust the subsidy level, such as increasing the subsidy amount and extend the coverage of the subsidies. The VTC will also implement a 2-year pilot for secondary students to take the vocational path at an early stage. I believe this can help alleviate manpower shortage. But in the short term, the only option seems to be importing labor. The 14th Five-Year Plan provides express support for Hong Kong to develop into an international aviation hub, and some $20 million have been set aside by the government to conduct a strategic research. The Liberal Party supports that. The Transport and Logistics Bureau will be working with stakeholders and sector representatives in drawing up an action plan by the end of 2023 so as to develop high value-added aviation services, so on and so forth. We need to catch up. So I hope this plan can become ready soon. We also need support in the form of land. Otherwise, any idea will not be translated into action. Now, the transport and logistics sector is one of the major economic pillars in Hong Kong, but all along we have been short of land for logistics development. The government advocates smart logistics, but that means major capital investments by logistics companies. They need to procure equipment, but we still need land to support their operations. In the past, the government has been providing sites in short-term tenancies to support their operations. Some operators use brownfield sites, even Chotong sites. That accounts for the scattering of that accounts for the port and backup sites scattered across the new territories. This is not conducive to high-quality development. Under the lowest bidder wins principle, the short-term tenancy sites are put up for tender every now and then. This can help generate revenue for the public coffers, but the problem is rental goes up, and this hampers the competitiveness of the trade as costs escalate. The government should review the policy. The government should formulate a long-term policy on the use of land to support the logistics development of logistics development. For example, a logistics park should be set up to help support the industry. On new energy transport, following the policy address in the budget, it is said that some 700 electric buses and 3,000 electric taxis will be introduced by 2027, and $200 million have also been set aside to conduct trials on electric commercial vehicles and buses. There is also a 100% guarantee scheme to encourage taxi owners to switch to e-taxis. Apart from financial support, the government should also show more commitment. Now, in Shenzhen, all public transport vehicles are running on electricity, and the same goes for Foshan, and that is because of the policy support given by their governments. I support the bill.
Dr. Teck Ji-yun. President, a key role for electrical members is to monitor the government's performance, represent public opinion, and make sure people govern for the people. If government policies fall short of society's needs, electrical members should voice their opposition. When it comes to voting, the electrical members should vote against the proposal that has such a problem. On February 23rd, I said this to the Financial Secretary. The social welfare sector opposes this 1% reduction in recurrent expenditure for the social welfare sector. If the government does not take back the reduction, I will not support this budget. The Financial Secretary told me this then. The government would not be coerced. Financial Secretary, electrical members vote against you and you take that as coercion. Isn't that overreaction? I need to stress this. Electrical members represent people's opinion, and if government policies go against popular opinion, it's only natural that we voice our opposition. All along, the social welfare sector has opposed reductions in spending for social welfare. In 2000 and 2006, the government cut welfare spending by 6.5%. Last year, a cutback by 1%. That means altogether, in terms of recurrent spending on welfare organizations, that's over $70 billion in cutbacks, or 7.5%. This means the organizations cannot offer a reasonable pay and falls short of the pay offered by the Social Welfare Department. In the past, the same pay would apply for the same grade. Given the reduction in spending, the organizations have to lay off people. That hurts morale, and that adds to tensions between the organizations and the workers. In 2000, the social welfare organizations accepted the lump sum grant system because they were hoping for reasonable and flexible deployment of resources, and this turned out to be the start of a nightmare. The organizations entered into the lump sum grant agreement with the government. The agreement sets out how the grant would be arrived at and what sorts of performance pledges there would be. Then the government went on to cut the resources, and the organizations had to perform the same resources. This is a unilateral breach of the agreement by the government. The government is not being fair to the social welfare organizations. That's why we oppose the reduction. Since last year, the government started cutting back the spending by 1%. That's $200 million. $2 million is just peanuts for the government. But for the social welfare organizations, that's adding insult to injury and piling on the misery. $200 million means 500 social worker posts. This year, this day and age, there's keen demand for social workers. You cut back the resources by 500 social workers. Isn't that worsening the problem? During the fifth wave of COVID outbreak, we had this painful experience at care homes for the elderly and persons with disabilities. Social workers are working under difficult situations, protecting seniors and those with disabilities. Many surveys show people in Hong Kong are under huge stress, they're under emotional stress, and there's keen demand on counseling and family support. President, these are difficult times, and the government wants to cut spending on welfare. How can I support this budget? The Financial Secretary said, cutting back the resources is something every department has to do, and we have to ride out the tough times together, and this is only fair. President, let me say this. Cutting back on social welfare spending, education, welfare, this is not a reasonable allocation of resources. This is not being fair to those in the grassroots. Take our tax system. We don't apply across-the-board cuts. Those who can afford it will shoulder more of the cuts. That's reasonable allocation of resources. So cutting back on welfare spending is not a reasonable approach. The 1% cut for all departments does not affect schools and frontline services at hospitals. So why aren't care homes exempted? Is this fair to the vulnerable? The financial secretary said multiple times many resources went to social welfare. But I want to say this. More social welfare resources are there to meet the unmet needs. This is simply for making up for lost time, such as building elderly care homes. This is not to make up for the past cut, and this does nothing to address the problems, the difficulties for the welfare sector. We're talking about two separate issues, and you should not mix them up together. Increasing resources is simply making up for lost time. And then we have a separate issue. The Hong Kong Council of Social Service wrote to the Social Welfare Department expressing opposition to the cutback and asked the SWD to honor the pledge to the social welfare bodies. President, the social welfare sector opposes the cutback. Can I support this budget? The budget says this. Some money is set aside to tie in with the community's development. $100 million to women's development, $1 billion for revitalizing historic buildings through partnership scheme. There's also $10 billion for various measures on university campuses. But then in the same budget, no money is set aside for poverty relief. Zero allocation. Nothing on targeted poverty relief at all. And this does nothing to respond to the cause in the policy address on poverty relief. I also put in a written question on targeted measure, specific plans, etc. On April 17th, the Special Finance Committee meeting, I pressed the Secretary for Labor and Welfare on the specific strategies, measures, programs, and estimates for poverty alleviation. The Secretary said this: Strive and Rise program. That's all. And also reorganizing the Commission on Poverty. President, these are not new measures. I fail to see how determined the government is when it comes to poverty alleviation. No target, no programs, no estimate. That's three new. So targeted poverty relief is simply more meetings, more talk, listening to views, or window dressing. So for the secretaries of departments and directors of bureaus, with what you're doing, talk to the underprivileged families. Try to convince them that the government is working hard on poverty alleviation. Tell them that this will help improve their living conditions. So that's poverty alleviation's KPIs. President, the government is being 3-0 with poverty relief. Can I support this budget? The government continues to cut back on welfare spending, fails to listen to the sector's opinions, and leaves much to be desired on social welfare. I cannot support this budget. President, I also request that at the third reading, I would claim a division at the voting. Thank you, President. The meeting is adjourned. We will resume at 9 a.m. tomorrow.